just working with our company, you're going to get to work with a lot of bright individuals.
Everyone is open and ready to help you, and definitely big on advocating for making sure that you succeed and reach your potential.
Everyone's goal is the same, to make the best products that we can for our clients and make sure that it is everything and more that it could be.
What's kept me here? Our culture. We're genuinely a very great group of people. Everyone's just always willing to lend a hand.
When I have a suggestion or a concern and I voice it, leadership actually hears me.
As a consultancy, every person has a role and has something to bring to the table. There's just a lot of opportunities here if you're up for the challenge.
Jump on board, be part of the fun ride, because we're going places.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
You're good at making big announcements. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with a blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there, it's just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
Thanks to you. standing with us. You are truly making a difference in the lives of our neighbors in need.
Can't make it to the game? We've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Sports fans, welcome back to Game Time, to pure spirits, to pure sports. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Indiana. Let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
From beautiful Art Neff Field in Terre Haute, Indiana, it's time for Hoosier Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference baseball here from Rolls-Holman as the Fighting Engineers prepare to take on the Franklin Grizzlies. We'll have it for you right here on RHIT.TV, which is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Burtner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group. We're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partner since 1994. Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else? Large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. Highway Safety Services. Highway Safety Services Incorporated provides traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana for the past 60 years. And by the IndianaSRN sports page. Follow the sports page every day with update news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab.
For today's game. Daniel was introduced to Rolls-Holman through the Teen Impact Program that matches children facing a serious illness and disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Our teammate Daniel has been with Rolls-Holman Baseball for 4 years. He suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which is a hereditary neuromuscular disease, limiting Daniel's ability to walk. With that being said, Daniel enjoys spending time with the baseball team, especially when it is swimming or driving the players through muddy fields in his side-by-side. Let's give a big hand to Daniel. What a first pitch from Daniel. Let's give one more round of applause.
Well, you just saw the first pitch from our friend Daniel right there. A terrific job done by him as we welcome you back to Art Neff Field here in Terre Haute, Indiana. Cruz Martin alongside my partner Sam Cinder. It's the first game of a double dip between the Franklin Grizzlies and the Rolls-Holman Fighting Engineers. And Sam, I gotta say, with the weather that we've had over the last month, I'm certainly happy that we finally have some good baseball weather. The temperature's up, the sun's out today.
This is a blessing. This is going to be a really fun one between these two teams, and I'm just going to jump right to it. And because this is the first time all season that these two are going to be tested in a certain way, and it's because they're going to play a doubleheader, back-to-back games. 4 games in 2 days is a stressor on the pitching staff, and I'm really looking forward to how they're going to adjust to that and what arms we're going to see from these two.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. First, we're going to talk about Franklin. Yesterday, they came off a 2-game series. You mentioned the first 2 games of their back-to-back doubleheaders. They split the 2-game series against Transylvania, but they've lost 6 of their last 8. This is a team that's really looking for some answers. They have an opportunity in front of them here today.
Yeah, Franklin split their 2, and I think they like this matchup against Rose-Hulman. At least this is a tough conference, and Rose-Hulman is not one of the stronger teams. And so when you're playing these tough teams in the Heartland Conference, this is an opportunity, although it's on the road, for Franklin to come in here and feel like they can get back on track. You mentioned losers of 6 of their last 8. They have a chance. The records are very even between these two. But now it's time to separate yourself. The season, it gets early quick. It's going to come to an end before you know it.
And this Franklin team coming off a heartbreaking loss in game number 2 of that doubleheader yesterday. They took the first game no problem, a run rule game, finished in 7 innings. It was a 12-2 final score over Transylvania. They led, Franklin did, for a majority of that second game, but they gave up 3 runs in the top of the 9th inning. They ended up dropping that one by a final score of 8-6. So there's going to be some hunger for this Grizzlies team coming out here in this first game today.
Yeah, it's always a crushing blow to lose like that, to blow a game that you had. To sweep a doubleheader like Rose-Hulman did has got to feel good. But what's so beautiful about baseball, and especially the case today with the doubleheader yesterday, which these teams don't always get to experience, is baseball is a sport where you have to brush it off. There's a game the next day, actually 2 games the next day in this case. And when you play this Division III schedule, a lot of times you play the midweek, college baseball, you play the midweek, and then you're off for 3 days. You have to sit with it. They're not sitting with this. They lost that game last night. They're right back here today, and they're looking for a win.
Well, when we come back, we'll be talking about the Rolls-Hulman Fighting Engineers. You're watching Rolls-Hulman Baseball on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
We've already talked about the Franklin Grizzlies, who come into this game at 14-13 on the year, 6-6 in HCAC play. It's time to talk about the home team, the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers, 13-12 on the season, 6-5 in conference play. That is good for 5th in the HCAC. Sam, winners of 3 of their last 4. They swept Bluffton on the road in that back-to-back game series yesterday. They're back above 500, and this team is looking to take more steps in the right direction.
It's good to handle the games that you have to handle, and Bluffton was a series that Rose-Hulman had to sweep. They're the second worst team in the Heartland Conference, just 3-9 in conference play. So that propels Rose-Hulman into 5th, 6-5 in the Heartland Conference. And again, much like Franklin, both these teams, I think, feel like these are games they have to win, which will make it so interesting in how they're going to go about pitching these games. For Rose-Hulman, I would categorize them much more as a pitching team. And it's interesting, you can look at their ERA and see the 5.38 and say, hey, that's not a great number for a staff. But remember, in college baseball, runs kind of go up. It's hard to have a low ERA as a staff. Their offensive numbers are not what they bank their team on. They won't walk you. They're going to go right after you, and it's a pitching staff that you got to be proud of, because when you throw strikes, the defense has to make plays. They've made plays for the most part this season.
Yesterday, going into the doubleheader against Bluffton, Rose-Hulman was a game below 500. They're now a game above 500. First game was an 8-1 win over Bluffton, and then, of course, that 10-9 thriller down the stretch. Rose-Hulman was able to keep Bluffton off the board to take game number 2 of that doubleheader.
And you know, the difference between Rose-Hulman and Bluffton from last night is in the game 2, Bluffton blew the lead. Rose-Hulman grabbed a win from the jaws of defeat. And so it's 2 different mindsets, 2 different feelings heading into this one. Rose-Hulman's got to be feeling as good as if they split against Bluffton, the energy and the vibe in that clubhouse is not going to be great. So right now you're saying, hey, we escaped that. We just got 2 wins that we needed, and now we can go in here back home, because they were on the road, and make this a really great weekend. Maybe get a 4-win weekend, which is as good as it could possibly be.
Yeah, you're right in the meat of your schedule, and right now if you're Rose-Hulman, and it's never too late to turn a season around. Not that Rose-Hulman has had a subpar season, to say the least. They're above 500, but this is typically where you see teams starting to hit their stride as you get towards the end of the season.
Swing from 8-2 just like that, so these teams know they are not out of it.
And that means that every single game that these teams play will be crucial to where they end up at in the standings. The standings in the HCAC look like this: Anderson number 1, Manchester 2, Transylvania number 3, Hanover 4, Rose-Hulman we mentioned at 5, Franklin at 7. Sandwiched between the 2 teams we're watching today is Mount St. Joseph at the number 6 position. You mentioned Earlham at 8. After that, it drops off a little bit. You have Bluffton and Berea at 3-9 and 1-10 respectively. But you mentioned that middle of the conference, again, very tightly packed. Again, every single game is going to mean a significant amount to the outlook of the HCAC. And all these teams are trying to make the postseason as well. I believe it's the top 4 teams from the HCAC make the conference tournament every year. So especially those teams in the middle are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to make the postseason and extend their year as well.
And that's why it's much more common to split a doubleheader than it is to sweep it. That's at least what's thought, at least in higher levels of baseball. You can't afford to split anymore. You have to win these games. Like you said, every game matters so much. And so in a game like this, where we're going to talk about the pitching staff all day, because it's going to be taxed, you're going to see guys that you might not have seen a lot this season. So it's guys going to have to step up and throw major innings today to get their team to a win, to a victory.
No question about it. And the opportunity ahead of Rose-Hulman today, they have an opportunity to record their 7th and 8th conference wins of the season. That would put them at 2nd in the conference potentially. We'll take a step aside for our national anthem here on RHIT.TV.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
575 of them from 40 states and 19 countries, with a record-breaking number of applications. Did you forget about Rose's outstanding class of 2023 and how 99% of the graduates have landed a position in their dream fields, graduate school, or the military?
The renovations to Munch Hall are finally complete, so I'm sure he'll have plenty to eat at the updated Munch Cafe by the new Living Mall.
We just broke ground on a new residence hall that will be ready for fall 2025.
We celebrated a record-breaking homecoming with more than 2,000 alumni, students, and friends commemorating the 100th anniversary of the bonfire with our first ever drone show. We also welcomed 267 employers for our fall career fair. And perhaps the greatest gift of all, the Wall Street Journal named us to one of the top 20 best colleges in America, and U.S. News & World Report named us the #1 undergraduate engineering college. You can be a little old for a lot of things, but you're never too old or too far away for Rose-Hulman. 2023 was a year of adventurous journeys, of coming together, of growth. No matter how far away you roam this holiday season, you will never be truly alone as long as Rose is your home.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
We're back here at RHIT Field in Terre Haute as the Franklin Grizzlies are visiting the Rolls-Hulman Fighting Engineers. Cruz Martin alongside my partner Sam Cinder. We are excited to bring you HCAC baseball here on RHIT.TV. Rolls-Hulman winners of 3 of their last 4, including that 2-game sweep yesterday on the road against Bluffton. Franklin has dropped 6 of their last 8. They split the 2-game series yesterday against Transylvania. And it'll be on the mound today for Rolls-Hulman. Nardi, number 11.
Yeah, Nardi, 19 1/3 this season, or excuse me, 26 2/3, 19 1/3 last season, and he's thrown 9 games. This will be game number 10. Started a handful of them. This is start number 6 for Nardi. The ERA not too pretty, 7.09. He will strike guys out though, good strikeout stuff, which is not super common in this conference. 25 Ks. The walk's a bit high at 11, and does not give up the long ball. Just 1 home run allowed on the season.
Brad Nardi, 6'4", and a sophomore out of Avon, Indiana, a product of Covenant Christian High School. And the first batter up for Franklin today will be Nick Deering, who typically wears number 56 on his jersey, but in the road uniforms he wears number 2, and he will be sporting that number 2 today for the Grizzlies. First pitch on its way. That one popped out towards right field. It's shallow right field, and it's going to drop. O'Drusko had to watch it drop, and it's a first pitch single for Franklin.
Well, I love the approach from Deering, going right after Nardi, and typically you'll see leadoff hitters, at least traditionally, they want to work the count, take a lot of pitches, and that's good in the sense that you want your team, the 2, 3, 4 hitters, to follow you, to see pitches, see what the pitcher has to offer. But these teams are pretty familiar with each other, so I like the aggressive approach from Deering.
And so that will bring up Josh Gervin, a freshman out of Zionsville, Indiana. The throwback over to first was not in time, as Serdenak tried to apply the tag.
You know, sometimes the best pitch you'll see in at bat is that first one. The pitchers like to groove in there for a strike with the fastball.
First pitch of the at-bat is right down the middle for a strike.
Well, this is a guy for Nardi that you want to keep off. I'm actually surprised that Gervin's not leading off. You want to keep this guy off the bases.
This one grounded over towards third. O'Connell scoops it up. The throw to second is fumbled, and it'll be a free 90 feet for Deering. He gets into third and is safe. Another 90 feet over there for Gervin. And now runners in scoring position, 2 of them to be exact, at second base and third base for Franklin.
Oh, Cruz, we talked about how important clean defense would be because the Rose-Hulman pitching staff, they pitch to contact, and that means you rely on your defense. The throw from O'Connell was just not there. And the error is one thing, but it's the mental mistake after, to throw the ball back into third. No one was covering second, which allowed Gervin to take the extra 90 feet. Now they have 2 runners in scoring position. The double play not in order. That's what makes a big inning. Instead of limiting the damage, that's what causes big innings to happen.
And so that brings up Dylan Redmond, the third baseman. Also doubles as a pitcher for this Franklin team. junior out of Columbus, Indiana. Went to Columbus North. Batting .305 on the season, has started all 28 games now for the Grizzlies on the year. And the first 2 pitches delivered his direction are outside the zone. It's a 2-0 count. Nardi making his 10th appearance on the mound for Rose-Hulman, his 6th start. And this one far from ideal.
Not all his fault, but still, after adversity, a lot of times pitchers will struggle with regaining that trust and throwing strikes, whether it's intentional or not. And here you're seeing him fall behind.
And he delivers right there. He's going to have to battle his way back from a 3-0 count. And that was the first step in the right direction to achieve that goal.
Now, a walk here is not the worst thing in the world. First base is open. This is the 3-hitter. Obviously, you want to get that first out of the inning. That's the most important thing. It's the first inning. You can give up a run here.
That one doesn't catch, and so there's the walk. Bases are juiced. And the cleanup hitter is going to come up. And it's Garrett DeHart, the junior out of Smyrna, Georgia.
And this is not the guy you want to be facing. He's the power hitter for Franklin. 5 homers on the year. That leads the team. 35 driven in, has a chance to drive in some more.
And he likes to be aggressive, too. He's second on the team, make it third on the team, and strikeouts on the year as well. So expect an active bat from DeHart, should the offering be there.
And you're seeing corners are in, as expected, trying to cut down a run at the plate. Middle infield's back, going to try to play for 2.
That one in there for a strike, now 1-1.
That's a pretty sharp curveball from Nardi. I like the shape of that pitch. You can tell some of the right-handed hitters are, and especially lefties, if he throws it to them, are going to bail on that pitch because it just starts so outside.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss. DeHart misses the ball.
And that's the effect of the 1-1 curveball, or the 1-0 curveball, excuse me. You get your first strike, and now it slows down the eyes of DeHart, and he's late on a fastball. Don't have to throw it too hard, you just got to change speeds.
A first out here for Rose-Hulman would be massive, to say the least. This one out towards right field. Underneath of it is Otrusco, and he doesn't make the catch. He'll try to throw over to second base, and they got him. Run does come across to score. That was Deering. Redmond is thrown out over at second, so Rose-Hulman does get that first out, but also the first run across the board for Franklin.
Cruz, I got to tell you, that is an unbelievable play out there in right field by Otrusco. He deked everyone, okay, because he actually had, if he was really thinking about it, he had a shot to cut down the runner at the plate. They were tagging up over there. It was Deering tagging up at third. He didn't even come home. So to get an out on that play that should have been an RBI single is massive for Rose-Hulman in terms of limiting damage.
Throw back over to first is not in time.
I genuinely wonder if he knew how well he deked that, he really could have cut down a runner at the plate.
But a run does come across to score for Franklin. And that will bring up number 27, and that being Ian Knuckles. Went 2 for 7 in the 2 games against Transylvania, riding a 4-game hit streak, one of the hottest hitters on this Franklin Grizzlies team. Throw back to first again, not in time. Slow start defensively for Rose-Hulman. They now have runners on the corners. They have recorded their first out, though, which is massive, in trying to get the momentum back on the Fighting Engineers side. Breaking ball outside. (2-0) facing the Martinsville, Indiana native, and Knuckles at the plate. Transferred from Manchester. He swings and misses there.
This is a spot where Nardi could really use a K. You know, you got a runner at third, less than 2 outs. So productive out scores a run. That'd be the second run for Franklin here. But if you strike him out, then you can't do that. And Knuckles is a guy that you can strike out. 26 strikeouts on the season.
Just under a strikeout an inning. There's a swing and a miss there. He's potentially 1 strike away from recording his first strikeout of the day. It's a 2-2 count. Runners on the corners, the 2-2. That one lined out towards left, but foul.
And, an adjustment for Nardi that I think would be important here is, if you've noticed, which pitch is getting the most swing and miss? It's been the fastball. The curveball has always been good. It's a good pitch. He's getting it he's kind of looping in there for strikes early in the count. But the pitch that's getting swing and miss is the fastball. I want him to go to it here.
The 2-2 will try it again. Swing and a miss. The runner goes. They won't get the throw off, so a free bag is stolen right there by DeHart.
It doesn't. The bag is less important than the K, though. That's a huge strikeout for Nardi. And, Rasmussen was trying to sell interference there because Knuckles nearly leaned out over the plate, and there was going to be no play at second. No one even bothered to cover.
And so now Andrew Wallace, the first baseman, will step up to bat, the lefty.
So this is the first time we'll see a lefty-lefty battle for Nardi, and you wonder how much he'll lean on that curveball. It looks like it'd be a really tough pitch against left-handers.
Runners on second and third. There are 2 outs. 1 run's already come across for Franklin.
Now the other issue for Nardi is that he's getting behind. If he's getting ahead more often, he's going to have a lot more success and be a little more pitch efficient. The pitch count is really high here. And remember, we're playing 2. You need pitching.
That one outside. Now trouble facing Brad Nardi. Again, a walk wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We already saw that with the walk of Redmond earlier.
But this one's worse because there's 2 outs. So you want to just go after him, especially lefty-lefty.
That one just a bit outside. And so Andrew Wallace will take a free bag. It's the second walk given in here in the first inning by Brad Nardi. And now that brings up Brady Redmond. Freshman product out of Park Tudor.
Now batting, number 30, Brady Redmond.
And this is a pretty big spot for him. Just 3 at-bats, 0 for 3 on the season for the freshman. So pretty big spot with your team trying to build a big lead here in the first.
First one outside the zone. Did not play in the series against Transylvania yesterday. And so he's getting his first opportunity of this doubleheader, double dip, should we say.
Good pitch.
That one found a way in there. Now the count even at 1 apiece.
It's funny, the most reliable pitch he's thrown for strikes is the curveball, but the swing and miss pitch has been the fastball. So if he's able to get ahead with that curveball early, it'd be much better for him.
This one ripped right over towards shortstop. It's gloved by Rogers. He'll throw over to second where Oliger was waiting on it. 1 run comes across for Franklin. It certainly could have been much more costly for Rolls-Holman. They only give up 1 run. They'll come up to bat for the first time. They trail 1-0 here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. Feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors in and throughout Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer. Give us a call today at 317-849-0810. Well, Franklin was able to tally a run in the opening inning of the game. Rolls-Hulman will try to counter here offensively for the first time here this afternoon. And the starting pitcher for the Franklin Grizzlies is Braden Morrow, the righty, sophomore out of New Palestine, Indiana, making his 7th appearance on the season. 5 games started, an 0-2 record. He has pitched 18 1/3 innings and a 4.91 ERA. The righty will be the first look for Rose-Hulman, Sam.
Yeah, and the thing to watch for with Morrow is lack of strikeouts, just 9 Ks over the 18 innings. So that's about 4.5 strikeouts per 9. He's not going to blow it by you. The stuff is not there. So he's going to pitch to contact. Now, the other thing you want to look at is the walks. 13 walks. He walks more than he strikes out. That's not a good number for Morrow, and the Rose-Hulman bats, they need to be patient. You got to get on base against this team. Franklin will walk you. They walk the second most in the Heartland Conference.
And so the first batter today for Rose-Hulman, leading off the order, will be Pete Rogers, who's running a 5-game hit streak. Went 4 for 9 against Bluffton in that 2-game series yesterday, drove in 3 runs. And the senior leader from Merrick, New York, will look to get Rose-Hulman off on the right foot offensively. First pitch faced is just a little bit low for a ball.
Gotta love seeing a New Yorker. That's
you
always
know all
good.
about that, wouldn't you?
I just always makes me smile.
I've called you New York's finest for a couple of months now. That nickname still holds when fouled off.
Let's see if he can torpedo. We'll see if he can torpedo this pitch.
The 1-0. That one just outside as well.
You know, can I say, though, just going back to the top of the first and with Nardi, I really want to applaud the effort there because after all that, it's just an unearned run allowed. That's it.
First strike of the count to Pete Rogers, a former HCAC Player of the Week a season ago. Now full count.
And that looks like a changeup. And that's a right-on-right changeup. That's a confident pitch from Morrow.
The 3-2 on the way, and that one got him. Pete Rogers takes the hit, and he'll take the free bag as well.
And this is something to watch for. One, we said the walk. So one, getting on base is the biggest thing for Rose-Hulman. The on-base percentage is not as high as it was last year. So you want to be drawing those walks, get on base as much as possible. But for Rogers especially, leads the team 17 stolen bases. Got to be looking out for him to be on the move.
First delivery fouled off for the 2-hole hitter, and Tyler Etrusco.
He had a real good series yesterday. I call it a series. It was just one day, but 2 games. Hit a home run. 5 for 9. That's really impressive.
Had a triple and a home run in those 2 games yesterday, so he had some power behind some of those hits as well. Had a 12-game hit streak snapped on Wednesday in their game against DePaul. As a throwback over to first, not in time.
And 6 driven in. So he was the main contributor at the plate. And, you know, with these back-to-back pickoffs from Morrow, if we were playing with Major League rules and pickoff limits, I think that Rogers would be on the move right here.
That one finds its way in there. And Otrusco behind 0-2.
So a better job by Morrow of getting ahead. He got ahead of Rogers but wasn't able to put him away. I think it's the lack of strikeout stuff that really affects him.
Throw back over to first, not in time.
So he went with a couple changeups to Rogers. Didn't get swing and miss. I think he can't look for swing and miss. He's got to maybe, I'm not sure if he throws a sinker, but try to run something in on the hands, get a ground ball.
Breaking ball was high and outside. And so that makes it 1-2. See right there, Connor O'Connell waiting on deck. That one outside, count even.
And so again, we're seeing the same thing happen now. He wants to get guys to fish low, whether that's for a strikeout, whether that's to roll a ground ball. The Rose-Hulman bats, at least the first 2, Rogers and Etrusco, are not chasing.
That one got him. Right down the zone, Otrusco froze, and it's the first strikeout of the day for Franklin.
And sometimes you wonder when you're pitching, why don't I just throw strike 3? Strike 1's the best pitch. Everyone knows that. But you got to head 0-2. Hey, he wasn't able to hit the first 2. I'm trying to get him to chase on pitches out of the zone. Why don't I just throw one over the zone? Paint a corner like Morrow did. It's a good way to get outs. Hard to hit pitches on the corner.
10th strikeout of the season for Braden Morrow. And so that'll bring up O'Connell. O'Connell riding a 5-game hit streak on his own. Hits in 6 of the last 7 games for Rose-Hulman. Went 3 of 6 yesterday over those 2 games. Throw back to first, not in time.
And you can tell Morrow is very prepared. He knows the scouting report on Rogers. And, it's just the first inning, but a 1-run lead, I would be shocked if at some point Rogers doesn't go, and Morrow knows it.
That one out towards left center field, and it is going to get down all the way to the wall. Here comes the run home. Rogers rounding third. The throw will not even occur. And Rose-Hulman able to drive in their first run of the game. It is an RBI double for O'Connell.
Well, way to split the alley and show the opposite field pop, because that's what O'Connell did. And then you saw the wheels from Rogers. He scored easily, standing up from first base on that. And just like that, 3 batters in after, I'll say it again, after all that, in the top of the first, Rose-Hulman's tied the game at 1.
Throw back over to second, not in time.
Okay, push in here since we don't need first base anymore. Go back to your...
Rasmussen, now the batter for Rose-Hulman.
Right there.
Junior out of Lake Barrington, Illinois. He's hitless in 5 of his last 6 games, so he's looking for a big bounce-back game today against Franklin. Good eye from Rasmussen right there. Now 2-0. That one fouled off into the parking lot. Sam, our car's out there. I got a little nervous there for a second.
Luckily, I think we're straight back. Well, I'm not going to say anything. We'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, we still have another 17 innings to go, at least. There's a lot of opportunities for.
I was talking earlier. I said, is it better if we go behind home plate or go behind the left field fence out there? And you said it's better behind home plate. I kind of agree.
There's a walk. And so Rasmussen will take first base. There's runners on first and second. Still only 1 out for Franklin defensively.
So you can see the patience early, and it's paying off. 2 walks out of the first 4 batters, and that one, it shows the patience of the Rose-Hulman bats, but it also shows the lack of command from Morrow, which is something he struggled with not just this year but last year too. He's consistent, more walks than Ks in 2 straight years.
And so that will bring up the first baseman in Mark Cernak. Junior out of Sagamore Hills, Ohio. First pitch, swings at it, misses. Sorry, make that the second pitch. That one low. And so that keeps the at-bat alive. So look at the on-deck circle. It'll be Jackson Harms awaiting.
Ooh.
That one down the middle, but a little bit high. And a good eye by Cernak to not take it.
You're right. Gutsy take by Cernak.
Both teams have tallied a run in this opening inning. Breaking balls high.
I got to say, Cruz, if we're just looking at what's worked in the first 4 batters for Morrow, you can tell what he's doing. He wants to get ahead. He's getting ahead with the fastball, and then he goes to these breaking pitches, primarily slider, but also changeup to get swing and miss. The one strikeout he had was on a fastball.
That one grounded foul.
He froze a Trusco, and you can tell these Rose-Hulman batters are just spitting on breaking pitches, and he just hasn't made the adjustment. It hasn't clicked for him.
Rose-Hulman knocking on the door of another potential run. That one down the middle, but low. And now the bases are juiced for Rose-Hulman.
And so there he goes to the fastball 3-2 because it's probably the pitch that he's had the most success with, the pitch he's most confident in a payoff situation, and he misses low, and that happens sometimes. Now it's 3 walks in the first 5, and here we're going to get a visit from Franklin manager Lance Marshall. But the issue is, we've said it many times, you're going to have to eat 18 innings at minimum today. And if you're struggling to get outs and walking guys in the first inning of those 18, we could be in for a lot of offense because we're going to see a lot of pitchers that haven't pitched a lot. The second thing, a lot of walks for the same reason. And then third, who do you turn to? These games are important. You need wins, and you're going to go to some guys that you don't have the most trust in on the mound.
Jackson Harms on the season, 4 extra base hits, 3 of those going for 2 bags, 1 triple on the year as well. He's got 11 RBIs to his name on the season as well. He has the opportunity to potentially drive in another 2, maybe even 3. Or who knows, maybe he goes long ball and gets 4.
Well, he hasn't had one this season, the freshman. 4 extra base hits, no homers. But you like what he did at Bluffton, 2 for 5. Had an RBI in that series. So a nice, long visit for Marshall, mostly to calm down, I think, Mara, who I'll say, I don't think the stuff has been the issue. It's been mostly the command. The stuff, I think he just has to understand, be realistic. It's not good enough to get consistent swing and miss. We have to go after guys pitch to contact.
And that one outside the square. Now, a walk here obviously would be less than ideal for this Franklin team. The delivery home, that one fouled up and out of play. One's across the board with 3 on for Rose-Hulman. Franklin desperately needs to get it out right here. There's a drive deep to left field, back towards the warning track. That one is gone! First home run of the season for Jackson Harms. It's a grand slam, and Rose-Hulman takes a 5-1 lead here in the bottom of the first inning.
Do you want to put announcer jinx on that one? First career home run for Jackson Harms. Congratulations. Huge spot for him. Just a massive swing at the bat. 5-1.
The freshman from Irving, Texas, getting a hero's welcome back to the dugout. That was a massive hit to left field.
And a no doubter.
Just like that, Rose-Hulman retakes the lead.
And a no doubter. He knew it off the bat. He walked that down the first baseline.
Everybody within a 5-mile radius knew that was out of here off the contact. And so that will bring up Jackson Summers, who will try to one-up his Jackson counterpart, although it's going to be nearly impossible with the bases cleared. He pops that one up, and Wallace will get underneath of it and make the catch. And so there's the much-needed second out for this Franklin team, but it comes after
a batter too late.
That's correct. Jackson Harms with the grand slam. You mentioned his first career home run. He went 2 for 5 in one appearance yesterday. That was in Game 1 in the Bluffton doubleheader. As the first pitch to Colton Brown, the outfielder, center fielder today from Bedford. And second one's low. And this is a Rose-Hulman team who has won 3 of their last 4. That one fouled off. They currently hold a tie for the longest win streak in the HCAC this season, or at least as of the current moment, at 2. Along with Anderson, who's at the top of the conference, as that one's fouled off.
That's pretty remarkable.
Sam, it just shows you how competitive this conference is.
It is. It's a really competitive conference, and we've talked about it several times, how tightly packed they are between 2 and 8. And even Anderson, you could say, well, Anderson's 9-3 in conference play, and they haven't won 2 in a row? That's hard to do.
They just did.
Or they haven't won 3 in a row. But yeah, and for Rose-Hulman, this is not a home run hitting team. That's just their 15th home run of the year. But it shows, and especially multi-run homers, how important the home run ball is. It can make or break you. And typically when you hit home runs, you will win the game. more times than not. You out-homer the opponent, you're going to win the game.
That one driven out towards left field. That one going back towards the track, and that one is off the wall. Brown into second, standing up, and Rolls-Holman's bats continue to be warm at the beginning of this game.
Well, Colton Brown assaulted that baseball. If that was hit with any more trajectory, that was gone too. The exit field may have been harder than the one that Harms hit. Just hit to a deeper part of the park out there in left center, but he's got to feel good about that swing.
Still 2 outs on the board for Franklin. That will bring up the infielder and Jonathan Oliger. And the first pitch outside.
And Oliger plays, I'll call it an Ohtani type role for this team. Two-way player.
That one in first strike.
Probably their most trusted late inning arm. And then you can also see he's getting some starts, plays a lot of games, 23 games.
That one blooped out towards right center field. Underneath of it is Knuckles. He makes the grab, and that's how the inning comes to an end. 5 big runs in the bottom of the first for Rolls-Holman. They lead 5-1 over Franklin here on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 presents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. When you need a safe, dependable workforce for a new build, an upgrade, or facility maintenance, you can count on Boilermakers Union Local 374 to do your job right the first time. Back here at Art Neff Field in Terre Haute, the Rolls-Holman Fighting Engineers put up 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning. They lead Franklin 5-1 as the Grizzlies will come back to bat and try to chip into this 4-run deficit.
And there's not much more confidence you could have if you're out there on the mound and you're Brad Nardi than seeing a 5-spot put up after you give up the 1. And now you're pitching with a 4-run lead. And look at the difference it makes. First pitch strike. I'm not sure he had one of those back in his first inning of work.
It was a bit of a rough start for the defense for Rolls-Holman. Gave up an unearned run, recorded an error, but they were only able to hold Franklin to 1 run, so at the end of the day, not an atrocious opening inning for the Fighting Engineers, and they were able to counteract that with their offense.
I'll tell you the biggest play, we're hating on the defense a little bit, but the biggest play of that inning was the defensive play by Etrusco out in right field. If he doesn't make that play, that inning could unravel even further and a second or third run score.
Yeah, Etrusco made a fielder's choice out there in right field, let the blooper drop right in front of him, which allowed him to throw to second to get a force out there as the runners were attempting to tack up. There's a swing and a miss. And down goes Seitz in his first at-bat of the day, the freshman for Fishers.
So there's that lefty-lefty curveball that we saw featured in the first inning. He threw it primarily to righties. Struggled against the one lefty he saw was Wallace. He walked him on 4 pitches. So this time much better command against a left-handed hitter.
And so his teammate from high school at Hamilton Southeastern and Alex Billman will step up to bat. First pitch on the way, fastball, and it's able to catch that bottom right corner. Billman went 2 for 6 yesterday against Transylvania in that home doubleheader. He's looking to avoid being that second out for a Franklin team that obviously is in no hurry to try to get back into this game. There's plenty of innings to go, but you'd think the sooner the better for the Grizzlies.
Well, it's a shutdown inning is what you're looking for if you're Nardi. And the opposite of that would be scoring runs if you're the Grizzlies, because the more you can, if you can just tack on one right here, or it's not tack on, but crawl back one in this second inning, then the more you feel like you're in this game. And that's so important for morale as this game goes forward.
2-2 facing Billman. Playing behind the plate today as a catcher. That one grounded over towards first, right into the glove of Serdenak, who bobbled it. Has to flip it over to Nardi, who was covering, and they're able to record the out anyway.
Not the cleanest, but it got the job done. An out is an out at the end of the day, and a 1-2-3 inning would go a long way for Nardi here as we get another look. And yeah, just a bobble, but he stayed with it, and good on Nardi for covering the base anyway. Sometimes pitchers, when they see the ball is just right to the first baseman and they think it's an easy out, don't go over there. You got to cover every time.
And so back to the top of the order will go. Nick Deering making his second appearance. First pitch of the game today was to him, and he was able to put that in play for a single. And so already the longest at bat of the day for him. Deering playing in his 15th game, making his 6th career start as a freshman. Recorded 2 doubles over the course of the 2 games yesterday. He's recorded hits in 6 of his last 8 appearances. Although one of those 2 games that he did not record a hit during that streak was in Game 2 yesterday. He went 0 for 4 in that one. 2 outs on the board. It's a 3-1 count.
You know, we don't have pitch data on Nardi here, but I think there's a difference. He's throwing both 2 different variants of fastball, sinker and four-seam.
That one right down the middle. It's a full count.
I think he was primarily throwing four-seam in the first inning, and you're seeing the movement of that sinker. It's really tailing away from these right-handed batters.
Pitch is on the way. It is inside, and that's a walk. And so Nick Deering will take first base. The inning continues for Franklin.
And you never love a 2-out walk, especially to the leadoff man, with the heart of this Franklin order coming up. And this is a Franklin order, especially in the middle part, that can do a lot of damage.
One of those guys who can do a lot of damage is another freshman in Josh Gervin. Throw back over to first, not in time, trying to pick off Deering.
And really, this wouldn't be a bad spot to go. What's good about Nardi is a lefty, so it's hard to go on the lefty. You got to have a one-way lead and then just go on first move. But if he's out and you restart next inning with 2-3-4, you're not going to hate that.
Breaking ball was outside. Franklin still has an opportunity to trim into this 4-run lead that Rose-Hulman was able to build in the bottom of that first inning. It was a first career home run by Jackson Harms, a grand slam that put Rose-Hulman up 4-1. Another run ended up coming across on a double hit by Colton Brown. And that's how we've reached this score at 5-1 here in the early going from Terre Haute. Pitch on the way, finds the zone. And now Nardi potentially 1 strike away from getting out of this inning unscathed. Nardi set. The 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball, can't get back over the plate. It was awfully close, but not close enough.
You really wanted that pitch.
And so Nardi, who was ready to walk back to the dugout, will have to deliver at least one more time. That one found it. And so Brad Nardi able to get out of the inning without giving up any more damage as Gervin goes down. And Rose-Hulman holds on to that 5-1 lead here in Terre Haute. We'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the seasoned professionals at Piper Logistics have consistently been the trusted allies for all your inventory management, warehouse fulfillment, and transportation needs. We stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. Ride with us. Call us today at 317-396-1023. New arm out on the mound for Franklin. He goes by the name of Jordan DeAtley, a right-handed pitcher, a sophomore out of Hanover, Indiana, a product of Southwestern High School. And he'll come in for Braden Morrow, who gave up 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning to Rose-Hulman. The Fighting Engineers will look to add on to that lead as they come up to bat for the second time today, Sam.
And it wasn't an intended bullpen game for Franklin, but that's what it's going to turn out to be. And that's a long way to go for your bullpen, 18 innings. So Atley will look to give them some long relief. 10 2/3 this season, 5 games, so averaging about 2 innings per game. They'll look for that, or maybe even a little more in this one. They need it. 5.06 is the ERA, 4 Ks, 4 walks, so both fairly low numbers, especially the Ks. So much like Morrow, he's really not going to strike you out. So again, patience is key for the Rose-Hulman bats.
10 2/3 innings of work on the season for DeAtley. And he'll try to limit the amount of damage that the Fighting Engineers can do offensively, as Rose-Hulman has gotten off to a hot start here in Game 1 of our Double Dip on RHIT.TV.
And I think what he's talking about is they may have swapped outfielders. It looked like at the last second they did that, so I just think he's wanting to clear that up and make sure there's no issues down the line so everyone's on the same page.
Well, it makes Peter Rogers wait just a little bit more for that first pitch of the at-bat. He'll face it right here. A lot of heat coming off on that pitch, but it was outside and high. That one can't find it either. Rogers was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. And now he's potentially 1 ball away from taking his second free base of the day. And there it is.
Well, they hit around first time through. Looking to do the same here in the second, and that's the start you want. Get the leadoff man on, and someone like Peter Rogers, who always has the ability to go, steal bases. He scored on a double his first time from O'Connell, and we saw how quickly he circled 270.
Well, Rogers still looking for his first official at-bat of the day. And now Otrusco back up. Throw back over to first was not in time. Otrusco struck out in his first plate appearance.
And he's just not finding, through the first 6 pitches, a pitch he can rely on consistently to throw strikes.
And another 3-0 count.
If we were, where was it, Texas A&M, somewhere they would be chanting ball 8 right now.
He's able to find the strike zone right there.
And that looked like a bit of a courtesy call, just keep the game flowing a bit. Not the pitch 3-0. Well, after 7 straight, you're not going to be swinging 3-0 anyway, but not the pitch to do damage on.
Datley making his 6th appearance of the season. He's given up 3 extra base hits on the year, a double and 2 triples. And that is going to be a single right there out into left field. It's gloved by Seitz, an extra 90 feet for both base runners.
Well, that was hammered.
1 on first and second.
That was hammered. And you know, when you get into a hitter's count like Otresko did, you're going to get pitches to hit. And the way he's been swinging it recently, he was not going to miss that pitch. We said 5 for 9 yesterday, and a guy that's really gotten kind of surged out of nowhere. His first 2 seasons, he's a senior now, but the first 2 years, freshman and sophomore year, he had 4 hits between the 2 seasons. And so as he's gotten older, he's really come into his own.
And so that will bring up Connor O'Connell, who was able to record a hit in his first at-bat of the day. It was an RBI double. And the lefty will look to do a little bit more damage against this Franklin defense his second time through. Takes the pitch outside. And a good eye for O'Connell. O'Connell was second team All-HCAC a season ago. He also finished 4th in a single season in Rose-Hulman history in RBIs last season. Part of the reason he got that second team All-Conference nod. 54 runs batted in a year ago. That was 47th best in all of Division III baseball. And he's got an opportunity to potentially drive 1, maybe even 2 in right here. Still no outs on the board for Franklin. Runner in scoring position for O'Connell. The 2-2. Barely got a hold of that one. It was foul. Had to reach for it a little bit.
That's a good pitch from Diatley, one of the best he's thrown. It's right on the corner with that curveball, and you knew Connor O'Connell was not going to leave that up to the home plate umpire to determine his fate in this at-bat.
There's a drive out towards right, going back, and it is off the wall. 1 run will come in. The throw is cut off, and it's an RBI double for the All-HCAC member and Connor O'Connell.
We'll make it 2 of those today for O'Connell, second RBI. But I'll tell you, Cruz, the wind is really blowing out to left, and that knocked that ball down. That's gone on most days. And it just so happens that today it's an RBI double, but he got a hold of that baseball.
2 RBIs on the day for Connor O'Connell.
Like, I thought that was going off the bat. The way it was hit that well.
And then I bring up Rasmussen. Was walked in his first time up. That delivery ripped up the middle of the field. A nice sliding play by Gervin. The throw to first is in time. And a much-needed first down for this Franklin defense.
Well, it's good on both sides there. Rasmussen has to put the ball in play. That's his job in that spot. You see everyone's picking him up here as he comes back into the dugout, picks up an RBI. But it's a good play right there by the second baseman, Gervin. You got to get the first out of the inning somehow. And if that sneaks by him, 2 runs score, and we're still stuck with no outs. So good play by him up the middle.
Rose-Hulman extends that lead to 6 runs at 7-1. And now Serdenak.
And again, it's another pitcher that Rose-Hulman is taking deep counts into. The pitch count is getting up there for Diatley.
Serdenak was walked his first time up as well.
And again, Franklin needs length out of their pitchers to make it through today without it becoming kind of ridiculous. And they're going to need better than this out of their arms.
That one almost got away from Billman behind the plate. He was able to keep it in front of him. And that very well could have been a free 90 feet over at third base for Connor O'Connell. And that will be a free base off the back of Serdenak. And so that's his second free pass of the day, although that one coming a little bit more at a physical toll.
So it's now been 4 walks and 1 hit by pitch for Rose-Hulman today. 5 free passes. There's 7 runs on the board. Out of those, how many have scored? 4. All 4 walks have come in to score. That's how you lose games.
It's been rough going for this Franklin team after scoring that run in the opening inning. Went scoreless in the top half of this inning. They've already given up 2 runs, and their third run for Rose-Hulman potentially 90 feet away in O'Connell. First pitch delivery for Harms. Recorded his first home run in his last at-bat. That one well inside and high. Harms right there eye level with it.
And he is just spraying it right now. Has lost the control.
Mentioned Harms with that first career home run in his last at-bat, that grand slam. That one fouled right back towards us.
Oh, you can tell he's swinging it well. He's locked in at the plate. Just missed that pitch.
Runners on the corners, still only 1 out. Throw back to first, they almost got him.
He had him leaning. A better throw there, and he might be out. He spiked it. It was well picked.
And Cernak should know all about that. He's the first baseman for this Rose-Hulman team. And he almost got picked off at his stomping ground. That one low, ball's loose.
And I'll tell you, this is a bad sign because you can spike your curveball, you can spike your breaking ball. When you're spiking your fastball, it means you really have nothing. You got no control, and that's the issue that he's dealing with right now. He has no clue where the ball is going.
Still 2 outs needed for Franklin to get out of the inning. They've already given up 2 runs. That one, the relay not even close to being in time. Trying to keep Cernak honest to his bag. Back to first.
He was nearly standing on the bag. And I think this is partially to get himself out of his own head, to make sure he's able to lock in on one pitcher. Huge spot, 3-1.
That one fouled off towards my SUV.
And that's a much better pitch. Well, thankfully.
I don't know how many more times I'm going to be able to say that today.
Well, we'll have our head on a swivel, and it's going to happen more than once.
Full count, back over to first.
And I genuinely look, Cernak is not going to run. I know it's first and third, but he's not the type of guy that's going to run. And I genuinely think, and this is good on him for doing this, it's to help him lock in. He's trying to get himself time to lock in on one pitch.
That one skied foul.
And it's funny I say that because Cernak does run right there, but it's a 3-2, and you feel more comfortable running it on 3-2 as opposed to a different count in this spot. You don't want to run yourself out of the inning on a strike him out, throw him out, but they trust Harms at the plate.
Cernak 4 for 6 on stolen bags this season. He'll go again. This one popped up. It's in play. Underneath of it is the first baseman in Wallace, and he gets the second out of the inning for the Grizzlies. And that's a massive second out at that. But you still have to try to retire Jackson Summers.
So typically over the first inning and a third of this game, Rose-Hulman's been excellent at putting the ball in play and driving in runners with less than 2 outs. Man at third, less than 2. That time they couldn't do it, so now you have 2 outs. So this is a big out if Diatley's able to get it.
This one along the third base line, it trickles foul. And so we'll reset things.
Well, they tried a safety squeeze. Well, he's bunting for a hit. It's not really a safety squeeze. There's 2 outs. But it's funny that he would lay one down there, and you can tell it really, if he was able to keep it fair, that was going to be an RBI bunt single because Franklin was not ready for it.
Summers flew out in his first plate appearance. Summers facing a 1-1. And runners on the corners. He'll rip at that one. It's foul. Snapped a 3-game hit streak in Game 1 yesterday against Bluffton. That one grounded over towards third. It's going to be trouble for Seitz. The throw over to first is still in time. The run comes across, but it's a little bit too late. And so the score remains 7-1. Rose-Hulman on top of Franklin. The Grizzlies will look for answers at the plate when we come back here to Terre Haute.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Dynamark. Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years, Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. Call today at 317-328-2555. Well, back here at Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute, the Franklin Grizzlies are looking for some answers offensively and defensively as well. They've given up 7 runs through the first 2 innings. They've recorded just 1 themselves over that same time period. And so it'll be Dylan Redmond, the third baseman, who will try to get things going for the Grizzlies in the top of the 3rd inning.
You have your middle of the order coming up here, 3, 4, and 5 if you're Franklin. And something to keep in mind, especially this is the case with college baseball, but I think it applies even more at the Division III level, is that just because it's a 6-run game right now, it's 7-1, we're just in the 3rd inning, pitchers are so volatile and can walk a lot of guys. It can unravel really quickly at this level that 6 runs can happen just like that.
Back-to-back balls thrown.
So it's a message not only for Franklin to stay mentally in the game, but also for Rose-Hulman to stay in the game. You got to keep throwing strikes, pounding the strike zone, and stay focused, stay locked in at the plate.
Brad Nardi put together a solid 2nd inning. It wasn't a terrible 1st inning either. An error, though, allowed a run to come across for Franklin. If it wasn't for that, this would be a scoreless Franklin offense. But a 4-pitch walk is given up. 5-pitch walk, pardon me. Dylan Redmond will take first base.
Number 17, Garrett DeHart.
And when you're up by 6, that's probably the worst thing you can do is walk the leadoff man. It's something that will drive coaches up a wall.
And so that will bring up DeHart. DeHart was able to record a single. Also had a stolen bag his first time around.
You know, something I want Nardi to do a little more of is just attack with the fastball. It's a slider and a changeup to start, and now he's behind 3-0. In danger of walking the first 2 here in this 3rd frame. With a 6-run cushion, it's just something you can't afford to do. You can give up a base hit here and there, but you can't walk guys. That's in your control.
Nardi has thrown to the plate 8 times so far here in the top of the 3rd inning. Only 1 has found the zone. And so Brad Nardi trying to get himself locked back in on the bump. And he can't do so there. And so back-to-back walks to begin this top of the 3rd inning for Brad Nardi.
And this is the only way you can allow Franklin to sneak their way back into this game, by giving them free passes and chances to do damage and get runs that they didn't really deserve. I mean, you've had runs of your own that you didn't really deserve, but it's the same principle.
Ian Knuckles, the batter now for Franklin. 2 on, nobody out. Only the second strike right there that Nardi has thrown so far in this inning.
And there's a difference between working a walk, let's say an 8-9 pitch at bat where you're battling up there, fouling off a couple pitches and getting the 4-pitch free pass.
Knuckles fouls that one back. He struck out in his first plate appearance of the day.
Hey, Cruz, do you see that? Did that make a dent in the cage?
It did. It did. I don't know the last time I've seen something like that. I didn't know that was possible, to be honest with you, actually. That one low, it gets away. Free bases for Franklin. Rasmussen able to chase it down.
Over the course of the season, Rose-Hulman's one of the better teams in terms of limiting wild pitches and limiting free passes. They're pretty good control staff, but this inning has not gone the way of Mr. Nardi.
That one popped up. It won't be in play.
Ooh. Just barely. And you know that Rasmussen behind the plate would have loved to get a shot at that one.
So that makes the count 1-2. Still nobody out. 2 runners in scoring position for Franklin. This is one of the best opportunities that this team has had all day, maybe than other when the bases were loaded, to drive in some runs. The 1-2. Breaking ball can't find the zone.
And Nardi's just nibbling right now. A lot of these misses, they're not missing by much. He's just nibbling the corners. And, you know, I'm sure that his coaching staff, with a 6-run cushion, I'll say it again, just wants him to go after guys. More times than not, guys will get themselves out.
That one finds the zone. It's a strikeout looking. So down goes Ian Knuckles.
Now batting for Franklin, number 34.
And so that will bring up Andrew Wallace, the first baseman.
And
Big first
obviously,
down for Rose-Hulman.
You're right, absolutely. And, you know, obviously Franklin's looking for a big hit, but just put the ball in play. Get a sac fly, RBI ground out. Rose-Hulman's, look at the infield. They're willing to concede a run.
Ball gets loose again. This could potentially be a run for Franklin. The flip gets by. That will be the lone run. Sliding back over to get it is Nardi. But a run comes in to score. Franklin back on the board here in the top of the 3rd inning. And it cuts the lead down to 5 runs now.
Well, I said they were willing to give up a run, but what I meant was willing to trade an out for a run, not just give them a run, which is what they just did. That's the second wild pitch this inning. And look, they almost a second run. It's good job by Nardi to really be on top of that. You've seen too many times where in low light videos of MLB teams where multiple runs score on a wild pitch. That can never happen.
And that one caught the elbow guard of Wallace. And so another free pass given up to this Franklin offense.
So that's 3 of 4. And nothing put in play. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and a strikeout. And I think you just got to pitch to contact here. I don't know how many times I can say it without being repetitive. I probably already am being a little repetitive. And you can see someone's running out of the pen now for Rose-Hulman. They're going to get some action quickly because this is not a pretty inning for Nardi.
Wallace's second free pass of the day. He was walked in his first appearance. And then, of course, the hit by pitch right there. Now it's Redmond. Franklin already has one across here in the top of the 3rd. They have another one potentially 90 feet away in DeHart. Wallace over at first on a free pass. That one roped out to right, but it's a little bit too far right.
And what's awesome about baseball is the baseball gods always find you. And in the first inning, it was Redmond, who had just 3 at-bats the whole season up with the bases loaded. Huge spot for his team. And again, he finds himself up in the 3rd inning with 1st and 3rd one out where he needs to get a clutch hit to draw his team closer.
That one into the gap to left field. RBI for Franklin as Redmond drives into Hart.
That's a pretty good first career hit. if you're Brady Redmond. RBI knock, and you're on the board, and that can always make you take a deep sigh of relief. And I'm curious to watch him next time he's up, because I think there will be a lot less pressure on him when he's standing in there in the right-handed batter's box.
Brady Redmond, who, like you mentioned, just had his first career hit, his first career RBI, only playing his 4th game, making his first collegiate start. And he's able to drive in the 3rd run of the day for Franklin. And so now, that brings up Cam Seitz, another freshman from Hamilton Southeastern High School. That one roped out towards right field, but right into the glove of Otrusco. And that is out number 2 for Rose-Hulman's defense.
Hit hard, but an out. And that happens in baseball. And that's kind of what I was trying to tell Nardi, although he obviously cannot hear me, is that if you pitch to contact, you can afford to give up 1 or 2. Look, if they carry a 4-run lead after 3 innings, Rose-Hulman will take that. Obviously, you don't want to give up runs if you're a pitcher. You don't want your ERA to go up. But more times than not, guys will get themselves out. And you can afford, if you pitch to contact with the lead, to give up pitches like that, where they hit it to your outfielder, they hit it to the right fielder. It's an out.
First pitch to another Hamilton Southeastern alumni, Alex Billman. And it's in there for a strike. Runners on 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. That one well inside.
And what's good is if Nardi can work out of this with just the 2 runs allowed, they'll probably send him back out there for the 4th or even maybe the 5th. And we've said it many times, but the innings are the most important thing today.
The 2-1. Not quite.
And again, the theme is falling behind if you're Nardi. And this is the 9-man. You know him pretty well, Billman, but you can't fall behind this guy.
Got a strike right there. Full count with 2 outs and 2 on.
So the runners will get a head start here.
2 runs across for Franklin already.
I think I heard party time, which is, I guess, what they're calling that.
Like you said, runners will go, but it won't matter. Full count turns into a walk for Franklin. Now the top of the order comes up, and this could potentially be dangerous territory for Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, so we're going to get a visit here, and you can't do that. You can't walk the 9-man to get to the top of the order. Bases juiced for Nick Deering, one of the hottest Franklin bats of late, and following him is Gervin. And those are the 2 guys out of anyone on this Franklin team you just least want to see. And you had a chance to get out of the inning, albeit giving up the 2 runs against Billman, but you couldn't do it. And so now you're going to have a visit. It's going to be, I believe that's Jake Sprinkle talking to him. And this is basically a calm down. He's thrown a lot of pitches this inning. You never want to see it as this many pitches being thrown in 1 inning. So he's getting a little breather, and they're talking about how they're going to go after Deering, who he hasn't been able to get Deering once today. It's been a single and a walk. So what adjustments are we going to make this time through? 3rd time through the order.
So far, Deering has been walked. He recorded a hit in his very first pitch faced of the day. It was the first pitch of the entire game that he was able to make contact on. Breaking ball in there. Bases are loaded. Second time today that Franklin has had 3 men on. The top of the order for the Grizzlies up to bat. That one got him. Free run for the Grizzlies as Deering will take first base. And coming across to score is Andrew Wallace, the first baseman. And so that will bring up Josh Gervin.
Well, the Grizzlies, it appears, are a ball magnet this season because they've been hit the 2nd most out of anyone. 60 times. Actually, it's more than 60. They've been hit twice today, so 61 now on the season. And you can tell, I think it's part of their approach. Look at how close to the plate they stand. It's an identity. It's an identity of we're going to be tough, we're going to get on base. And that time it got them a run, which is the best possible outcome.
Bases are still loaded. That one well inside. That one almost caught Gervin.
And another one nearly. And the issue is you're telling Nardi he's not allowed to miss inside, because if he misses inside, he's going to clip you and he's going to allow a run. So he has to miss out over the plate if he's going to miss, and that's where most hits are going to be.
That one well outside that time. Seems as though, at least on that last pitch, Nardi was trying to avoid going inside. Trying to go outside potentially, right, Sam? That one pops straight up into center field. That one going way back towards the wall, and it is on the ground. On the ground. Brown couldn't make the play. One run comes in. A second will do so for Franklin. The throw is not in time. A triple on the board for Josh Gervin. And just like that, Franklin has tallied 5 in the top of the third. They only trail by a run.
Wow. And you fell behind, so you gave Gervin a good pitch to hit. He hit it well. There was a play out there. It was almost a really nice play by Colton Brown in center field. Just couldn't quite hold on. And after a really nice start to the outing for Nardi, that will be all.
And so Brad Nardi's day comes to an end more than likely. There is an arm on their way out from the bullpen. And we'll see who it is here momentarily, but the day for Brad Nardi will be complete. We'll have more information on the new arm for Rose-Hulman when we come back here at RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Back in Terre Haute, 6 runs tallied in the top of the third inning for the Franklin Grizzlies. They have come all the way back from being down 7-1 to tie this game up at 7 apiece. And the new arm out on the mound for Rose-Hulman after Brad Nardi's day comes to an end is Tyler Orr's 7th appearance, or I should say 7 appearances on the season up to this point. This will be his 8th, 9 1/3 innings pitched on the season. And he pitched 2 innings in Game 2 yesterday. He was able to record a strikeout against Bluffton.
You said exactly what I was going to say. He pitched yesterday. 2 innings is a lot. Yesterday to come back out there and pitch the next day. And this is what I've been waiting to see, because this is a lot. A doubleheader on back-to-back days means you're pitching. This is going to happen. This is not the only example, but we're going to see where a guy threw yesterday is going to throw back-to-back, and the pitch count's going to get up there.
That one finds the zone.
And we're going to see how guys can handle, one, the heavy workload, and if it's going to cause guys to be a little sporadic with the strike zone that aren't usually.
That one ripped out towards left field, and it gets down. Base hit for Dylan Redmond. And the inning continues for the Grizzlies.
Well, we warned in college baseball, things can happen really quickly and spiral out of control. And that's what happened here. 7 runs so far in the top of the third for Franklin, but that doesn't mean that Rose-Hulman can't go and put 9 in the bottom of the third. And so that's the mentality of this game. This may genuinely be the type of 25-24 game we have today, especially considering the doubleheader, as we mentioned.
A 7-run inning here at the top of the third for Franklin.
With the doubleheader, do you think managers are going to let guys get more trouble in the first game? Trying to save arms, for example.
Strike thrown right there to DeHart. I want a grounder back to the pitcher, and Orr will shovel it high. And he's safe.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's just an unforced error. And you know, I think you look back on that. You practice that play countless of times. A PFP play right back to you. You walk it over to first. You flip it underhand. And the flip just got away from me. He flipped it with a little too much air under it. And the speed of the flip is what allowed DeHart to get down the line. And it took Cernak off the base. And those are ones that you come back and you think, well, if we did this a certain way, the game would be different. You know, it's the unforced errors that really haunt you.
Second error of the day for Rose-Hulman. 7 runs in the top of the third for Franklin. By far and away the most that have been scored by a team in a single frame so far today. There's a swing and a miss for Knuckles, who is once again back up to bat the second time here in this inning. There's one right down the chute, and it's a strikeout. Knuckles goes down on strikes for the third time here today. And after a 7 frame for Franklin, Rose-Hulman will try to retake the lead as we head to the bottom of the third here on RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. You do what you do, we'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. Franklin tallied 7 runs in the top of the third inning. They came all the way back from 6 down at 7-1 to take the lead 8-7. And now Rose-Hulman, who was able to tally 5 in the bottom of the first inning, will look to retake the lead here on their home turf.
Well, the momentum has changed so drastically, but you can't forget Rose-Hulman has scored 7 runs in the first 2 frames. They've scored in each of the first 2. So what makes you think they would stop scoring here in the third? The Franklin arms have not looked very strong.
Number 12, Colton.
The 7 does hurt you, but it doesn't mean that you can't respond and retake the lead. It'll be interesting to see how the Rose-Hulman bats respond as the first time trailing since that first inning.
Jordan DeAtley back on the mound. Shown bunt by Colton Brown. He pulls back. He was in there for a strike, hit an RBI double in his first plate appearance of the day. And I'll look to add on to that success right here and get a spark going for this Rose-Hulman offense here in the bottom of the third.
Oh, and he crushed that ball back in the first. That pitch was hammered.
There was some heat on that pitch right there from DeAtley, but it could not find the middle. And now Brown ahead of the count 2-1. That one roped down the third base line, and it's fair. He's going to try to go for 2. This would be a second double of the day. The throw is not in time. It's sliding in safely for a second double of the day is the center fielder in Colton Brown.
Well, the exit velocity numbers for Colton Brown today are going to be in the red. He hit those hard, and this is the start you want if you're the Engineers. Get a runner into scoring position. That's the tying run now. It's funny we're saying that in the third inning, but it's the makings of another huge inning for Rose-Hulman.
And so that will bring up Jonathan Oliger. Oliger flew out in his first plate appearance. And the first pitch he faces of his second at-bat of the day is in the middle. Again, Oliger, all HCAC second team a season ago. Has been struggling, though. Has only had a hit in 6 of his last 26 at-bats. And he's quickly behind in the count 0-2. He does have a runner to work with at scoring position and no outs. And a favorable pitch right there in terms of trying to earn a free pass. And there have been plenty to go around both ways. Colton Brown, you can see him in the top center of your screen leading off of second. He would represent the tying run in this situation. And waiting on deck is the top of the order again for Rose-Hulman. It'd be Peter Rogers. He made contact with it, and it's right into the glove of Billman. And so down goes Jonathan Oliger for the second time.
For the Fighting Engineers, the shortstop, number 7, Peter Rogers.
So that will bring up the top of the order for the third time around. And it's Peter Rogers.
And Rogers' at-bats have looked really good today. A couple of walks. He's gotten on base. Rose-Hulman needs base runners.
You mentioned the 2 free passes that he's earned. 1 true walk and 1 pitch that he took off of the body. And he's looking to record his first official at-bat of the day. That one low, Billman right there to flag it down. 1's across the board. 6 hits on the day for Rose-Hulman. 5 for Franklin. This one popped out towards left center field. It's not going to have enough underneath of it. Coming in to make the play is Deering. And he's able to hold Colton Brown back over at second.
You know, it's pretty rare for both teams to have more runs than hits. That's kind of unusual, but it's a consequence of the walks, and we've talked about it. Both teams' pitching staffs have struggled with throwing strikes today, and it's come back to haunt them both.
Otrusco back now for Rose-Hulman. That was out number 2, that fly out. Otrusco with a strikeout and a hit on the day. Looking for hit number 2, he fouls that one off. Rose-Hulman looking to tie this game up. They once led 7-1. With 7 runs in the top part of this third inning, gave Franklin the lead, and they will hang on to that lead as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Nice play by the Grizzlies defense, and Rose-Hulman cannot retie this game. So we head to the top of the 4th. Franklin looking to extend their lead here on RHIT.TV.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Officially Human. Our mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the fields and courts. Do your part. Practice good sportsmanship. If we don't have officials, we can't play. Rose-Hulman back on the defensive side of the ledger for the top of the 4th inning. They once led this game 7-1. They gave up 7 runs in the top of the 3rd inning. They now trail 8-7. And Sam, they're looking to avoid giving up any more insurance runs for this Franklin offense.
Yeah, this is a big inning for Rose-Hulman to have a shutdown frame. Stay right here. Stay with a 1-run deficit. And they turn to Tyler Orr, who threw really well yesterday. But I'm curious how long the leash is for Orr considering the workload. You know, you don't want to overwork a guy, especially while this game is really important. there are more important games down the road. You don't want to burn someone out right here.
Including one right after this. This is game one of our doubleheader here on RHIT.TV. These two teams will face off at approximately 4 o'clock over this same live stream. Or in a quick start to this at bat against the first baseman for Franklin and Wallace. Again, pitched 2 innings yesterday.
And for the season, what you like about Orr, which differs from a lot of pitchers at this level, is the elite strikeout to walk ratio. Good timing.
Well, the broadcaster's jinx strikes right there. A free pass given up as Wallace will take his bag. And so that'll bring up Redmond.
Number 30, Brady.
But seriously, so he's struck out 10, 11 now, considering the one he had last inning, and has just walked 1. That's a hit by pitch, so it doesn't go down as a walk. So the strikeout to walk ratio you really like, because a lot of guys, they get into trouble with the walks.
Brady Redmond playing in his 4th collegiate game, making his first collegiate start, recorded his first collegiate hit and RBI in his last at-bat. And he was looking for hit number 2 right there, but he missed.
And that pitch is it reminds me of the original Frisbee. And they had this evolution in baseball a few years ago where they decided that's now a sweeper. It's the same pitch. Great horizontal movement.
Breaking ball cuts back in. And Redmond was able to avoid contact. That makes the count 1-2. Franklin looking for some insurance runs. He gets a hold of that one. Chance for a double play. They get the runner at second. The throw over to first is in time. And the Fighting Engineers are able to pick off 2 on that play.
Well, that's well turned by the Engineers. And I want to point out the pitch. The pitch by Orr. It's one of those sweepers that he threw. And it got Redmond leaning. It got him leaning, and all he could do is just dribble it out there to the second baseman. The defense was clean there by Rose Holman, and they turned 2, something they did really well at last year. They turned 44 double plays last year. It was the most in the Heartland Conference. This year, they're towards the bottom in the double play department. Want to get more ground balls.
And that one goes off of the knee of Cam Seitz.
And this is really absurd. So now that's 4 hit by pitches for Franklin today. And I knew coming into this, they get hit a lot. It's not all being up close to the plate. Some of it is just luck. Some of it is the opposition not being able to throw strikes and hit guys. And Rose Holman throws strikes usually. This is not a team that sprays it too often, but somehow the Franklin allure of their body makes it so that Rose Holman has to hit them.
Well, Franklin's going to go out and check on their outfielder in Seitz. Took it off of his right knee.
And that's not the place you want to wear it. You want to wear it on the meatier parts of your back or your thigh, off the knee. That's a scary place to get hit.
You can see him talking to the coaching staff right there. He was pointing down to his right knee. He's going to stay out on the bags, though. And so now Franklin, with 2 outs, still with an opportunity to extend this 1-run lead.
I mean, Cruz, we've had a total of 5 hit by pitches. We're not even through 3.5.
And so now Alex Billman steps into the batter's box. First pitch, that one started inside. Worked its way back to the middle, but not far enough.
And I really like the shape of that pitch for Orr. It's just not throwing it consistently enough for strikes. Reminds me of kind of a Michael Givens slider, if you can get it on the outside corner.
That one cut back towards Billman. Avoided the contact, though.
Or like an Adam Ottavino type of slider.
Rose Holman once led this game 7-1, 7 unanswered by the Grizzlies. That one, a lot more impressive, was able to find the middle.
And you can tell, look at how Billman reacted to that pitch. It's a sinker. Came riding back in on the front hip.
That one gets away. It's going to be a free 90 feet for Cam Seitz. It was going to be a walk anyway. And so Billman will take first base.
And it's an unusually wild day for the Rose-Hulman Arms. It's hard for a lot of guys to throw strikes at this level, but today is not up to par to where they usually are.
And so the top of the order comes back up. Nick Deering. Deering has scored twice, a hit by pitch and a hit. This one up into the air to left center field, and what a catch made by Brown. Colton Brown able to make the play, and Rose-Hulman ends the inning in dramatic fashion as the Fighting Engineers will look to potentially tie and retake the lead when they come up to bat here at the bottom of the fourth inning on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Wall-to-wall sports news every day. High school, college, pro sports. We have it all. Check it out at IndianaSRN.org and click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed with the IndianaSRN Sports Page. Cruz Martin back alongside Sam Cinder here from Rose-Hulman. And Sam, Rose-Hulman held scoreless for the first time today in the bottom of the third inning, but they were able to keep Franklin off the board in the top of the fourth. Seems as though the defenses have started to settle in here a little bit after a rough beginning to this game.
Well, that's how baseball is supposed to be played. It's not supposed to be 20-19. You're supposed to play, 5-4 games. So we're getting it back to a little more normality. But, Rose-Hulman's trailing right now, so they need some more offense. They need the offense to get back on track.
Well, they'll try to do so with Connor O'Connell.
And it starts with the getting on base. It's the same recipe that worked so well in the first two innings. You get clutch hits, with runners on base.
And if anybody on this Rose-Hulman lineup is going to do it, it's either going to be Colton Brown or this guy. 2 doubles on the day for O'Connell. Has driven in 2 runs as well.
And I'm sure O'Connell, not a fan of that call, would have been a 3-0 count, as Rose-Hulman has gotten the leadoff man on in every frame.
Here's a drive out towards right field. That's going to be a tough play. It's off the wall. Knuckles fields it. He's going to relay it over towards second base where Gervin cuts it off. And Connor O'Connell with 3 doubles to begin this game offensively for Rose-Hulman. How about that?
This guy is such an impressive hitter. And, I'm looking out into right field, and it's a little deceiving. That webbing is behind the wall. That's not, you don't have to hit it over that, but that ball was still scorched.
He was probably about 3 or 4 feet away from going yard with that hit. Throw back over to second wasn't in time. And so Rasmussen still awaiting that first pitch of the at-bat.
We've seen, think about what O'Connell's done. We've seen him use the opposite side gap, and now he uses the pull side, showing power to all fields, and that's probably the most impressive thing you can do as a hitter.
So almost immediately, Rose-Hulman has a runner in scoring position. They have the potential go-ahead run at the plate. This one out towards left, and it gets down. going to hold up O'Connell. And the throw was cut off by Billman down near the dish.
And I like that hold. You don't want to run yourself out of an inning. That ball was hit to pretty shallow left field, and Seitz got to it pretty quickly. So why run yourself into an out here when you can set up first and third and maybe have a big inning?
So runners on the corners now, still nobody out. And Rose-Hulman potentially 90 feet away from tying this game up at 8 apiece. And the batter who could potentially do it is the first baseman in Mark Cernak. And up behind him is Jackson Harms, who recorded his first collegiate hit of his career. And speaking of hit, a free pass given to Cernak.
Well, that one, Cruz, wasn't the one that just barely catches the fingers or the elbow guard. That one, if he turned inside, would have gone behind him. There was no escaping that pitch. And the hit by pitches just keep piling on. We'll get another visit.
Bases are loaded quickly. This is going to be a pitching change for Franklin. They're looking down to the bullpen. And the hat was raised, and so this will more than likely be the last time that we see Jordan DeAtley on the mound. That was, by the way, the third time today that Cernak has been able to reach first base without recording a hit. 2 hit by pitches and a walk given to Cernak here today. New arm coming in for Franklin. We'll give you more on him when we come back here at RHIT.TV. Bases juice for Rose-Hulman.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Danger zone for Franklin's defense. Nobody out. Bases are loaded for Rose-Hulman. And Jackson Harms, the freshman who recorded his first collegiate hit, as well as his first collegiate RBI, will be stepping up here momentarily. Or excuse me, first career home run, I should say, earlier in this game. And we're trying to get tabs on the new pitcher in here. It looks as though it will be Luke Harmon, the sophomore graduate out of Columbus North High School. He's a righty, 6 foot and a sophomore, making his 10th appearance on the season. 27 1/3 innings pitched, a 9.55 ERA. He's given up 46 hits, including 13 extra base hits and 13 hit by pitches on the season. And so this is a really tough situation for Luke Harmon to be put into, Sam.
Oh, it's the situation that you dream of, to be honest. It's a scary one, but it's one where you can play the hero. At this point, you still have the lead. It's 8-7. You go in there and you shut the door, you're a hero. And you can maintain the lead. Obviously, this is just the 4th inning, but it's probably the most monumental spot we've had so far in this ballgame. And so for Harmon, you write off the stats. The ERA is not pretty, but how do you help the ERA? You get some outs. And he's going to try to do just that.
And an opportunity for Rose-Hulman, who once led this game 7-1, had given up 7 unanswered runs to this Franklin team to retake the lead and then do it in a dramatic fashion, to say the least. Harms has already been in this situation before with the bases loaded. His home run earlier today was a grand slam.
Well, now you know the confidence is up. you saw what he did the first time, so now he can take a deep breath and say, hey, I did it once, why not do it again? Big home run his first time, and the home run his first time, remember, that was when it was a 1-1 game. That gave Rose-Hulman the 4-run lead. He has a chance to do a similar thing. He thought when he hit that grand slam, there wouldn't be a spot like that again. We were just going to sail through this game with the lead. Oh, no, you're coming up in a big spot again, and you have a chance to get yet another go-ahead hit.
That grand slam took place in the bottom of the 1st inning. He has an opportunity to do it again against a new pitcher in the bottom of the 4th.
Well, Cruz, something I want to point out about Harmon, because we've seen so many of them, is the hit by pitch. I don't think I've ever seen this. He has more hit by pitches than he has both walks or home runs allowed. 13 hit by pitches, just 11 walks. That is incredibly rare.
First 2 pitches delivered. It's split for the new pitcher in Harmon. He's given up 2 home runs on the season over the course of those 27 1/3 innings of work. But has given up 8 doubles. That one fouled off.
And again, similar to Orr for Rose Holman, I like the shape of his slider. You can tell it has a lot of movement, works away from the righty.
That one low. Count even at 2.
This is a guy that threw 51 2/3 last year, so a guy that can eat a lot of innings. It's what Franklin needs.
This one out towards right field. This isn't going to be an easy play for Franklin, and it drops. Another RBI on the board today for Jackson Harms, his 5th. That was in the middle of no man's land. Wallace and Knuckles were over there trying to make the play, as was Gervin, and it dropped right in the middle.
So a 5 RBI game for Harms. And you're right, you got to hold up because you're not sure if the right fielder, Knuckles, is going to get there. And with no one out, you're happy to just tag up and try to score that way. So that's how they do it. RBI knock, and we're tied 8-8.
There's a big swing right there from Jackson Summers. And it goes foul. Base is still loaded.
And sometimes you're going to absolutely demolish the ball like you did his first at bat to left field. Sometimes you're going to get those dunk-in hits. They both feel equally as good.
This one grounded. It's going to be a tough play. Backhand. The play over at third is made. Redmond gets the put out off the assist from DeHart. But another run comes in, and Rolls Holman has retaken the lead as Rasmussen comes across the plate to score.
Well, the job there is to put the ball in play, and it's what Summers does. They get Serdenak out at third. It's a heads-up play by DeHart to realize the ball's going away from second. He's not going to have a chance to turn 2 or even throw to first, so he gets the lead runner.
Fastball in there against Colton Brown. He himself has 2 doubles on the day as well. And he's looking to keep pace with his counterpart Connor O'Connell, who has recorded 3 doubles to begin his day.
Little doubles competition today. Don't worry, they got a whole nother game to keep it going if one of them pulls away.
The beneficiaries would be everybody at home as well as this Rose Holman team for that race. This one out towards center field. That one going way back, and it is out of here. Connor O'Connell, Colton Brown will do you one better. It is a 3-run home run for Rose Holman. And it's now a 12-8 ball game in favor of the Fighting Engineers.
Even better than a double. He'll let O'Connell win the doubles race if he can win the home runs. 5 spot for Rose Holman here in the 4th.
Their second 5 spot of the day. Again, a hero's welcome to Colton Brown back to the dugout. And Rose Holman, who once led this game 7-1, gave up the lead and trailed 8-7, are now back up by 4 runs. But as shown, it's a pop-up and it goes foul. That was Jonathan Oliger, who has had a bit of a tough day so far.
Well, I just love you give up the home run and now be on your toes because the next man's going to go try to bunt for a base hit. Nothing easy.
One of my favorite sayings of all time, never let him know your next move. And Rose Holman embodying that right here with Oliger. He turns on that one, a little bit too far, though, to the left. Luke Harmon was put in a tough situation in the middle of this inning. The bases were loaded when he came in. He now has the bases cleared after that home run. But he gets the strikeout right there against Oliger, whose tough day continues.
Now batting for the Fighting Engineers.
Second strikeout of the day for Oliger.
Rogers.
But that brings up Peter Rogers, the top of the order again. 4th time through for Rose Holman.
And it's just the 4th inning.
It's been that kind of day both directions. Scoring has looked like this. For Franklin, they struck in the top of the first with 1 inning and then 7 in the top of the third. As that one's out towards right field, waiting underneath of it is Knuckles, and he can't make the play. Knuckles cannot make the play, and the inning will continue for Rose-Hulman. And Sam, those are the mistakes that you just can ill afford to make, especially in conference games.
Yeah, and it's a tough play, but you gotta be better than that. And the issue is it's a line drive, it's right at him, and it's a sinking liner. So he doesn't really get behind it. He thinks he has it, but he just continues to sink on him and hits the little end of the glove right there. And bounces out. When your pitching staff is struggling, you gotta have their back.
Runner goes. The throw, is it in time? They got him. So the error leads to a throw out over at second, so no harm done for Knuckles over in right field at the end of the day, but Rose-Hulman still able to tally 5 at the bottom of the fourth. The Fighting Engineers lead 12-8 here at RHIT.TV.
4 hits on 1 error and no man left on base.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt?
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot? It's not a game.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Family Source Insurance. Batch Aries, your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. Call them today for coverage tomorrow at 317-894-7000. You just saw the throw out from Billman over to second base where Gervin was covering. And after that drop ball in right field by Knuckles, the inning finally comes to an end for Franklin's defense.
And you're okay if you're Rose-Hulman with that caught stealing because it's a free base runner. One you didn't necessarily earn. So you get into scoring position or you don't, and the inning ends, but they're happy with their 5 spot and a 4-run lead yet again.
Second 5 spot of the day for this Rose-Hulman offense. They tallied 5 to begin the game in the bottom of the first inning, then 2 in the bottom of the second before going scoreless in the third. They were able to get back in the scoring column you mentioned with that 5 spot in the bottom of the fourth. They led this game at 1.7-1, gave up the lead, trailed 8-7, and then tallied those 5 runs in the last inning. Now they'll look to keep Franklin off the board to the best of their abilities. And the first batter that they will face is Josh Gervin, who was able to make the tag over at second base. This one flown out over second base. That's a tough play, and it drops.
Oh, and someone's nice, go cover second, because Gervin, he can run. And he immediately looked, big turnaround first, and was looking to see if anyone was going to cover, because he would have slid right into second. You'll give up those bloop hits, but you're happier doing that than just giving them on a walk or hit by pitch. Make them earn it.
There's been a lot of those hits so far today, Sam, that have found their way to no man's land. That one right in between Brown in center field and Rogers and Oliger at shortstop and second, respectively. And so that's not an outlier in terms of the kind of hits that we've seen from both of these teams so far today.
But we have seen a lot of really hard hit balls as well.
That one finds the zone.
And I'll continue to wonder with Orr, because he threw yesterday, he threw 2 innings yesterday. He's thrown an inning and a third today. This is going to be over 2 innings if he completes this inning.
Runner goes. That one fouled. It looked like it went off the face mask of Rasmussen.
How long the leash is, because, you obviously want to win the game. Now you have 4-run leads. You feel a little more comfortable, but there's more to play after this one. And I'm not just talking about game 2. I'm talking about the rest of the season, and this is one of your better arms, it looks like.
1-2 to Dylan Redmond. And they say he got him. A little bit inside, but not inside enough for Redmond to get the ball. Instead, he'll head back to the dugout empty-handed, his first strikeout of the day.
Now batting for Franklin.
Well, that's a friendly call, and it's been, I wouldn't say, I think it's been a pretty fair strike zone for the most part. Real good job by our home plate umpire today. That one a little wide, and it helped out Orr.
First pitch to Cam Seitz.
And I want to monitor that lead from Gervin. Obviously, it's a 4-run game, so his run matters less, but with 5 innings to go, his run could matter in the long run. Got to keep an eye on him.
Pardon me, that's DeHart at the plate. And the first 2 pitches split. One's across the board with one on. Runner goes. The throw is high, and it won't be in time.
Not a terrible throw from Rasmussen, but Gervin is just too fast. That's number 29 on the year.
One of the best in the HCAC in terms of stealing bags, and you can see an example of that right there. So now runner in scoring position for Franklin. Again, they have to make up 4 runs before the end of this game if they want to give themselves an opportunity. This is a Franklin team that has dropped 6 of their last 8. And so a win against this Rose-Hulman team would do wonders for this Grizzlies ball club.
And I'm not sure if Tyler Orr is doing that intentionally or not, but he's throwing that frisbee sweeper, but it's backing up on him. So he's kind of front hipping these righties, and that's going to make you freeze. It's a really quality pitch, usually not intentional.
And a walk. Garrett DeHart will take his bag. Now runners on first and second with 1 gone.
Now batting for Franklin, number 27, Ian Knuckles.
Now Knuckles, who has had a tough day both offensively and defensively. 3 strikeouts. We saw him drop what looked to be, at least for the most part, a routine pop fly out to right field. Unfortunately for Franklin, they were able to pick off the runner that was able to get that hit. Now Knuckles will try to turn his day around against Tyler Orr. 10 hits for Rose-Hulman, 6 for Franklin. And that one is in there for a strike.
I just want to reiterate, we're now at 8 walks and 4 hit by pitches.
That's enough to load the bases 4 times over. Swing and a miss. Runner goes. Is the throw there? No.
Oh, man. It's a really good pitch.
390 feet both ways.
You know, the throw is online. The tag was a little slow. And I like that they tried to get the trail runner. Sometimes in a situation like that with the double steal crews, the trail runner will get a little bit lackadaisical because they think they're always going to try to get the lead runner. Nearly got him, but nice hustle there.
And Knuckles goes down swinging for the 4th time this afternoon.
You know what they call that? Give him the golden sombrero.
Now batting for Franklin.
That is not a sombrero I think anybody really wants to sport. So now an infield meeting is called by Rose-Hulman. So the Fighting Engineers will talk this one over with 2 runners in scoring position. Andrew Wallace is due up. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change for Rose-Hulman. So a new arm coming in for the Fighting Engineers. We'll have more on him when we come back to Terre Haute on RHIT.TV. Franklin knocking on the door.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
New arm for Rose-Hulman. It's number 22, Gavin Druger, the left-handed pitcher, 5'10", 150-pound freshman from Holland, Michigan, and a product of Zeeland East High School. Sam, what can you tell us about the new arm for Rose-Hulman?
Oh, he's thrown real well this year. 0 ERA, that means no runs allowed, 4 games. He's picked up a save. This is obviously not a safe situation. He's going to try to get some huge middle relief outs. 5 Ks, so he's striking out nearly a batter per inning, or 9 Ks per 9, but he's not yet reached the 9 innings mark. 4 walks on the season, so the walks, like nearly every pitcher we'll talk about, is a little too high. You want to limit those as much as possible, but when he's been throwing the ball over the zone, he's throwing pretty well.
Well, this is the situation that Druger will be walking into. Runners on second and third. Nobody out. Excuse me, there's 1 out on the board. And he will be facing Andrew Wallace. 2 hit by pitches and 1 walk. Now they're saying 2 walks. The scoreboard hasn't been updated. So the word on the line is 2 outs. There's still only 1 out on the scoreboard as of right now.
Because there was the strikeout of Redmond and the strikeout of Knuckles, which makes 2.
So we're going to go with it. 2 outs on the board, 2 on, both in scoring position. And Andrew Wallace has an opportunity to potentially, in the best case scenario for this Franklin team, cut this down to a 1-run game.
And I think the move is primarily because, Orr threw pretty well. This is primarily lefty-lefty with Druger. They like the matchup against Wallace.
Our live stats are saying 2 outs as well, so good job by Chuck Levine, our producer, and Sam, you as well, for keeping tabs on that. 2 outs, 2 on. And 2 balls for Andrew Wallace. Make it 3.
Well, when you're brought in for a specific matchup, it really kills you to fall behind 1 and also put the guy that you're responsible for on base. They didn't bring him in for lefty-righty. They brought him in for lefty-lefty.
That one catches.
And you can tell why he can be a little tough on lefties. He's not the tallest guy in the world at 5'10", but what he does is he kind of is closed off and is straight up and down.
A 3-1. That one roped into the gap between first and second. A run will come across for Franklin. The wave is on. The throw is in time. They got him!
Wow.
Big time play for Rose-Hulman defensively, preventing another run from coming across.
Well, look at Lance Marshall. It's a tremendous throw from Etrusco out and right, but, from here, I just got to be honest. It looked like he got the hand in, and I can understand the anger from Marshall.
Well, let's take another look at it, shall we? First of all, nice piece of hitting right there, but how about this throw from Etrusco? A bullet to home plate. They were telling him to get down, and Rasmussen was able to make the tag. So we head to the bottom of the 5th inning, a massive play for the defense of Rose-Hulman. They still hold on to a 3-run lead. It's 12-9 here at RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else for delicious food? If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers that genuinely care about service, you've got to try Aspen Creek Grill.
Well, let's get a second look of that play that ended the top of the 5th. Great throw from Etrusco, as we mentioned, but here the ball's going to beat the runner, but he's got to catch it. He catches it out in front of home plate, and he's got to turn his body as Rasmussen. And, from my point of view, that hand gets in there. It's a great slide from DeHart. But the call goes the way of the engineers, and you got to love it if you're Rose-Hulman.
And so the Fighting Engineers, who hold on to that 3-run lead, will step back up to the plate for the bottom of the 5th inning. They've only been held scoreless in one frame so far today, and that was the 3rd. This one fouled off.
And what's caused offensive explosions? You get the leadoff man on. It's the biggest thing. They've done that in every inning.
Otrusco, the batter. He was the one who was able to make that relay over from right field, but he goes down swinging right there. And so that will bring up an interesting scenario. Connor O'Connell, 3 doubles and 3 at-bats so far today. He's looking for number 4 right here. He has had a terrific day so far. There was a reason why he was second-team All-HCAC a season ago, and it's reasons like this.
It's the at-bats. They just look so professional.
This one on the ground towards first. It is gloved by Wallace, and that is the first putout of the day against Connor O'Connell. And so his 3 straight doubles streak will come to an end. And that leaves Colton Brown with the most impressive resume in terms of at-bats so far today. He has 2 doubles and a home run to his name. And we have the potential to see him later this inning. 2 outs quickly, though, for this Rose-Hulman team. Here's a drive out towards right field. Underneath of it is Knuckles, who is able to make the play this time around. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Franklin Grizzlies, who still trail by 3 runs, but we head to the top of the 6th inning. The Grizzlies looking to get back on top here on RHIT.TV.
And at the end of the bottom of the 5th, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left on base for Rose-Hulman. Due up for Franklin, Redmond.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, and healing to people in need. You can volunteer today at 317-686-6239. Rose-Hulman's offense coming off only their 2nd scoreless inning of the day as we enter the top of the 6th, as Franklin will look to cut into this 3-run deficit. And they'll try to start it with Brady Redmond, the freshman who recorded his first collegiate hit and RBI earlier in this game, and his first collegiate start, and only his 4th collegiate appearance.
Have we even touched on the fact that we have a red mun and a red man?
We haven't yet.
Pretty cool.
And guess who hasn't messed it up yet? This guy.
Yeah.
I might have just jinxed myself, though. There's a lot of baseball yet to be played today. We have the remainder of this game, and then game number 2 of our doubleheader here on RHIT.TV, which will take place after this one. First pitch was scheduled for 4 o'clock, but the way things are trending now, that will be a later first pitch than we initially thought. This one is going to be a hit. Out of the glove of O'Connell over at third base. And in his first collegiate start, the first 2 collegiate hits for Brady Redmond. How about the day that this kid has had?
That's a good effort over there by O'Connell, but that ball was just hit too hard. And not enough time to react. He gets the glove on it, but it bounces away, and by that time, Redmond is all the way over at first base.
And so now another freshman in Cam Seitz will come up to bat.
And there's a distinct difference between Druger and Orr. One in that it's left-right, a difference, but Druger is a very soft-tossing lefty, pretty typical left-handed arm. And the pitch shape is just so different from Orr, who throws that kind of heavy sinking fastball and the really horizontal sweeping pitch. So it's a much different look for these Franklin bats, and they've so far liked the look of Druger, especially compared to Orr, who they struggled with.
Seitz is 0 for 2 on the day. He flew out and struck out. He's also been hit by a pitch so far.
Well, who hasn't?
It's a fair point. There's been a wealth of free passes given out by both of these teams' pitching staffs. Although both of these pitching staffs, or both of these teams, are dealing with the thinning, we should say, of fresh arms because of the scenario that these two teams are in with back-to-back doubleheaders.
And think about how much it's affected this game. What about the game after?
2-2 now. It'll be interesting to see how these pitching staffs roll out over the course of the last 12 innings of today's contests. Wind blowing, you can hear it. Swing and a miss. And down goes Cam Seitz, swinging for the second time.
Now batting for Franklin.
Wind is blowing strongly from right field to left field. That could play to the advantage of Alex Billman, who is a right-handed hitter. Billman only one true at-bat so far today. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out in that one at-bat. He's been walked twice. First pitch strike. This one up the middle. Going to be a tough play. It's flagged down by Oliger. The flip to second in time. The throw to first will not be in time. But the lead runner is flagged out by this Rolls-Holman defense.
Well, it's a good job by Oliger of sticking with it to get the lead runner. But that's a play that's kind of a tailor-made double play. It's hit hard enough where if you glove that cleanly, that's 2 and you're done.
Yeah, you can tell on that replay he did make the play cleanly. If not, they would have had an opportunity. But still, Rolls-Holman has yet to give up any runs in this half inning. Now the top of the order back up, though, for Franklin and Nick Deering. Deering having a solid day so far, 1 for 2 with a walk, as well as a hit by pitch.
And it wouldn't shock me if they put Billman in motion. Yeah, he is a catcher, probably not the most speed, but you're happy starting off at the top of the order next half inning. That obviously will not happen.
Out to right field, it's a hit. Otrusco couldn't make a play on it. And Billman will be held up at second. And so Nick Deering now 2 for 3 on the day.
Well, why not just continue the inning while you're at it? And that's what Deering is all about. You said his second hit of the day, and they're setting up the guy who had the biggest hit for Franklin and Gervin.
Well, no harm had been done just yet for Rolls-Holman. They had an opportunity with a potential double play ball with Oliger. He couldn't field it cleanly, though. That allowed the inning to continue. So that asterisk has to be put next to everything that happens in this inning from here on out.
And again, it's the timeliness of it. If it happens with the 7-man in the order, it has less of an effect than with the 9-man, because guess what? You cycle back up to the top. You're seeing these guys, what is this, the 5th time through?
This one, a blooper underneath of it is the first baseman in Serdinak, and he makes the play. So Rolls-Holman is able to get out of the inning unscathed. They still lead 12-9 over Franklin as we head to the bottom of the 6th here from Terre Haute.
And at the end of the top of the 6th.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. You do what you do. We'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. 12-9 the score as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rose-Hulman looking to extend that 3-run lead against this Franklin defense. Rose-Hulman was held scoreless in the bottom of the 5th inning. That was only the 2nd time so far today that they have been held scoreless in an inning. They tallied 5 in both the bottom of the 1st and the bottom of the 4th innings. And they tallied an additional 2 in the bottom of the 2nd. And that's how they've reached their tally of 12-1 in the bottom, I should say the top of the 1st and the top of the 3rd. 7 runs for Franklin, and then 1 in the top of the 5th for the Grizzlies. First pitch towards Mark Cernak. And it was in there for a strike. Second one is popped straight up into the air. Coming back down to earth underneath of it and making the play was the second baseman for Franklin. And that was Gervin making the catch.
Now batting for the Fighting Engineers, the DH, number 23, Jackson Harms.
So now Jackson Harms fouls that one off. Recorded his first career home run earlier in this game. And it was a massive grand slam to open up the floodgates for Rose-Hulman in that bottom of the 1st inning. Pitch home, foul tip is caught.
He's taking some good swings today. Some powerful swings.
Well, he certainly looks comfortable in there, that's for sure. He looked comfortable on that swing right there, but also looking comfortable out there in center field and making the catch is Nick Deering. So a quick 2 outs. Rose-Hulman went down 1-2-3 in the previous inning, and they're going to try to avoid that here this time around as well, as Jackson Summers makes his return to the batter's box.
Yeah, so quietly, that's now 7 straight retired by Franklin.
That's going to end right here, though, right into the gap in left center field. He's going to try to turn 2. He's going to slide in and be safe. Jackson Summers able to record his first hit of the day, and it's a double.
Oh, I love my power as an announcer. It's so cool when I choose to use it. And 7 straight, no more. Runner in scoring position for Rose-Hulman.
Now batting for the Fighting Engineers, the center
It's almost too powerful.
Well, what I had to do was set up Colton Brown,
who has had a terrific day so far today. 3 doubles, I should say 2 doubles and a home run for Colton Brown. He was in a doubles contest unofficially with Connor O'Connell, who was retired for the first time in his last at-bat in a ground out. He had 3 doubles up to that point. Colton Brown is technically in the lead in terms of bases so far today on hits. 2 doubles, and then that home run in his last at-bat. $11 hits on the day for Rose-Hulman, 9 for Franklin.
8 total bases is more than some teams get in an entire game.
That is true. Colton Brown has had a terrific day up to this point.
And I think they're a little scared of him. Base open at first. 3-0. Little unintentional, intentional walk.
There are 2 outs on the board. And now there's 2 runners on the bags. Jackson Summers over at first. And now Colton Brown, who will see his, for at least for the meantime, his double streak come to an end, although that doesn't technically count as an at-bat, will take first.
And I think it's smart. Remember, this is still a 3-run game. And you'd prefer to face the struggling Oliger than face the red-hot Brown.
And a good first pitch out of the hand of Luke Harmon.
And if that was any evidence of, hey, we're just not going to really throw anything that Brown can hit hard, but we will throw a first pitch strike to Oliger.
Well, Oliger last season was a second-team All-HCAC member, but he has really struggled so far today, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
And sometimes when you're struggling, it feels like you're always in an 0-2 count. Yet again, 0-2 Oliger.
That one inside, a good eye by Oliger. Oliger hitless in 22 of his last 28 at-bats, so he has really had a cold bat to say the least. He'll try to warm it back up here, ground it over towards third, and the fielder's choice will take us over to third base, where Redmond is able to step on the bag and get the out. So Rose-Hulman hangs on to that 3-run lead. They can't tally any additional insurance runs, so Franklin will come back up to bat and try to trim into this lead here on RHIT.TV.
They say
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Top of the 7th on RHIT.TV. Franklin back up to bat. They trail by 3. And they are going to try with Dylan Redmond to get something going here against Gavin Druger, the freshman from Holland, Michigan, who is back on the mound for Rose-Hulman.
And you like having the meat of your order due up against the young freshman arm in Druger. See if you can rattle him a bit.
1 1/3 so far for Druger. This is his 7th batter faced, and batter number 7 will take base number 1.
Well, what do you know? Another hit by pitch. That's now the 5th hit by pitch for Rose-Hulman pitching today, meaning the 5th Franklin hitter to be hit. It is, I won't say unprecedented because I'm sure it's happened before, but something I've never seen.
First hit by pitch of the day for Druger. Here's a drive deep into left field, a towering hit. Back towards the wall goes Summers, and that one is out of here. DeHart goes yard, and Franklin has cut this game down to a 1-run deficit.
Well, there's a saying I really like. It's a Jim Palmer saying. It's not the walk that killed you, it's what happened after. In this case, it was the hit by pitch. The home run is what killed you. You can hit guys all day. Well, eventually you're going to give up runs, but the home run is really what bit you there. You got to keep the ball in the park. Now, I will counter that saying because I often see this both ways. If you don't give up the leadoff hit by pitch or the leadoff walk, that's a solo homer, and you're feeling a lot better about yourself, and you have a 2-run lead.
And so now Ian Knuckles up to bat. He has struggled, 4 strikeouts and 4 at-bats so far today. So not a bad rebound guy for Druger, who just gave up his 2nd extra base hit of the season on that last hit, his first home run given up all year long.
First 2 runs he's given up all season.
He came in with a 0 flat ERA, but that just changed after that last hit. 2-2 now facing Knuckles. That one grounded foul towards the Rose-Hulman dugout. And so the count stays at 2-2.
It's on the verge of the platinum sombrero.
Ooh, and he almost got him right there, too. Got the benefit of the doubt on the call, though. That was awfully close. But the at-bat will continue for Knuckles. Count is now full. He fouls that one off, refusing to wear that hat. How many tiers are there to that sombrero list anyway, Sam? You would know that.
There's actually a sixth. Did you know that? There is a sixth one. Oh,
that one driven out towards left if it stays fair, and it will not.
Oh, that's got to feel real bad for Knuckles considering the day he had at the plate. You'll take the 4Ks with the home run to go along with it. But to finish what I was saying, I didn't know that there was a sixth, Chuck, until fairly recently. I was watching Michael Kay. I was watching the Yankee game, and it's actually coined after Sam Horn, a former teammate of, who was it? It was Jeff Nelson, I believe. And because he struck out 6 times in the game, they call it the Horn.
So they call it the Horn. And that's still on the table, unfortunately, for Ian Knuckles. After that potential home run ball went foul. That one's low. And he will not have to wear that platinum sombrero.
For now.
For now. So the walk will put Ian Knuckles on base for the first time here today. And so that will bring up Andrew Wallace to the plate. And the potential go-ahead run for Franklin, who last led at 8-7. They once trailed 7-1 in this game. And then trailed 12-8 after taking that 8-7 lead. But they have tallied off 3 unanswered runs over the course of the last 3 innings, and the potential to add on more here with nobody out.
And you got to imagine there's some pretty intense motion in the bullpen for Rose Holman. This is not the Druger we saw the last couple innings.
Nice breaking ball, though. He's able to rebound, at least initially, with that strike. Wallace 1 for 1 so far today with an RBI. He has been beamed twice with the ball and walked once. So that at-bat stat not going to take a massive jump after this first game, at least for Wallace. Throw back over to first, not in time.
And that move that he just did obviously didn't work, but I wish lefties did it more often. You can do the traditional move where you just pick up the leg, go 45 degrees over to first, but that quick move where you just step off and fire can be pretty effective.
Swing and a miss for Wallace. 2-2. And we want to remind you to stay tuned for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Myself and Sam Cinder will be back on the call. Right here on RHIT.TV. That one fouled.
You know who does that move? I watch a lot of Yankees baseball, and it's Max Fried who does that actually quite a bit. He's got a really nice move, pick off the first. Correct.
That one low, and the full count turns into a walk.
Well, this is getting dicey really quickly, and back-to-back walks. There's still no one out in the inning. It feels like the unserious tone in this booth does not demonstrate the seriousness of this situation, and you can tell they're going to go talk about things with Druger because this could get ugly pretty quickly.
Well, when we're not talking about sombreros, we're talking about mound meetings, and that's exactly what Rose Holman is going to do in this scenario right here, and rightfully so. This is a very compromising position for this Fighting Engineers defense to be in right now, especially this late in the game.
And I'm pretty curious. They've got Redmond up. Redmond's had a nice day. His first 2 career hits. Would they have him bunt here? You got to be aware of whether Druger's just going to spray the ball and walk you, because if that's the case, then you're obviously not going to try to bunt. You might want to see a pitch or two. But in this spot, they may want to have him lay one down and get second and third one out with 2 runners in scoring position, where a productive out would tie the game, base hit would give them the lead. So pretty curious to see how they're going to go about this with Redmond.
And so the mound meeting will break Looks like there might be some action over in the Rose-Hulman bullpen right now. We'll see how far Gavin Druger can drag on his day.
And you can see Rose-Hulman's kind of expecting a bunt. Corners are in. First baseman ready to crash. And he squares early.
He's showing bunt. And it's in there for a strike for Brady Redmond. Runners on first and second. Wind blowing out to left, so that will play in favor of Redmond should he catch one. But he's showing bunt again. Oh. That one popped up, and it's right into the glove of Serdinak. That's about the worst thing that you could have had happen if you were Franklin.
But you know who made that happen was Druger. Because where do you want to pitch someone that's going to bunt? It's easy if you pitch them low. They can just drop that down. You pitch them up near their head, it could be scary, but that's where you want to pitch them because look what happens. He's got to get that bunt up. It catches the top of the barrel, or the bottom rather, that makes it shoot up. Pop-up is what you need. Now there's one out magically on the board.
And that's one out to work with for Luke Willman, who will be pinch hitting. First appearance for him on the day.
And now you can move. Well, the third baseman's still in, but you can move at least first baseman back. Gives him a little more range over there. They're going to play for two.
Willman was in the traditional lineup the last two games. That was that doubleheader against Transylvania. Went 0 for 8, though. He's hitless in his last 4 appearances. And appearances meaning games played. And so that's quite extensive for Luke Willman, but an opportunity to record a massive hit if he can find a way to put one down.
And so after that massive pop-up bunt, you feel like the momentum shifts towards Rose-Hulman. You can give it back, though, if you walk Willman, and he's fallen behind 3-0.
Tying runs on second. The go-ahead run on first, the insurance run at the plate for Luke Willman.
Because the whole point of the bunt is you trade the out for second and third. If you're going to walk Willman, it's bases loaded, one out. It's as if the bunt actually worked.
Willman got underneath of it, but he didn't get enough of it. Otrusco under it in the sun. He makes the catch. The throw over to third is not. Oh, it gets by him. Not an opportunity, though, for Franklin to send the runner home. And Ian Knuckles will be held at third. That allows Andrew Wallace to get over to second.
You know, I'm shocked that they tested Otrusco right there, considering that he gunned out a runner at the plate, and he's made some real nice plays out in right field. It would be inexcusable if he was out at third right there to end the inning. That would have been unfathomable. Now, you're lucky that the throw got away from him, because that was actually a pretty good throw that just squeaked by the third baseman, O'Connell.
And now Alex Billman up to bat. 0 for 2 with 2 walks on the day, so not a particularly hot bat that Druger's pitching to at this point. But again, that can change in an instant. 1-1. Top of the order also knocking on the door for this Franklin team, so it's imperative for this Rose-Hulman team if they want to hold on to this lead. Not only that, and then also maybe avoid giving up insurance runs to get this put out right here.
Yeah, you want to go after Billman. This is not a spot where you put him on just because first base is open.
Strike 2. Fighting Engineers potentially 1 out away, 1 strike away also from getting out of a jam. 2 runners in scoring position. Run number 1 would tie it. Run number 2 would give Franklin the lead. Just a little bit high.
Oh, my goodness. I cannot believe that he just wasn't looking.
Runner came off of second. There was a potential they could have gotten him into a throwdown situation.
Yeah, that's...
And it just didn't happen.
Who was that over there? Wallace. He just slipped. It was right caught between second and third, and no one saw it.
The 2-2. That one out towards left field, and it's down. We have a tie ball game. The wave is on. Franklin looking for the lead. The throw gets by, and the Grizzlies have taken the lead. A free 90 feet over at second for Alex Billman. And it's a 2 RBI single for Alex Billman with the extra 90 feet coming off of that throw.
Well, for a struggling hitter, how monumental is that one for Billman? Gives your team the lead late in this one in the 7th inning, and that might be the end of the line for Druger. But again, it's the small little mistakes that are in your control. Franklin gave you a chance to just walk your way out of this inning with Wallace slipping at second. No one caught it, and Billman made him pay.
And so a tough end of the day for Gavin Druger, who had not given up an earned run all season long. Through 4 full appearances, his 5th appearance comes up, and is a little bit more of a rough day. He's given up
4
runs so far today. So new arm in for Rose-Hulman. We'll have more information on him when we come back. Franklin has retaken the lead here in Terre Haute.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Back here on RHIT.TV as Franklin has retaken the lead against the Fighting Engineers 13-12. They once trailed 7-1. They came back and took the lead 8-7. They then went down 8. They were up 8-7. They then went down 12-8 and have since come back to take the lead with 5 unanswered runs. The new pitcher out there for Rose-Hulman, who usually wears number 51. He's wearing number 44 right now. They said it was Caleb Mosteller.
Yeah, Mosteller, just 3 earned runs over his 9 innings this year, which is that works out pretty well. A 3 ERA, 9 Ks, so pretty good strikeout stuff. Not too many walks for this league, 4 walks. Last time out was not his best. He pitched yesterday against Bluffton, an inning, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits, and walked 1 batter.
He's got quite the situation to deal with right now. Not so much in terms of the amount of runners on the bags. There is 1 in scoring position, but more so the situation he's being put in with the scoreboard. 13-12, as Rose-Hulman has given up 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Still 2 outs, so only 1 put out needed. But then again, you still have to make it happen. And he's pitching to the top of the Franklin order. That's the scariest part for Rose-Hulman, as Nick Deering will look to keep the inning alive for the Grizzlies. That one low.
And just from watching him pitch through the first 4 pitches, this looks like he's just kind of feeling for it. It doesn't look free and easy.
The 3-1. Grounded over towards third. It's backhanded. The throw from O'Connell to Serdenak is in time. And so Rose-Hulman behind Mosteller able to get out of the inning. But they gave up the lead. 4 in the top of the 7th for Franklin. They have the lead going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Rose-Hulman looking to take the lead back here on RHIT.TV.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back here in Terre Haute, 13-12. Franklin has retaken the lead as we enter the bottom of the 7th inning. This is a game that Franklin once trailed 7-1. They came back and took the lead at 8-7, gave up the lead and trailed 12-8, and have since rallied off 5 consecutive runs without an answer from Rose-Hulman. But the Fighting Engineers will try to provide an answer right here as we come down the home stretch of game number 1 of our doubleheader here on RHIT.TV. These two teams will face off again. The first pitch was originally scheduled for 4 o'clock. That will be pushed back. We don't know exactly when that will be kicking off. That is game 2, obviously. As the first pitch is in for a strike.
Well, Cruz,
the
first 2 times that Rose-Hulman trailed by 1, 5 spot in each of them. We'll try to do the same here.
Up in the air and fouled out of play.
1-0 deficit, 8-7 deficit. They counter that with 5 in the first, 5 in the home half of the 4th. We'll see what's in store for the 7th.
That one fouled off as well. There was a change out in right field. Ian Knuckles, who has had a bit of a rough day, not only offensively but defensively, is subbed out in right field. And making his first appearance today, Daniel Cross. And he made his run towards the first base line, but turned around after he realized that ball was going to be out of play. Maybe just a way to get his legs warm. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Peter Rogers.
Well, they just don't want Knuckles to get the platinum sombrero. I think that's what it's about.
You know, I was thinking the exact same thing. So now Atrosco will step up to bat. One for 4 on the day is Atrosco. That one well inside. It doesn't make contact. 2 strikeouts on the day for the right fielder for Rose-Hulman. He got a piece of that one.
And it's just part of Atrosco's game. You know, he will strike out now, up to 15 strikeouts on the season, but it just comes with the power and comes with the run producing that Rose-Hulman is perfectly happy with.
That one fouled off as well. So Rose-Hulman making contact with the ball, but they just haven't been able to keep it in play so far. That one roped right into center field. And it's a base hit for Atrosco.
Well, look out Luke Harmon, because that's coming right back up the box from Atrosco. And when you need base runners, when you're trailing, that helps a lot. You know, all the walks, all the hit by pitches, we've been joking about them, but now's the time where you need more of them if you're Rose-Hulman, and then you need one big swing of the bat. This guy, Connor O'Connell, has had 3 big swings of the bat today.
3 for 4, all of them being doubles. 2 runs batted in. Grounded out for his first out of the game in his last at-bat. But that bat still has a little bit of fire on the barrel. He's going to try to put that to use right here. He represents the go-ahead run for Rose-Hulman. Atrosco over at first. He represents the tying run. And awaiting in the on-deck circle is Rasmussen. Rose-Hulman winners of 3 of their last 4. Throwback to first, not in time. Franklin has lost 6 of their last 8. So this would be a monumental win either way you see the pendulum swing today. Now and in there for a strike. Now 2's across the board. Except for the outs, I should say. There's only 1 out. Grounder over towards second. It's scooped up. They throw to second. They get him. The throw to first was off the mark. And so 1 out is recorded. The inning stays alive for Rose-Hulman.
That's a very confident play by Gervin at second. You know, you typically on that play where it's ranging to your right, you're happy to just take the out at first. You'll let that runner go to second, but with a 1-run lead, you're saying, I want the force out. So he spins and goes to second for a close play, but really good to get the lead runner there.
Keeps a runner out of scoring position for Franklin. Now Rasmussen will look to keep this inning alive for Rose-Hulman. He's 1 for 3 on the day. He's came across to score twice. Was hit by a walk, I should say. He's grounded out once and flown out once.
And, you know, we got to shout out Luke Harmon because after scoring 12 runs in the first 4 frames, he's shut down the Rose-Hulman offense of late.
That one fouled off. Now 50 pitches in is Luke Harmon. 16 batters faced over the course of 3 2/3 innings of work. 3 strikeouts, only 1 free pass given, whether that's hit by pitch or walk.
And look at the result.
Only 2 runs given up as well.
In a
terrific job.
In a game like this, you'll take just 2 runs allowed. I would say the best performance on the mound of anyone today.
Oh, by far. Rose-Hulman has been held off the board 3 times over the course of 6, nearly 7 innings. And 2 of those 3 have come off the hands of Luke Harmon. He has had a terrific day, to say the least. Columbus North graduate, a sophomore. 10th appearance on the season. This one might be one of his best all year long. That one gets away from Billman. And a free bag for the Fighting Engineers as O'Connell advances to second.
Well, that's bigger than it may seem just by looking at it. 3-2, 2 outs. So he'll get the head start 90 feet. He's not going to go, obviously, because there's no force anymore. But starting just 180 feet away, he's in scoring position. Little base knock could tie the game.
Grounder stays fair. That's fair. An RBI is going to come in for Rasmussen, who reaches second base, and we have a tie ball game at 13 apiece here in the bottom of the 7th.
As clutch as it could get if you're Rasmussen. And I'm not sure if O'Connell scores from first there. Yes, he's on the move, but because he's at second, the wild pitch, it matters. And it came to really bite the Grizzlies right there. And we're tied up at 13 off the bat of Rasmussen.
Now Rasmussen in scoring position. As Serdenak, the first baseman, will return.
It's just doing the little things right, you know. 90 feet really matters in this game.
That one outside. 2 outs on the board again, so Franklin with 1 putout gets out of the inning. And, you know, at this point for Franklin, obviously you want to limit the damage that Rose-Hulman could potentially do because any more damage in terms of scoring would give Rose-Hulman the lead. That is some damage, although it doesn't give up another run. It does put another runner on the bags for Rose-Hulman.
So Mark Serdenak's been hit 3 times today now.
He's going to have some welts on his back and arms, that's for sure.
I'm not sure if that's ever happened in his career before.
That was the first hit by pitch of Harmon's all day. We were just bragging on him, how terrific he has been up to this point. This would be a pretty unopportune time to have a collapse. Swing and miss on the first pitch of the at-bat for Jackson Harms. Recorded his first career home run earlier today. It was a grand slam to get things going for Rose-Hulman, and he gets a hit right there. Run comes around third, heading to home is Rasmussen. He's in to score, and it's an RBI single for the freshman Jackson Harms.
I mean, how about this guy? 6 RBI game for Harms, and he gives his team the lead. I mean, look at him using the the first base line, using the right field line, opposite field single, just squeaks it through there. And he's going to get pinch run for, but this is exactly what you want. I mean, you can't ask for a better day at the plate.
We're going to do a little bit of trivia here, Sam. How many RBIs did Jackson Harms have coming into today for his career?
0.
And how many does he have now?
6.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable day for the freshman out of Irving, Texas. Trying to make a name for himself here in this Rose-Hulman ball club. As the Fighting Engineers have retaken the lead in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, they're making their namesake matter. There's some fight to this inning. Remember, it started with just 2 outs. These are 2-out RBIs.
Big swing and a miss from Jackson Summers.
And 2-out RBIs, not only do they feel good when you're hitting, but they can be a crusher for morale when you're on the field because you're just that close to getting out of this inning. With the lead, now you're trailing.
Summers on the day, 1 for 4. He has a double. He shows bunt here. And it's past him for a strike.
That looked like he was going to try to push bunt, kind of past the pitcher towards the second base side. And, I mean, what a time to do it. If you're going to get it down, you really have to be confident in that.
Swing out towards center field. Attacking it is Deering. His hat comes off, but the ball's in the glove. So Franklin gives up 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Rose-Hulman retakes the lead by 1 at 14-13. The Grizzlies will try to counteract when we return on RHIT.TV.
3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
We've entered the top of the 8th here from Rose-Hulman. Jonathan Oliger, who was 0 for 4 on the day, 2 strikeouts, will now add some pitching stats to his resume on the day. He will be the new pitcher out there for Rose-Hulman. He's a right-handed pitcher, 5'11", 190 senior out of Dalton City, Illinois, and a product of Mount Zion High School. Pitched yesterday in Game 2 against Bluffton on the road. 2 innings pitched, didn't give up an earned run, and didn't give up a hit in his appearance. And he's going to try to carbon copy that here against Franklin, who has an opportunity to retake the lead.
Well, it's the 8th inning, but the closer anthem has been played because this is their closer, and they're going to look for 2 more innings out of him in Game 1 because they've taken the lead and they're looking to not give it back. You mentioned what he's done this season, 16 2/3, 9 games, 2 saves, looking for save number 3. 3.24 ERA is pretty good. He will strike you out 17 Ks, but the number that stands out to me is the walks. Just 1 of them all season. 17 strikeouts to 1 walk is a tremendous ratio. You really can't ask for much better than that. You said what he did yesterday, got the save against Bluffton. 2 innings, no runs, couple strikeouts to his name.
And the first batter he will face is the 2-hole hitter. That is Josh Gervin. This game has been back and forth all day long. Grizzlies took the lead at the beginning of the top of the first, 1-0. Rose-Hulman counteracted with 5 straight in the bottom of the first, and then 2 in the bottom of the second to take a 7-1 lead. Rose-Hulman then blew that lead and trailed 8-7 before retaking it 12-8. And then Franklin came back to take the lead 13-12. And then the Fighting Engineers retook the lead again, 14-13 in the bottom half of the 7th.
Back and forth.
And we'll see if Franklin makes a save back again in this half inning.
What's impressive about Oliger to me, and I mentioned the strikeout to walk ratio, but typically when you get a guy that won't walk anyone, the strikeout numbers aren't very high. And it's not like he really strikes out the world, but 9 Ks per 9 is pretty good.
That one grounded foul. 9th appearance on the season. Make it 10th appearance on the season for Oliger on the mound. 16 2/3 innings up to this point in the season. Only 6 earned runs on the year, I believe, as well. Due to Gervin, outside and low.
And the not walking anyone is nothing new. If you go back to his 2023 year, he also just walked 1 in the entire season, 0.5 walks per 9. That is somewhat unheard of.
That one well inside, though, and that is a walk.
Well, today is just the day for the walk, and it even bites Oliger, who doesn't walk anyone. There's walk number 2 on his very fine season.
And so Dylan Redmond will come back up. Third baseman for this Franklin team.
And keep in mind, the reason they brought Oliger in here is because it's 2-3-4. So you walk Gervin. Remember, Gervin's the guy that has 29, actually up to 30 now, stolen bases on the season. He will definitely want to go here trailing by 1, where he is the tying run.
There was some smoke coming off the back of that pitch. Breaking ball right down the chute. Runner goes, throw on the way. It's way off target. Gets into the outfield. They will hold Gervin over at second.
And look what's happening. And I thought this would happen. After the play, whether it was intentional or not, Peter Rogers was lying on Gervin. It was a consequence of trying to get the high throw, but because of that, Gervin never had an opportunity to recognize the ball was in center field and take third. The umpires are giving him third anyway because of the interference. And now Adam Rosen wants an explanation. It's one of those plays where obviously not intentional, but still obstruction nonetheless. And that runner on third is monumental because now you have 3 chances essentially, or 2 chances with less than 2 outs to get him in by just a productive out tying the game.
So the tying run is 90 feet away for Franklin. An 0-2 count.
Well, you need one of those strikeouts. He's been a strikeout pitcher this season. This would be a big one.
0-2 count facing Redmond. That one low, it gets away. Runs coming to the plate. It's going to score. And we have a tie ball game once again. 14-all between Franklin and Rose-Hulman.
So Josh Gervin just manufactured a run. The only batter to come up to the plate. That's not a home run. It's not an inside the park home run. It's a run based on his speed and ability. And I'm telling you, the speed of Gervin definitely impacted that pitch.
Breaking ball strikes out Redmond. That is out number 1 of this top of the 8th inning. And so now that'll bring up Garrett DeHart.
And he had the big 2-run homer last time up against Druger, which started that 4-run 7th.
The shortstop is 2 for 3 on the day. Sam, you just mentioned that home run. So he's going to be feeling good about himself.
Now batting for Franklin, number 17, Garrett DeHart.
Back and forth ball game again. A lot riding on these 2 games being played today, as will every conference game for the remainder of the season. A big jumbled mess in the middle of the HCAC standings between Manchester and Franklin. Only separated by about 1.5 games, which is pretty unbelievable whenever you say it out loud.
And you know, I'm assuming that means Earlham won because Earlham started 6-6, so their win must have already been inputted from today.
Well, Transylvania had been in the win column as of their last game. That has since changed, so they have lost earlier today. At least that's what we
So it looks like
can assume.
Earlham must have beaten them.
So that drops Transylvania down to 3rd in the HCAC standings. Here's a drive deep in the left field. That one is long gone. Back-to-back home runs for Garrett DeHart. And Franklin has retaken the lead here in the top of the 8th inning.
Well, DeHart is crushing the soul. And that's 2 in a row for him. Boy, is he hot. I mean, this game has been unreal.
Absolutely drilled that thing to left field. 15-14, the Grizzlies have the lead again. And so now it's Ian Knuckles. He gets a bat on this one out to center field and right into the glove of Brown. 2 down.
And I will say for Oliger, the one bugaboo has been the home runs. Two coming into this game, now make it 3 home runs on the season. That's too many for a reliever. You got to keep the ball in the park.
That's his 8th extra base hit given up on the season. Now Andrew Wallace will try to add on to the damage already dealt by this Grizzlies lineup. Again, 2 outs though for Rose-Hulman.
Well, our first question was answered coming into this half inning, and we will say back again. And now Rose-Hulman will have their chance to make us say it once more in their home half.
Ground out to first. Serdenak steps on first base. And we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Back and forth and back we go. Will we say fourth again? Rose-Hulman will let us know once the bottom of the 8th comes to a conclusion. That's coming up next here on RHIT.TV. New pitcher on the mound for Franklin as we enter the bottom of the 8th inning. And he goes by the name of Mason Campbell. He sports the number 38, does the righty. 5'11" and a sophomore from Osceola, Indiana, a graduate from Penn High School, making his 10th appearance on the season. He pitched in Game 2 yesterday against Transylvania. He went for a full inning, gave up 2 hits and 1 earned run. 1 run right here for Rose-Hulman, I should say, would tie this game up. A second would give Rose-Hulman the lead again. This has been a back-and-forth ball game, as both teams have tallied 2 runs apiece in each of the last 2 half frames, Sam.
Yeah, and so now we got 6 runs scored, or actually 8 runs scored over the past inning and a half. Rose-Hulman wants it to be a little bit more than that.
Well, if anybody's going to change that narrative, that would be Colton Brown, who has been splendid today, to say the least. 3 for 3 with a walk as well. 2 doubles and a home run to his name, along with 3 runs driven in.
They've been trying to retire him for a long time. They have been unsuccessful all 4 times.
We have had some shifting around in the HCAC standings that we briefly mentioned. We now have official results from 2 games around the conference. Earlier today, Earlham took down Transylvania 7-3 down in Lexington. And then down along the Ohio River, Hanover in a home game took down Manchester in a tight 5-4 ball game. And so the updated standings look like this. Anderson still again sitting comfortably on top of the standings at 9-3. Hanover now in second at 8-5 in the conference as that one's fouled off. They leapfrog Manchester, who falls down to third. Transylvania now in fourth. Rose-Hulman still in fifth. With a win, Rose-Hulman would be tied for third in the conference. And with that win, also Earlham stays ahead of Franklin. Out to right field, that ball is caught. And the first retirement of the bottom of the 8th inning for Rose-Hulman is Colton Brown. Goes down for the first time officially here today.
For the Titan Engineers, the pitcher, number 13, John Oliver.
It's always a little special when the pitcher gets to hit. We'll look and see if Oliver can use some of that magic.
Takes the first pitch. It was right down the middle. Not bad stuff there from Mason Campbell, who has pitched 14 1/3 innings, make it 14 2/3 now with that last put out. Has given up 13 hits on the year and just 6 earned runs over those nearly 14 innings of work.
Well, the trend you're seeing from both teams is that they value this game so much that they'll use guys back to back. The guys that threw high leverage innings yesterday are throwing today as well.
Out to center field, that's a blooper. It's going to get down. Oliger, who's had a quiet day at the plate, is finally able to tally a hit. And he represents the potential tying run for Rose-Hulman with 1 out.
So now every engineer has reached base today. The only one without a hit is actually Serdenak, but he's reached 4 times. They just won't let him get a hit. They keep hitting him.
Peter Rogers takes the first pitch, and it was a wise decision to do so. Rogers 0 for 3 on the day. 2 free passes, a hit by pitch, and a walk. Also a strikeout and a flyout up to this point.
They saw a check swing that Franklin didn't like too much, and I heard, they're still yelling about it. There's going to be some new rule in Major League Baseball, some new technology, where they're actually going to define a check swing.
This one out to left center field. It's going to be a tough play, and it gets down. Going to third is Oliger. He's in safely. And now runners on second and third for the Fighting Engineers, and an opportunity to potentially retake the lead here in the bottom of the 8th with 1 out.
Well, a massive swing of the bat for Peter Rogers, and it's a good job cutting that off if you're Deering, but an even better job of Oliger going first to third. If he doesn't go first to third, then there's no double for Rogers. And now Etrusco, probably the biggest at bat of the game. We keep saying that, but there's coming up bigger ones every inning. Got to do a job, tie the game.
That one outside. Delivery to Etrusco.
And you can tell Franklin expects more runs to be plated because they're not playing the infield in. They're willing to give up the run with just 1 out, tie the game. It's all about avoiding the big inning. Don't surrender the lead. They can tie it as long as it stays tied.
2 outs would get Franklin out of the inning with the lead potentially, as long as no runs obviously come across to score. 2 with 1s the rest of the way.
Mm.
3-1.
None of these have missed by much.
There have been a lot of close calls, that's for sure. Out to right field.
That's carrying.
It's back, and it's off the wall. 1 run comes across. Rogers comes across to score, and Rose-Hulman has the lead off an RBI double by Tyler Etrusco.
Well, now 3 straight hits off of Campbell, 2 straight doubles. And Otrusco, who was their best hitter yesterday, gets their most clutch hit today. And how about that back, Cruz? We're back to a Rose-Hulman lead at 16-15.
Back and forth and back coming into this inning. We've now gone back to the 4th. And that will bring up Connor O'Connell. In one of the hotter bats on this Rose-Hulman team. He's got 3 doubles already on the day. However, he's grounded out in back-to-back at-bats.
Big hole on the right side.
Ball breaking away.
So you can tell what Gervin's doing. So he's coming back to keep an eye on. So they have 2 different looks over at Otrusco at second. But when the pitch is thrown, he's going to try to cover up that hole. It's a long way to go, though, if he's late.
Time called at the plate. O'Connell will recoup himself here. He's got 2 runs batted in so far. He's looking to drive in another. A base hit could potentially do it and give the first insurance run for Rose-Hulman. Up in the air, out towards left center field. This is going to be an easy play out in left for Summers, who makes the catch. Runner will stay, and now 2 gone.
Well, in the mix of all of the great days today, I think that Mason Rasmussen's day has gone a little bit unnoticed. 2 hits, but 3 times he scored a run. He's got on base 4 times. Had a real nice day at the plate.
And he's got a chance to extend this inning for Rose-Hulman. And maybe even the lead if things go the way that he hopes it will. As for Franklin, they will try to limit the damage that Rose-Hulman can inflict. Try to give themselves an opportunity to retake the lead in the top of the final frame. And if game number 2 follows any kind of trend that game number 1 has had, expect a lot of offense and a lot of excitement up in the air and foul.
We've talked about all the lead changes, but I just bothered to count them up. We're at 7 now. 7 lead changes in a baseball game is quite a lot.
We've only had 6 scoreless half frames, 3 for each team. Twos across the board. 1 runner on base, number 2. Out to left field. That's going to drive one in. Rounding third and heading home is Otrusco, and it is an RBI double for Mason Rasmussen.
We'll make it a 3 RBI day. 2 doubles back-to-back at bats for Rasmussen, where he's had a really big hit for this team. A 1-run lead is cool. A 2-run lead is even better.
Mark Cerdenak now up to bat, the first baseman. Chance to extend this lead for the Fighting Engineers. The lead is now 2. 3 hit by pitches on the day for Cerdenak. 1 free pass on a walk. So altogether, that adds up to 4 free bases.
If he gets hit right here, could we call it the golden hit by pitch?
We're going to have to find a catchier name, but let's go with it for now. 2-0 right now. Facing Cerdenak. He's halfway to that golden hit by, well, I should say golden free pass is what we'll call it now. Or I guess it would be platinum for 5.
Platinum free pass.
3-0 now, 1 pitch potentially away. We're going to have to write all this stuff down so we can remember it. And it won't happen right there. That was right down the middle, a picture-perfect pitch for Mason Campbell. Rope down the third base line and foul.
Yeah, he really turned on that. It was early. Still a good hitter's count here.
3-2, 2 outs, a runner on second, and a 2-run lead for Rose-Hulman. All the way up in the air to right field. This should be an easy play.
Oh no, he's coming in.
Oh, he could make the play. Another run comes across for Rose-Hulman. Into second safely goes Mark Cernak, and the inning continues for the Fighting Engineers.
Well, now officially every Engineer has had a hit today, and that one, Cruz, it looks easy off the bat, but this wind is a real deal, and it's blowing out to left, blowing the ball in from right. So not the best jump out there for Knuckles, or it's not Knuckles anymore. It's Daniel Cross, and he's had to come in a long way, slid for it, was not able to make the grab.
Wind gusts are up to 31 miles an hour today, and if you have been watching that flag out in center field, when our camera pans out, you can get a clear shot of it. The wind is ripping from right field to left field. Like you said, Sam, that might have had an impact on the view that little trio over at right, first base, and second base had on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Rose-Hulman, it's been only 2s or 5s. 5 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the fourth, 2 in the seventh. They can make it 5 here with a little base hit.
That one low. That one finds the zone, 2-2 now. Joe Neville's the pinch hitter.
It's because they had to pinch run for Harms, which I'm not sure if, in retrospect, they would like to do that considering what he did at the plate today.
Out to left, foul. Neville, a freshman from Canton, Georgia. 14th game on the season. He started half of those. This obviously not being one of them. Runner will go. And no contest.
And with 2 outs, the out is the all-important one here. It's still going to take a hit, or a wild pitch, that is, to drive in that run from third.
3-2's low. Neville will take first base. Runners on the corners now. The inning continues as Jackson Summers will step up to the plate.
Number 1, Jackson Summers.
Now an infield meeting for this Franklin team.
Well, he may be going out to the pen here. The inning is really unraveled on Campbell, and it looks like that's going to be all.
New arm coming in for Franklin. We'll have a little bit more information on him when we come back here on RHIT.tv.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
So some trouble for the Franklin defense. A pitching change is going to be made as the Fighting Engineers have extended their lead to 3 runs at 18-15. They retook it to begin the inning and are looking not to relinquish it, but they still have an opportunity to tack on a couple of more runs potentially here with only 2 outs. And the new pitcher out there for Franklin is Will Butts. He wears number 11, a right-handed pitcher who's delivered 24 full innings of work, making his 15th appearance on the season, a 4-1 record. He pitched yesterday in Game 2 against Transylvania, 3 1/3 innings of work, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and 3 retirements via the strikeout.
That line they would take in this game very easily, but yesterday that outing actually cost Franklin the game. He blew it in the top of the 9th against Transylvania, which is what caused them to, Transylvania, which is what caused them to split that 2-game set. So here it's less about preserving a lead, more about getting outs. With the way this game has gone back and forth, you are still not out of the game despite being down 3. We've seen big innings plenty of times. So it's his job to keep them in this game, prevent any more from scoring for Rose-Hulman.
So the scoring is gone like this. Grizzlies struck first in the top of the first with a 1-run top of the first inning. Rose-Hulman returned with 5 runs of their own in the bottom half of that inning, and then 2 in the bottom half of the next inning. 7 runs then by Franklin to take the lead 8-7, and then 5 in the bottom of the fourth for Rose-Hulman to retake the lead at 12-8. After that, it was 5 unanswered runs by Franklin to retake the lead at 13-12. Rose-Hulman retook the lead again, 14-13. Franklin countered again and went up 15-14. And now 4 unanswered runs for Rose-Hulman to lead 18-15. And they still have an opportunity to put some insurance runs on the board with Jackson Summers, although 2 outs on the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see some motion here on the base paths.
Right on cue. Over to third. It gets through. Right past Redmond over at third base. Coming across to score is Mark Serdenak. And then an extra insurance run for Rose-Hulman.
Well, I assume that's going to be ruled a single, or they're actually going to rule as an error, but no, I think they're going to put it as a single. It was hit hard enough. It's a tough play, a play that he would like to make, but the inning just rolls along, and now we're up to 6 hits for Rose-Hulman in this bottom of the 8th frame.
And 20 hits on the day compared to 12 for Franklin. This one lofted in the air to right field. Underneath of it is the second baseman, and Gervin, who calls off everybody and makes the play. We head to the top of the 9th inning. Rose-Hulman extends their lead to 4 runs at 19-15. Can they hold it for good? We'll find out after this break here on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt. Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Top of the 9th inning here from Terre Haute. Rose-Hulman retook the lead with a 5 spot in the bottom of the 8th inning. They've extended their lead to 4 runs. They have an opportunity to close out Franklin and pick up their 7th win in HCAC play. Again, a win would tie them for 3rd in the conference. And also a reminder that Game 2 of our doubleheader will take place at least 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. It might be a little bit longer, but we will have the second game of this doubleheader for you right here on RHIT.TV, so make sure to stay tuned for that.
It'll take place eventually.
It's been a long one. There's no question about it. This first pitch of this game took place 3 hours and 20 minutes ago, and we're still going strong here from Terre Haute. If you're a fan of offense, this has been your game, to say the least. 19 runs compared to 15 for Franklin. Rose-Hulman in the advantage, obviously, there. 20 hits for Rose-Hulman compared to 12 for Franklin. Oliger back on the mound for Rose-Hulman. Delivering home against Brady Redmond. That one well inside. And he did not go on the swing, says our umpire crew.
You know, we've said it countless times, but you just built up your 4-run lead again. The worst thing you can do is walk the leadoff man.
Redmond thought he was getting a free pass right there, but that is in fact not the case. Fouled into the netting.
You know, it's funny with all the walks, we've actually yet to see a long at bat, like a long battle between a pitcher and hitter with foul balls and stuff. This is probably one of the longest we've actually seen.
Full count. Pitch on the way. Skied way up high into shallow right center. Underneath of it is the second baseman. And making the play for Rolls-Holman was number 14 for the Fighting Engineers, and that will be Joe Neville, who's filling in over at second for Oliger.
Well, Oliger's on the bump.
And so Neville out there to replace him in that aspect.
Searching for two.
Nice pitch right there from Oliger.
Yeah, Neville came in for Harms. When was that? Back in the 7th. So they've lost the DH is what I'm assuming has happened. That's right, because Oliger's pitching.
Back-to-back strikes for Oliger. This one out in the air towards left center. Underneath of it, attacking it, is the center fielder and Brown. And now Rolls-Holman potentially 1 out away from claiming their 7th victory in conference play and their 14th on the year.
Well, wouldn't it be just so baseball-like is the term I'll use, for Rose-Hulman to seal this win with a 1-2-3 inning?
The final leg for this Franklin team will come in the form of Alex Billman, the catcher. He turns on that one, and it's fouled. Nobody on, 2 outs. Franklin needs at least 4. Now the good news is for Franklin, if Billman's able to reach, they have the top of the order due up.
Thanks for teaching me new words.
The 1-1. In the air, this could be it. Out towards right center field. Underneath of it is Brown. He makes the catch, and that is the ball game. Rolls-Holman wins a shootout with Franklin in game 1 of our doubleheader here on RHI TV. The final score of game number 1, 19-15. The Fighting Engineers win.
Well, oh my. I mean, that was back and forth. We said it over and over, but the ups and downs emotionally of this one, Rose-Holman stuck with it. It took a lot of 5s and 2s on the scoreboard, but they pull it out. And despite the offense, which obviously is what got the win, it was key moments, pitching-wise and defense, that actually were what key to getting the victory.
And the final score, 19-15. Rolls-Holman picks up their 14th win on the season. Franklin falls to 14-14. Rolls-Holman improves to 14-12 on the year. And Sam, if we had to choose a player of the game for this one, who are you going with?
That's a tough one considering what everyone did. You're deciding between Connor O'Connell and probably Jackson Harms. And I would go with Jackson Harms. That grand slam in the first inning set the tone. Got a couple other really clutch RBI knocks later as well.
Well, we've got another one coming up for you in just over a half an hour. Sam Sender will be on play-by-play. I'll be alongside with him, as we'll have game 2 of our doubleheader here on RHIT.TV. Rolls-Holman takes game 1. Franklin and Rolls-Holman game number 2 coming up here in short order.
Trying to figure out the focus thing once you're finished up.
for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw.
Boy, what a stick, huh?
Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen. Skip pass. Mays with 3. Mays drive. Floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board.
Rose Rocketry was founded to put Rose-Hulman on the map for places to go if you're interested in aerospace. Rocketry is a club and a team for anyone interested in any aspect of hobby rocketry, aerospace as a career, or space in general. Rose Rocketry has several different pillars that we try to pursue for all of our members, one of them being the NASA USLI competition. The NASA University Student Launch Initiative is for college students and universities to get experience with high-power rocketry, get experience in creating proposals for NASA. They put us through the same rigorous process as they would all of their contractors. We write proposals, critical design reviews, we write flight readiness reviews, and then we can go and present all of our learnings to the NASA board and they can ask us questions. And having that kind of hands-on experience where you can point to it and say, hey, I want to work at your company. This is what I've done to show that I'm valuable to your company. I've built rockets before. I've written proposals for NASA before. Another part of Rose Rocketry is the research aspect. Because Rose Rocketry's goal is to help students pursue aerospace as a career, we want to try to encourage people in whatever field, in whatever subset of rocketry they are interested in. For example, we have a bunch of students working on what's called Rose Propulsion Laboratory, and we are able to provide them funding, even mentorship. Another aspect would be electric ion propulsion. We have a couple students who are really interested in in-space propulsion specifically. And then there's also SmallSat. Rose SmallSat has the goal of launching a nanosatellite, which is around this big, into orbit within the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a really ambitious project, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of Rose Rocketry. My favorite thing about Rose Rocketry is how open we are. A lot of our people that are the most active are freshmen. And that's fantastic because now these people are learning hands-on engineering skills before they even learn what engineering is.
It's sort of given me a preview of all the engineering that is to come, and it's sort of put me on the fast track of learning mechanical engineering. Failure modes, effects, and analysis, that's not something you really learn as a freshman in your academics, but learning it in Rose Rocketry means I can apply those concepts to my current classes, which really helps me excel academically and prepares me for future classes. One of the goals I have after graduation is to be part of the aerospace industry. Rose Rocketry has helped me prepare for that goal in learning the design process of the aerospace industry and learning the documentation requirements. And it's also given me the opportunity to step into a lot of design areas and a lot of manufacturing areas that I haven't been exposed to before. And I think Rose Rocketry provides that really collaborative and friendly atmosphere. We really learn to work with each other, especially across multiple majors. What's special about Rose is the ability to really get involved. If you have that initiative, you can pursue it. And I think that's exemplified by how joining this team as a freshman, I was able to be elected the vice president. I was able to make a real difference on the team. That experience is something that you really may not find at other universities.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's going to end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's going to be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key.
Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you. All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back.
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
play here for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw.
Boy, what a stick, huh?
Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen, skip pass. Mays with 3. Mays drive, floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30, block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there, and finally, somebody gets on the board.
Rose Rocketry was founded to put Rose-Hulman on the map for places to go if you're interested in aerospace. Rocketry is a club and a team for anyone interested in any aspect of hobby rocketry, aerospace as a career, or space in general. Rose Rocketry has several different pillars that we try to pursue for all of our members, one of them being the NASA USLI competition. The NASA University Student Launch Initiative is for college students and universities to get experience with high-power rocketry, get experience in creating proposals for NASA. They put us through the same rigorous process as they would all of their contractors. We write proposals, critical design reviews, we write flight readiness reviews, and then we can go and present all of our learnings to the NASA board and they can ask us questions. And having that kind of hands-on experience where you can point to it and say, hey, I want to work at your company. This is what I've done to show that I'm valuable to your company. I've built rockets before. I've written proposals for NASA before. Another part of Rose Rocketry is the research aspect. Because Rose Rocketry's goal is to help students pursue aerospace as a career, we want to try to encourage people in whatever field, in whatever subset of rocketry they are interested in. For example, we have a bunch of students working on what's called Rose Propulsion Laboratory, and we are able to provide them funding, even mentorship. Another aspect would be electric ion propulsion. We have a couple students who are really interested in in-space propulsion specifically. And then there's also SmallSat. Rose SmallSat has the goal of launching a nanosatellite, which is around this big, into orbit within the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a really ambitious project, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of Rose Rocketry. My favorite thing about Rose Rocketry is how open we are. A lot of our people that are the most active are freshmen. And that's fantastic because now these people are learning hands-on engineering skills before they even learn what engineering is.
It's sort of given me a preview of all the engineering that is to come, and it's sort of put me on the fast track of learning mechanical engineering. Failure modes, effects, and analysis. That's not something you really learn as a freshman in your academics, but learning it in Rose Rocketry means I can apply those concepts to my current classes, which really helps me excel academically and prepares me for future classes. One of the goals I have after graduation is to be part of the aerospace industry. Rose Rocketry has helped me prepare for that goal in learning the design process of the aerospace industry and learning the documentation requirements. And it's also given me the opportunity to step into a lot of design areas and a lot of manufacturing areas that I haven't been exposed to before. And I think Rose Rocketry provides that really collaborative and friendly atmosphere. We really learn to work with each other, especially across multiple majors. What's special about Rose is the ability to really get involved. If you have that initiative, you can pursue it. And I think that's exemplified by how joining this team as a freshman, I was able to be elected the vice president. I was able to make a real difference on the team. That experience is something that you really may not find at other universities.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
34 runs scored in Game 1 between the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers and the Franklin Grizzlies. We're all set to play Game 2 of this doubleheader on RHIT.TV. Let's thank our title sponsors, starting with Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer since 1955. Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. Wheeler Mission, for over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. Burtner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partners since 1994. Aspen Creek Grill, why go anywhere else? A large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. Highway Safety Services. Highway Safety Services, Inc. provided traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana for the past 60 years. And IndianaSRN Sports Page. Follow the sports page every day with update news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab. Well, we're honored you're sticking with us. Long day of baseball here on this Sunday at Art Neff Field. Sam Cinder alongside Cruz, Martin, and Cruz. The runs just would not stop pouring on in Game 1, and we think we're going to have more of the same here in Game 2.
Yeah, exactly. This is the second straight day that both of these teams are playing a doubleheader, and for it being the second game of a doubleheader, your pitching is already going to be rubbed in, let alone the fourth game that you've played in 2 days. So if Game 3 was any sign of things to come, I think you're exactly right. We're going to see a lot of offense here in game number 4 for both of these teams this weekend as well, Game 2 of this series.
Yeah, you know, a lot of young arms are going to have to be utilized because you can't just throw everyone 100 pitches. You're going to have to use some arms. So Rose-Hulman, we see him warming up right now. That's the freshman arm, Liam Richardson from Black Lick, Ohio, 6'4", 220. And for him, he's thrown really well, the freshman. 12 innings. This will be start number 2 for him. Just 1 earned run allowed. That's a .75 ERA. Good strikeout stuff, 17 Ks. The walk's a bit high at 9. Has not allowed a home run. So, Cruz, they're going to look for some length out of Richardson.
Yeah, they're going to try to get him to go as long as they can. But, you know, the way things that have played out today, you've got to have guys ready to go in your bullpen. Everyone's got to be ready because there's a lot of baseball coming at you and a lot of baseball coming at you fast. And, you know, I wouldn't expect many of these arms to go longer than maybe 3 or 4 innings at the max here in this game. It'll be interesting to see what happens, though, especially, you know, with the day getting later, this day being a long day of baseball at that, how these two teams hold up with the stamina.
Well, the lineup's similar for Franklin as they get set to face Richardson. Starts with Derming, then Gervin, Redmond, the top 3 in the order. DeHart, Knuckles, Wallace, the middle third, and then Redmond, Seitz, and Billman are the back third of the Franklin order. So Deering will lead off. Nick Deering, the center fielder. Good game in Game 1. Reached base 4 times. Scored a couple. 30 minutes in between each game. Game 1 went longer than anticipated. If you were scheduling the games, that is.
This game was originally set to have our first pitch an hour ago. 5 o'clock first pitch, so a little bit longer than I think any of these teams expected. But you know what? It's baseball. It's a nice day to be outside, so I don't think anybody's really complaining all that much.
And there's the first strike fired in from Richardson. Evens the count up 1-1. We'll look for that strikeout stuff. 17 on the season. 1-1 to Deering. That's in the air. A pop-up in the infield. O'Connell's in foul territory. And he'll make the grab. So a nice first out for Richardson.
Yeah, that's going to be big for both of these teams. If they can make quick work on the defensive side of things, you know, this is going to be... It's going to make things a lot easier for whichever team is able to make that happen. Now, obviously, there's a lot of baseball to go, but a good first sign there if you're Rose-Hulman.
So now Gervon. He, too, had a real strong Game 1. The big hit was the 3 RBI triple. That came in the third. At the time, it felt like a really big hit, but as the game went on, there were bigger to come. First pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, and you mentioned that last game. I mean, big hits just kept coming and coming and coming for both of those teams. I mean, back and forth. I think you counted up 7 lead changes in that opening game. And, again, it just speaks to the competitiveness and the skill level in the center of the HCAC this season. I mean, we were talking about it coming into the day. There were 5 or 6 teams who were all within a game and a half of each other in the standings.
Some velocity out of Richardson. You can tell he's one of the harder throwers that Rose-Hulman has to offer. One, two. Outside, 2-2.
Good take by Gervin right there. I mean, obviously way off the plate, so not being very aggressive here so far, which is quite the opposite of what we saw in that first game.
Right back up the middle and a base hit for Gervin. First base runner of game 2 and a speedster to look out for. We saw him steal a couple bases, up to 30 now for the season.
Yeah, he manufactured a run as well. He was able to steal second at one point during that opening game, and then there was interference over at second base, so we got an extra free 90 feet on top of that, and then wild pitch he was able to steal home. I mean, he's got a lot of speed, and Rose-Hulman's going to have to be wary of him on the base pads.
Pick back to first. They're keeping an eye on Gervin, but he's back in there. The interesting thing about this Franklin team is that they hit for some power less than last year, actually led the league, led the Heartland Conference with 40 homers last year, but there's a nice balance between power and speed. They get on base a lot, draw a lot of walks. We saw that be the case in game 1 for sure.
And I'm interested to see if that's going to be the case here in game 2 as well. I mean, I can't remember the exact tally of free bases given up between both of these teams.
Well, I do have the tally.
You do have the tally.
If you're curious,
I am interested.
Rose-Hulman walked 12 Franklin batters, and they hit 6, so 18 free runners. If you said to Franklin they were going to get 18 free base runners, you thought, well, we're definitely going to win this game. That obviously was not the case, as that one is spanked out to left, but oncoming is the left fielder to make the grab for out number 2. Hit well by Redmond, but not quite well enough.
And give credit to Harms for making the play out there. And the wind's blowing from right to left again, gusts up to 31 miles an hour. At least that's what my weather app said, so I'm going to go with it. But, he had a terrific day in that opening game as well. Recorded his first home run, his first career RBI, had 6 RBIs in that first game. And he's looking for another big game, trying to make a name for himself, the freshman.
And if the throw gets away on the pickoff, and now Gervin's going to run, only 1 extra base. So into scoring position, and one of the things we kept note of in game 1 was the unforced errors. There were quite a few of them. Rose-Hulman made a couple, Franklin made a couple as well. The wind swirling, some adverse conditions, but a pickoff is under your control.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right, and that's how Franklin scored their first run of the game, was off of an error early on in that game from Rose-Hulman defensively, and so, errors haven't been completely free from both of these ball clubs in the first game or so, but you got to be able to cut those down. You cut down the opportunities that you have to, give free real estate or maybe even free runs in that matter to Franklin or to Rose-Hulman, depending on who you are, the better off you'll be.
So Richardson will try to strand a runner in scoring position. 1-0. There goes Gervin again, and he's going to take third. Rasmussen couldn't even get off a throw. Now there still are 2 outs, so it will take a base knock here from DeHart, or a wild pitch, like we said in game 1, to score him. But he gets 90 feet closer. 2-0. Fouled straight back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of trouble from Rasmussen with the transfer from the glove to the throwing hand right there. If he would have gotten that cleanly, I'm not going to say that they would have been able to get Gervin over at third, but it would have been closer than, obviously, the result. So, good job, though, base running by Gervin. That's why he's one of the best in the HCAC in that category.
2-1 is outside. So a hitter's count for Garrett DeHart, who put the power on display in game 1. 2 home runs in his last 2 at-bats, up to 7 now on the year. So a nice tally for him.
It'd be imperative for Franklin to get off to a hot start here in this game, too.
And a watch ball 4 outside. So the first walk of game 2, and Franklin has runners on the corners.
that's not the worst thing, too, for Rose-Hulman on the mound. I mean, you talked about DeHart in the last game having those 2 long bombs. I mean, the last thing that you want to do is give Franklin a hot start on the bat to a guy who's already hit 2 home runs on the day. So walking him, not the worst thing in the world. You know, nobody else advances on the base pads, and now you have an opportunity to record out number 3.
So Knuckles is back in there, had a rough game 1, one of few that occurred for. 4 strikeouts and then was lifted early on this one and ropes it foul. The golden sombrero, as a matter of fact, as we mentioned several times in game 1, that's 4 strikeouts if you were unaware, and so he'll try to put that behind him and get a big hit to put his Franklin squad on top here in the first. And a delayed steal from DeHart. The pitch was in there for a strike. A nice changeup, it looked like, from Richardson. He'll just shrug his shoulders and let DeHart take second. The more important number is the 2 outs, but now 2 in scoring position for Knuckles. They were trying to bait Rasmussen to throw down and get Gervin to follow up and score. 0-2, grounded foul down the third base line.
And, you know, going back to Knuckles, I mean, you talked about the struggle that he had in game number 1. This is an entirely new game, literally, in the literal sense. I mean, you know, you struggle in game number 1, but you've got to be able to mentally reset yourself, be mentally strong enough to move past that. It's an entirely new ball game.
0-2. Outside, the breaking ball missed. Big spot for Richardson. Remember, just a freshman. One, 2. Curveball does not land inside the zone. Misses a bit high. And we're even 2-2. So 2 runners on. Just the start of this second game of the doubleheader. 2-2. And he hit him. Well, that was a theme in game 1, and it loads the bases here. Knuckles is hit by the pitch. Rose-Hulman hit 6 Grizzlies in game 1. Now up to 7 on the day.
That's rough, too, because it juices up the bases now. You still have 2 outs. You have a force out at any bag, but again, you'd rather be dealing with only 2 on instead of 3 on because the potential to go long for Wallace would be the last thing that you want for Rose-Hulman, especially in the opening inning of this game.
So now a left-right battle with Wallace. Fouls it off. It's 0-1. Wallace reached all 5 times, as a matter of fact, in game 1. 2 walks, 2 hit by pitches, and an RBI single. He was a tough out. He'll try to be tough here against Richardson. And a called strike. It's 0-2. So Richardson's done a better job of getting ahead of hitters. Now he's got to put him away. A runner at every base for Franklin. Gervin, DeHart, Knuckles, 0-2. Outside. Oh, a delayed steal. Here comes Gervin. And he's safe. Wow. Rasmussen cannot believe it. He waited for the ball to be thrown back to Richardson. He then took off for home, and a heated argument with Adam Rosen, headman for Rose-Hulman. There was a controversial play at the plate in game 1 that did not go Franklin's way. This time it does go their way.
That's the second delayed steal that Franklin has put up. I mean, you're going to watch it right here. As soon as Rasmussen begins to throw him back to the mound, that's exactly when Gervin goes, and the base running for this kid has been phenomenal.
It's a tough angle because the slide was to the front part of home plate. The throw was a little low. It was dug out by Rasmussen, and honestly, it's anyone's guess whether he was really safe or out. Grounder over to first, but foul. Count remains 1-2.
And we can't brag enough, though, about the job that Gervin has done on the base pass today. I mean, you talked about him manufacturing in our last game, the manufacturing of a couple of runs on his part. He was able to do it once again right there. And that's just a heads-up play, and great way for Franklin to get on the board early. Rose-Hulman's going to have to try to respond.
Outside, 2-2. And you're spot on, Cruz. 32 stolen bases now, because 2 in this inning. Stealing third and then stealing home, and that is literally doing it yourself.
That's why, again, he's one of the best in the conference, and his speed, that's what it is. It's the speed, and it's also the smarts. Those combinations are a lethal dose for this Rose-Hulman defense, at least in that scenario, and they're going to have to make sure that they keep him in the back of their minds for the rest of this game.
Up and away. And the count is full, so the runners will get a head start. Richardson looking to limit the damage against Wallace. It's DeHart at second, Knuckles at first. They're on the move, and it's fouled straight back. So we'll do it again, 3-2. Payoff pitch. And a nice at-bat being worked here by Wallace.
He's battling. He's fouled both of those off the same way, too, so he's just barely missing these. He's got a feel, though. I'm interested to see if Rose-Hulman tries to switch up things on this pitch right here.
Another 3-2 on the way. Grounded over to first, but foul yet again.
I'm interested to see now who's going to break first. Is it going to be Richardson on the mound, or is it going to be Wallace at the plate? I mean, you start getting into these long at-bat scenarios, fatigue starts to set in. Not really necessarily physical fatigue, but more so mental fatigue, trying to, outwork your opponent, stay in the game.
Inside, ball 4. Wallace wins the battle, and the bases are loaded again.
Now this will be interesting right here to see what Brady Redmond can do. We mentioned that this is only his second collegiate start that he's making, but he had a splendid first game, and
real nice game in game 1.
Now he's got an opportunity to potentially drive in 2 runs, maybe even more, with a base hit.
Well, first pitch strike for Richardson. That's a good sign. It's 0-1. Oh, and 2. You talked about Redmond's game in our first game today. Couple singles. Had his first RBI. 0-2. Pokes at it. Over to second. They'll go the short way and barely able to force out Wallace. A dangerous play, but Richardson escapes. 1 run home, though, for Franklin. They lead it 1-0 here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is sponsored by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is a leading equipment dealer serving farmers, homeowners, landscapers, and commercial contractors in throughout Indiana. Nothing runs like a deer. Give us a call today, 317-849-0810. Well, Franklin struck first in the top of the first. They lead 1-0. And now the Rose-Hulman Bats will try to do what they did in Game 1. They put up a 5 spot in that one. The lineup looks very similar. Same first 5. Peter Rogers, Tyler Etrusco, Connor O'Connell, Mason Rasmussen, and Mark Serdenak. Then the change, Colton Brown up for the 6 hole after the strong game. Jackson Harms in there, Joe Neville, and Rylan Hickson rounds us out. And they will go up against the right-hander for the Grizzlies.
I was very intrigued to see that Jonathan Oliger, who was all HCAC second team last season, will be taken out of the lineup. Obviously he's been taken out of the lineup a couple of times throughout the year, not just solely a batter, also a pitcher, but he struggled, and he really struggled offensively in the last game. So it's interesting, but also good to see Neville getting a nod right there after a solid outing pitch hitting.
Upstairs to Rogers, it's actually the left-hander Gavin Levy on the bump for Franklin. And his second offering is way inside, and he drilled him. So a leadoff base runner, and honestly, the catcher, Billman, might have got the brunt of that blow on the ricochet. So he's down and being tended to.
Yeah, they've got the trainers out there looking at him right now. I mean, he took a shot, and I didn't see exactly how it hit him, but
it might have gotten him in an unfortunate spot. I mean, the hit by pitches just keep piling up, and while they're tending to Billman, we'll take a break here. 1-0 Grizzlies. We're in the bottom of the first.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
Welcome back here on RHIT.TV. Sam Cinder alongside Cruz Martin, and a bit of a scary situation as Alex Billman went down, the catcher for the Franklin Grizzlies, after the hit by pitch of Peter Rogers. Good to see he's back on his feet and a bit of discomfort.
He's certainly still shaken up, and I mean, I can't remember exactly how he got hit because it looked like it was Peter Rogers who took the hit of it initially. Now, I don't know if it deflected as he turned off his back and came and hit him in the face mask or something, but regardless, that ball was moving with high velocity. Anything like that hitting you is going to scare you, first of all, and maybe even physically harm you, and so... but it's good to see him back up on his feet. I think he was a little rattled, but he's going to give it a shot here. That's a tough kid right there. Tough kid.
I don't want to speculate, Cruz, but I think it might have got him in one of those spots. And that's probably the reason that he went down. You get a foul ball off the face mask, that'll rattle you, but you're accustomed to that. It's the other ones that can do some damage. And that gets right by him. Passed ball will push Rogers into scoring position.
I don't know if he's still a little bit flustered after that hit. I mean, it's going to take you a little while to recover after a scare like that. There's no question about it. And so, it'll be interesting to see if he's able to hang in there. And I wouldn't blame him, though, if the coaching staff wants to take him out here for at least a little bit, let him regather himself a little bit.
So 1-0 to Etrusco. Outside 2-0. The freshman Levy gets the call on the outside corner. It's 2-1. Now his season has not been one to be too fond of. He's trying to fix it. 11 2/3. This is start number 2, game number 8. He's given up 18 earned runs, Cruz. That's a 13.89 ERA. 16 walks, 3 home runs allowed. So it's really the walks that have killed him. More walks than innings pitched. Also more strikeouts than innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, but the walks, those can really kill you like we saw happen to many pitchers in Game 1.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to bring that up. I mean, you saw just how costly free passes can be, and you cut those out of your game, you're going to be very, very successful, but until you can do so, you've got to find other ways to be successful, whether that's pitching to contact or whatever that might be. But, again, this is a fresh opportunity. I said this was a new game for Oliger for Rose-Hulman. It's a new game for him as well.
Looking for the first out. 3-2, and that's hammered to deep left, but will hook foul. So we will redo the 3-2. Etrusco was all over it.
There were a couple of those in the first game that were turned and just barely made their way into foul territory. I can't remember who the individual was in game number 1, but there was one that left the park. It was just foul by a couple of feet.
Well, instead of a deep drive to left, it's a walk to a Trusco. So the first two have reached, neither by a hit, which sounds familiar. And Rose-Hulman has men at first and second for Connor O'Connell.
And you brought it up when Rose-Hulman came up to bat. This is exactly how we saw the first game start of this doubleheader. Franklin was able to tally a run in the first, and Rose-Hulman came back and answered with 5 of their own in the bottom half of that inning. And so, very similar start. Rose-Hulman trying to get some traction here in game number 2.
So first pitch strike to O'Connell. Big game in game 1, 3 doubles. Showed power to all fields. Takes outside.
There haven't been very many pitches in the zone for Levy up to this point, and you've got to be able to start putting them in there. I mean, the worst thing that could happen potentially is Rose-Hulman's bats get hot, but you got to give yourself a chance at getting a couple of strikeouts.
There's a strike painted on the outside corner. That's where you want to throw it, and it's 1-2.
It's a lot better of a pitch right there, and for Levy, trying to get yourself rolling here. I mean, you haven't recorded an out yet, but getting that first out's going to do wonders for his confidence.
1-2. Foul tipped. He stays alive.
He's starting to gain some ground now. He's still got to be able to finish the deal, because while he is getting a strike there with that foul ball, you still allowed O'Connell, who had 3 doubles in that first game, to be able to feel the bat hit the ball.
Well, at minimum, you want to hit a ground ball to the right side, move the runners over. Left to left. Misses downstairs. 3 homers on the season for O'Connell. That matches what he did all of last year, so the power numbers are up. 2-2. Pokes at it. And that's going to get foul. The left fielder was shaded way into the gap, so he had no chance to get over there.
Yeah, they're playing him out towards right field because as a left-handed batter, the odds are playing that he's going to hit one out towards center field, right field, somewhere in that area. And so if the left fielder, and in this case that being
Knuckles,
yeah, he would have been able to get it.
So there's a grounder. First baseman Wallace takes it. He'll go to second for 1. How about a chance at 2? And he's out. Some ill-advised base running. And a double play turned by Franklin, an unconventional one. 3-6-5.
I can't tell what happened right there, if Peter Rogers was just late getting off the bag or what, but he certainly wasn't where he was supposed to be by that time. When we were looking at the replay right there, I just missed it, but give credit to Franklin for the heads-up play over at second base, being able to turn over towards 3, an unconventional double play like you mentioned.
To get both lead runners on a double play is odd, I will say.
In a scenario like that especially.
Flied foul. So 1-1 the count on Rasmussen. One, way inside, 2-1. Good game for Rasmussen earlier. 2 hits, 3 hits actually, 2 doubles. Scored 4 times. So the inning stunted for now after the double play. Trying to reinvigorate it, comes up empty on a swing, and it's 2-2.
That was a really intense swing right there from Rasmussen, just missed it. You got 2s across the board right here. You can afford to take a pitch, but you've got to be for certain that it's going to miss.
Drives this one instead to deep center. Going back is Deering, he's under it, and will make the play on the track to end the first. So a scoreless first inning of work for Gavin Levy. And Franklin leads 1-0 after 1 here on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose rocketry I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, insulting referees,
threatening officials, berating young umpires, learning the ropes,
violent language in the stands,
screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
One nothing is the Franklin lead after one inning of play. Liam Richardson back out there. A little bit of a rocky first inning of work, but we saw the stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, it was not a picture-perfect first inning, obviously, for Rose-Hulman, and a lot of that had to do with the base running for Franklin as well, namely Josh Gervin. But beyond that, you only gave up one hit, and so obviously not the worst-case scenario for this Rose-Hulman pitching staff under Liam Richardson.
So 7 came up to the plate in the first inning. Cam Seitz, the 8th man in the order, will lead off here in the second. The freshman from Fishers, Indiana. And we'll take outside. It's 1-0.
Well, it's got to be so cool for Cam Seitz and also Alex Billman, who we'll see here next in the lineup. And 2 high school teammates at Hamilton Southeastern playing for the Royals and getting to continue their collegiate careers, at least this weekend, back-to-back in the order. That's got to be a pretty cool experience for those 2 guys.
Swing and a miss from Seitz. It's 1-2. And you're right. It's always about playing at the next level. And to do that with someone that you were battling with before is very cool and something that I'm sure they cherish. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. First strikeout of the game for Richardson.
That's a step in the right direction for Rose-Hulman, especially for Richardson on the mound, getting that first strikeout. Now the confidence is going to be up. You're also facing the bottom of the order. If you can get some momentum leading into the top of this order, you might be able to take out the number 1 hitter, too, in Dearney.
So here's Billman. He's doing the catching. Real good credit to Billman. It's hard to catch a doubleheader, and he's doing just that.
I'm sure he's going to have some ice bags on his knees maybe for the next day or two trying to recover from that. But, being a catcher is not for everybody. It takes a tough individual, and both of these catchers here today putting in the hours.
Pops it up in the infield. Hickson is there. And a quick 2 up, 2 down for Richardson.
What did I just say? Getting that momentum on your side. Now you bring up the start of the lineup again with Nick Deering. You've got some confidence under you. You've only had a limited amount of pitches, too, and that's going to be key for both of these teams. Whichever pitcher can deliver the least amount of times, at least early on between these 2 starters, is probably going to have the better day.
First one outside. It's 1-0. It's always better to face the leadoff man with 2 outs as opposed to leading off or with 1 out. So that's the situation he finds himself in against Deering, who he got to pop out his first time. And fires in a strike. It's 1-1.
Now, ideally for Rose-Hulman, it's not so much Nick Deering you want to keep off the base bags rather than the guy who's in the on-deck circle.
Well, Deering sends this one deep center. On the run is Brown. He cannot get there. It's going to one-hop the wall. You get it in quickly to keep Deering to a double, but that man will come to the plate this inning in Gervin.
You got to get him out if you're Rose-Hulman. You cannot afford to have Josh Gervin on the base pads. I mean, we've already seen, not only in the first game, but already in this game as well, what he's been able to do. Manufacture runs really on his own with his speed and his heads-up ability, his baseball smarts. And so being able to get him out is going to be integral to Rose-Hulman's success here, especially in the top part of this order.
So man in scoring position. They already lead by 1. Outside.
That's another thing that has been apparent to me, too. Is a lot of the damage that these 2 teams have done to each other have come with 2 outs on the board.
It's just the tauntingness of being able to escape damage and then not being able to. Inside move to second, not quick enough there. Deering's back. Gervin also just a freshman, so Franklin's going to be stuck with this guy for the next 4 years.
He certainly doesn't play like a freshman, that's for sure. I mean, he looks like he's been at this for 3 or 4 years up to this point.
This one's in the air, though. Should be playable. In comes Brown. In comes the left fielder. Knuckles, and he's able to get there, or Harms, rather, to make the play. So they do retire Gervin, and a clean, scoreless inning of work for Richardson. It's 1-0 Franklin through an inning and a half here on RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
This RHIT.TV broadcast is presented by Morales Group Staffing. We're in business to create a better future for you, for your family, and for the community we share. We can match you with the right career or hire the right candidate for your company. Call us today, 317-472-7600. So Rose-Hulman will look to get on the board. They did a lot of that in Game 1. As a matter of fact, they did it 19 times. Second inning of work for Gavin Levy. A little freshman battle to start today between Richardson and Levy, and the Rose-Hulman bats will look to get the best of him in the second.
Yeah, there's a lot of young players who are getting a lot of playing time for both of these teams, and especially for Franklin. I mean, we've mentioned some of the starters on the offensive side of things, like Josh Gervin. We've been bragging a lot about him today. Alex Billman, Cam Seitz. There's plenty of youth to go around with a lot of talent, but also getting some of these young arms out here, and that's something that's going to happen when you have back-to-back days with double headers. You're going to go deep into your bullpen, and a lot of those young guys have to be ready for that whenever their name's called. And, this is an example right here.
Well, it's a perfect chance to prove yourself. Cernak has proved himself over the past years. He's a junior. And has hit pretty well. 5 homers on the season, 13 driven in. And fouls it off himself. That's pretty rare. Fouling it off himself, it was usually the opposing pitchers hitting him in Game 1. Hit him 3 times, as a matter of fact.
Not only that, but to foul it off of your hip, too. I mean, that's where he hit it. Usually when you foul it off yourself, you're fouling it off your foot or your ankle or something like that. But that angle came in where he hit it, and it went off of his hip. And so that doesn't feel good.
Jammed him pretty good. They got to give him a torpedo. That would solve all the issues. 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? And they will appeal, and no, he did not. You can hear the screams of frustration from the Franklin side.
It's a solid call, too. I didn't think he went originally. Now, I don't know why our first base umpire waited so long. Maybe he just likes the theater of it, and, he did a good job of making it suspenseful.
Popped him up. Foul territory, first base side. Coming over is Willman, and no one can get there. Wallace was alongside him. And a second life for Cernak.
I can't tell what happened there exactly. I don't know if they were too jumbled up, if there was no communication. We're going to take another look at it, though. You can see, obviously, the pop-up right there. So that's whenever Billman starts running after it. Nobody really called off anything, so I think that might be more of a communication error than anything. And for anybody who knows anything about communication, it's integral to any kind of success, whether it's on the field or off the field.
Well, it's all you do, communication.
That's right. That's what me and you were doing right now.
But as a matter of fact, the fly ball, we've seen a couple of pop-ups that have been missed today, and I think the wind has been a big factor. Not as windy as it was in game 1. 3-2. Inside out swing, and it's going to land foul down the right field line.
You know, off the roof of that nice little shelter house where they house the bathrooms off to the right side. And, you know, that just gives us a chance to talk about how nice a facility Art Neff Field really is. I mean, as you see the walk right there, you noticed immediately when we walked in here the gravel track going around the field. That's a unique look, isn't it? You don't see that every day.
It's a very unique look, and it's one, if I was an outfielder playing at Art Neff Field, I wouldn't be too fond of. You know, it makes you a little more hesitant to dive on those balls at the warning track. You don't want to get scraped up too bad.
Might have been something strategic brought up by this Rolls-Holman athletic department that might play in the Fighting Engineers' favor. They might be used to it at this point.
Well, Brown squared to bunt, and the infield came crashing, pulled back. It's a ball, 1-0. Second walk of the game to Cernak, so yet again the leadoff man is reached. That's been another theme between these two games. A lot of base runners. There's a strike. It's 1-1. Brown had a huge day in game 1. I'm saying day, but it's the same day. And he gets a piece of this one. It's 1-2. 2 doubles, a home run, and a walk for Colton Brown in game 1. 8 total bases, not extra base hits. 3 extra base hits, 8 total bases. So trying to build on that here, and has slotted up a little bit in the order up to the 6 hole. 1-2. Called strike 3. Looked a bit inside, but Franklin gets the benefit of the call for the first out here in the second.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 23, Jackson Harms.
One down now for Harms. Monster grand slam in game 1. That was in the first inning. And we'll take one high here. 3-hit day for Harms. The pace of this game is much more mellow compared to game 1.
There hasn't been as many runs scored up to this point like there were in the last one.
That is true.
Rolls-Holman didn't put a 5 spot in the bottom of the first like the first game, which is a little bit surprising if you ask me, because the way that game 1 played out, I thought we were going to see a lot of the same here in game 2, but that's actually not been the case.
Well, we still got a long way to go.
It's very true. And if you're a baseball fan, especially in the Terre Haute area, get down to Rolls-Holman. Especially with these doubleheaders now, you get a full slate of baseball.
2-1. Inside ball 3. Well, we mentioned in game 1 that grand slam was Harm's first collegiate home run. Freshman from Irving, Texas. It was a big one. A home run here would give Rose-Hulman the early lead. He'll send it foul.
Now you've got a full count, so you really don't have any margin of error right here. You've got to try to keep battling to keep yourself alive. Again, only with 1 out, so a ground out or a fly out wouldn't be the end of the world, but it certainly wouldn't help Rose-Hulman's case.
There goes Cernak, and it's inside ball 4. Was curious to see if they'd send the runner. They did in the first game in that same spot with Cernak. They do here. Not a stolen base. It's a walk instead, but the result the same. First and second with 1 out for Joe Neville.
There's a big difference, Sam, in having 2 on with 1 out or having 1 on with 2 outs. I mean, it's a completely different side of the card. And so now Franklin behind the 8 ball on the defensive side of things. But if they can find a way to get these next 2 outs right here, you have to feel good.
Neville inside out over to first. Wallace will go to second for 1. Back to first, no throw. So a fielder's choice, similar to the one they had in the first inning, but 2 good base running here for Cernak. So it's first and third. There are 2 down now for the 9-man Ryland Hickson.
It was a good, smart play over there by DeHart at shortstop to fake the throw over to first, because that held up the lead runner for Rolls-Holman. As he was keeping an eye on him. If he was going to throw over to first, he'd have an opportunity to go home, but obviously that wasn't the case. Good heads-up play by DeHart.
So not too much playing time this season for Hickson, but finds himself in a big spot. 7 for 21, so a .333 batting average over 9 games. And we'll take the first one for a strike. Hickson played in the Northwoods League. He played on the Kalamazoo Growlers, which they were the champions of the Northwoods League last year, so a ring for him, although he just played in 1 game. 0-1. Line drive sharply and over the head of the shortstop DeHart. RBI knock for Hickson. And Rose-Hulman is tied up this game at 1.
That was a really good piece of hitting right there from Hickson. He got a great hold on that one and just out of the reach over at shortstop for DeHart, who just made a terrific play. He's 5'11". If he was 6 foot, he probably gets that. But, a good piece of hitting right there for Hickson. Only his second game that he's played since March 29th, but give him credit for being ready.
Came just inches away from a phenomenal play. Instead, the inning continues for the top of the order, second time through for Peter Rogers, and he'll take a strike. It's 0-1. You got to credit Levy for throwing strikes. He's been getting ahead. And that also has to do with the pace, not walking as many guys as in Game 1.
I think up to this point in Game 1, we had already seen 4 or 5 free passes given out.
Well, we have seen 3, but it feels different. It does feel different this time around. 1-1 to Peter Rogers. Chops it. Over to third. Looks to third. Now back to first. Rogers has speed, and he is out. So Redmond, with a little hesitation, but does get the final out of the frame. Rose-Hulman, though, they tied up 1-1 on the RBI knock from Ryland Hickson. We go to the third here on RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Welcome back to Art Neff Field. 1-1 game here between Rose-Hulman and Franklin. We're thankful for our sponsor, Boilermaker Local 374. Boilermakers Local 374 represents highly skilled, highly motivated workers in field construction and metal fabrication throughout the state of Indiana. When you need a safe, dependable workforce for new build, an upgrade, or facility maintenance, you can count on Boilermakers Local 374 to do your job the right way the first time. So Franklin, they scored first, one in the top of the first inning. That was a run solely manufactured by Josh Gervin. Stole third and then stole a home on a delayed steal. Rose-Hulman responded in the bottom of the second, an RBI knock from the 9 spot, Ryland Hickson. And now it's up to Liam Richardson to maintain a tie game as he sees the middle of the Franklin order. First pitch upstairs, it's 1-0.
This certainly hasn't been a high-scoring game, at least early on in this one, compared to what we saw through the first 2 innings of the last game. I think there was a combined 8 runs through the first 2 innings of this game earlier today, and this time around, only a fourth of that production through the first 2. So the defenses have definitely tightened up here, and it starts with the pitching on the mound, which has been relatively solid both ways, which was not the case that we saw in the beginning of the last game.
A couple of freshmen really doing some good work on the bump. 2-1 the count on Dylan Redmond. He lined out to left his first time. And we'll ground this one over to third. Long throw coming for O'Connell, and he'll make it. So Liam Richardson has retired the leadoff man in all 3 frames. That's a really good start.
And he's taking care of business. And, that's all you can ask, especially in your 4th game that you've played in less than 48 hours. I mean, hardly any rest for anybody in this Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers bullpen. But you got to give a lot of credit to Richardson the way he's held his own here early on.
The fastball has life in there for a strike. But I will say, and I give him credit for this, a lot of young pitchers struggle with doing this. He came into the game with 17 strikeouts over 12 innings. That's lined sharply by DeHart, and a 1-out single for him. He continues to hit the ball sharply. But for Richardson, when you have a plus over 10 Ks per 9, you can be tempted to say, I'm a strikeout pitcher. I'm going to go run through these guys. And that has not been the case today. 1 strikeout, and it's not like he's searching for them. He'll get them when he has to. He's just grooving it in there, throwing some high-quality strikes, and making them put the ball in play, and his defense has done a good job for the most part. That one's rifled out to left, and it's off the wall. A late start for DeHart at first because he had to hold up thinking it might be caught, so it's only a single for a ball hit off the wall by Knuckles. And after the rough game 1 for him, a much stronger game 2 for Ian Knuckles.
That's got to be a big jump of confidence for him, too, because he really did struggle in that first game, but like we said, it's a brand new game for him. He's got to put that last game behind him, focus on what he can control from here on out, and that's going to be a big boost for his confidence, being able to hit a ball not only that well, but that hard.
Little check swing, base hit for Wallace. That's going to be scooped up there by Etrusco. The throw will come into second. It's an RBI single for Wallace, and Franklin has retaken the lead 2-1.
Now, that was one of the more unorthodox hits that you were going to see. Wallace wanted to check up on that one, but it was in such good position that when he checked up, he was able to get contact on it. If he would have followed through, he might have lined that right out into right field, but instead he puts the check on it. It bloops out there into shallow right center. That's about perfect placement. That's where you want to have those little base hits go to.
So 3 straight singles for Franklin, and we'll see how Richardson responds. Good curveball to get strike 1 on Redmond. Just 1 out here, men at first and second. 5 hits for Franklin, but other than that, Richardson has limited the damage. And Redmond's able to check up and hold up on that swing. Evens the count up 1-1. All 3 singles were hit relatively well. And that's going to be another single. Ground ball into left field. Here comes Harms. The throw to the plate will be cut off. It's an RBI single for Brady Redmond, and 4 straight singles have given Franklin a 3-1 lead.
Well, the bats are starting to heat up for this Franklin team, and we were just bragging on Richardson coming in. You were talking about the power that we have as broadcasters, being able to jinx stuff, and unfortunately it looks like we've jinxed Richardson here for Rose-Hulman because he was putting together a solid outing up until these last couple of at-bats. And he still has a chance to recover himself, but it's going to be tough going here, especially with 2 on and only 1 out.
Fires in a strike, it's 0-1. I will say to his credit, though, he continues to just pour it in there. He's not getting flustered and spraying the ball all over the place after the base hits. Continuing to throw strikes. 0-1. In the air. Playable for Brown. He'll make the grab. Wallace didn't even bother to tag, so he'll retreat back to second in a big second out for Liam Richardson.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the confidence back on him. I mean, this is a young man who, at least up to this point, doesn't look as though he has lost any confidence. I mean, you mentioned it. Even after giving up those singles, he stayed with the stuff that made him successful early on in this game. And, you've got 2 outs now. If you can get out of this inning only giving up 2 runs, it's obviously still a manageable lead. Or I guess deficit in this case for Rose-Hulman.
Alex Billman is the man who'll have to retire. Billman, the catcher, we mentioned, had a huge hit, go-ahead hit in Game 1. Curveball a bit inside. It's 1-0 here. At the time, it looked like Billman was going to have the game-winning hit. 2 RBI single. That came in the 8th inning. At the time, it gave Franklin a 14-13 lead. Pounds a strike in there, and it's 1-1. That fastball looks sharp from Richardson.
Certainly does, and if he's able to rely on that, I mean, there's going to be time to time where guys are going to be able to read that, but you mix it in there with a couple of good breaking balls like that one right there, then you're going to be able to have a lethal cocktail, really, that you could serve this Franklin offense.
Well, I'll say that strike was stolen by Hickson. That was outside, and he framed that so well. So Richardson ahead of the count, 1-2, trying to limit the damage in the third. Curveball, swing and a miss. He got Billman's second strikeout for Richardson, but Franklin does score 2. 4 straight singles, gives them a 3-1 lead through 2.5 here on RHIT.TV.
To look for Rose Holman, Atresco, O'Connell, and Rasmussen.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combined that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is sponsored by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the seasoned professionals at Piper Logistics have consistently been the trusted allies for your inventory management, warehousing fulfillment, and transportation needs. We stand as your comprehensive logistics partner. Ride with us. Call us today, 317-396-1023. Well, the Rose-Hulman offense has not been able to do too much against Gavin Levy, just 1 run through 2 innings. And ordinarily you'll say, well, that's okay. Not given what we saw in Game 1. They mustered 19 runs, so Levy has done a number to slow him down.
No, he's held his own up to this point. You know, this is completely different from what we saw in the opening game where Rose-Hulman was able to record 20 hits. They only have 1 right now through 2 frames. Now, they have an opportunity to add on to that at this point, but give a lot of credit to Levy for what he's done over the course of these first 2 innings. Again, 1 run and just 1 hit up to this point. A lot of credit has to be given to him, and also his defense behind him as well.
The freshman from Seymour, Indiana, Gavin Levy, 6'2", left-hander. And he'll face 2, 3, and 4. So second time through the middle of the order. This will certainly be a test. Atresco walked his first time. 1 of 3 walks issued by Levy. And the first one's inside. It's 1-0. Atresco, a senior from Kansas. Red hot coming into this series. Doubleheader yesterday against Bluffton, 5 for 9. And rockets this one into shallow center. But oncoming is Deering, and he's able to get there. So a quick first out for Levy.
And that's one thing that Rose-Hulman has been able to do. They've been able to put contact on a couple of these pitches, but you know, one of the big differences from last game to this game is they haven't been able to put them in gaps like they were, to where they were able to record, you know, singles. Not only that, a lot of doubles in the last game as well. They've been hitting right to position players, and so you know, that's one reason why Rose-Hulman hasn't seen nearly the success up to this point, and a lot of that has to do with the pitching of Levy as well.
Not the same number of loud contact. And you know, Rose-Hulman doesn't really strike out that much. They only struck out 3 times in Game 1. Have not struck out, or 1 strikeout rather, so far against Levy. 1-1 the count on O'Connell. He grounded into the unorthodox double play back in the first. The 3-6-5. How about that curveball? Nearly caught the inside part of the zone. Would have buckled O'Connell.
That had a lot of break on it. I mean, that started out almost going directly at O'Connell. Like you mentioned, it broke back in. Not nearly enough, but still impressive the amount of movement on that ball.
Front hit pitch, and the 2-1 is fouled off, so we're even 2-2. Rose-Hulman looking for base runners. They've had their fair share with the walks, but not as much clutch hitting as we saw in Game 1, at least early on. Plenty of time to change that narrative. Again inside with that sweeper, but O'Connell backs out of the way.
Now that one I don't think had the amount of movement that he wanted on it. That one did start out at O'Connell and it almost caught him. O'Connell did a good job of jumping out of the way, or he would have taken that one right in the leg and saved him a hit.
"3-2. Little line drive, softly hit, and right at the third baseman, Redmond. So 2 up, 2 down to start the third.
And just not enough on that one. And it's probably about an easy a fly out, as you'll see over at that, what they call the hot corner, although I guess he's a lefty, so not necessarily the hot corner over at third base, but nonetheless still a good work over there on the third base line for Redmond.
Little soft corner action that time.
You've got all the terminology.
I made that one up, but
never mind. You might have to coin that one, though. Write it down before somebody takes it, like me.
Feel free. Fouled straight back from Rasmussen, and the count is 1-1. Rasmussen flied out to center his first time. Did the catching in Game 1. Typically, catchers will not catch both sides of the doubleheader, so he gets half a game off as the DH here in Game 2. They want his bat in the order, of course. That's why we see Ryland Hickson doing the catching.
That's one reason why I'm so surprised that Billman is back behind the plate for Franklin, because the physical toll that the lower body especially takes on catching 2 games is a lot.
Chopper straight to the glove of Redmond. He throws on to first, and a quick 1-2-3 inning of work for Gavin Levy. Franklin still leads it 3-1 through 3 frames here on RHIT.TV. RHIT is brought to you by Dynamark. Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indiana for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service. Call today at 317-328-2555. Top of the 4th inning here at Art Neff Field. The Grizzlies lead it 3-1. That is Franklin over Rose-Hulman. Liam Richardson has not thrown poorly, but his team does trail. First one bunted, and it is foul. Right at the plate. The leadoff man Deering trying to get a bunt single to start things off, and will have to make the slow jog back to the home plate circle.
Yeah, he had the afterburners going too as he was trying to make his way over towards first base. He wouldn't have beat out the throw, so fortunately for Deering, he's going to get another opportunity to extend this at bat.
2 innings for Franklin where they've had 7 come to the plate, the first and the third. That's where the runs have come. Good breaking pitch from Richardson, and the count is 0-2. Richardson with 2 strikeouts, one of Seitz and one of Billman. Looking to retire Deering. 0-2. Sent in the air. In comes Brown. Going back is the shortstop, DeHart. Or Peter Rogers, rather. He's able to make the grab for the first out. And Richardson, he's retired the leadoff man, and now all 4 frames.
Yeah, that was interesting to see Rogers take that far of a backtrack to make that play. You would think that either the center fielder and Brown or potentially the left fielder and Harms would come in because they have an angle at it to where they don't have to backtrack to get it. Instead, they can attack the ball. But give credit to Rogers. He was backtracking, kept his eye on it, and was able to make the play.
First pitch strike to Gervin. This is the guy you want to keep him off the base paths. Singled in the first, then took second, took third, and then eventually would take home as well. Breaking ball, and it's 0-2. Richardson's ahead of him. He got him out in the second. Little fly out to left.
You got to find a way to keep him off the base paths. I mean, he's so dangerous whenever he's on. And all it takes is one brief lapse and focus and attention towards him for him to get a free 90. Especially in a game where you're already trailing, you can ill afford to give up any free bases.
1-2. Pop up in the infield. Should be playable. And it is. There's Cernak to retire Gervin. And the first 2 have been retired by Richardson.
There you go. You kept him off the bag, so I'd say that's a success for this Rose-Hulman defense. And he's one of the most dangerous guys that you could have on the bags for Franklin. So now you got to focus down towards the middle of the order now. It's a lot more favorable for Richardson.
Well, he's done well with Redmond today. He's 0 for 2. A line out and a ground out. First one outside.
Didn't get enough break right there on that breaking ball. Started out wide and tried to bend its way back in, but just didn't have enough angle on it.
There's a breaking ball. That one finds the zone. It's 1-1. Redmond, a .305 hitter coming into this series. 18 driven in. Quality bat in the middle of their order. 1-1. 2-1. Now, something about Redmond that I find to be really fascinating, and it speaks to Franklin as a team, because they get hit a lot, not just in this series, but over the course of their season. And Redmond is the perfect example. 15 walks, 13 strikeouts. He's been hit 17 times. I've almost never seen a stat where you've been hit more than you walk. But this time he'll add to the walk tally a 5-pitch walk of Redmond, and Franklin has a 2-out base runner.
Wonder if they have a punch card for him every time he takes a hit by pitch.
Well, I saw for Indiana, Tyler Cerny broke the Indiana hit by pitch record.
Is that right?
And he celebrated it. He threw his hands up, and everyone was cheering for him. It was a big deal. I found it pretty funny. So Richardson will try to bear down retired DeHart and throw a scoreless 4th frame. A base runner in every inning. And DeHart, oh man, he can hit. Line drive down the left field line. It's going to get all the way to the wall. Fielded nicely out there by Harms to get it back in, but it's a double for DeHart. And runners at second and third for Franklin.
So far today, this Franklin team has not looked like a team that's in the bottom half of the HCHC standings now, given there's not a lot of difference between the teams in second and third, which are Hanover and Manchester, and the teams who are sitting roughly 7th and 8th, or 6th and 7th, I should say, in Earlham and Franklin. So, and that's another thing that makes this game so big is that Franklin could jump up 1 or 2 spots here with a win today, especially here in Game 2.
So a big spot for Richardson. Gets a swing and a miss there on Knuckles. Knuckles tattooed a single off the wall last time. It should have been really more like a double, but was played so well by Harms. He's reached both times. 0-1. spiked in there and really nicely stopped by Hickson. He might have just saved a run. Well, you mentioned the Franklin offense and how you've been impressed by them, and their offense actually ranks at nearly the top of the Heartland Conference in every statistic. It's the pitching that lets them down so often. Best on base percentage. They walk the most in the Heartland Conference, and they steal the most bases. Third in home runs. It's a team that can hit. That's not the weak point. Painted for a strike, and Richardson's ahead 1-2.
And that's the big thing to keep an eye on as this game progresses, Sam, is, what happens once Levy, the pitcher for Franklin, exits the game? Who's going to come in from the bullpen? Are they going to be just as strong as he is? Because this Rose-Hulman team finds a way to get hits, and they just haven't been able to do so far with Levy.
Cruz, that's the second time, as that pitch was spiked in there, that a runner on second for Franklin slipped on the base paths. Down went DeHart in the middle of second and third. And yet again, no one went to cover second or try to pick him off. There's got to be some slip spot on that dirt that's tripping him up. Regardless, we got a 2-2 here in a big spot. And Richardson wins the battle. Strikes him out, a little fist pump from him. Escapes further damage. A scoreless fourth inning of work. And now Rose-Hulman will look for some offense in the bottom of the fourth. They trail 3-1 on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Welcome back to RHIT.TV. Franklin and Rose-Hulman. Our broadcast is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. Services, you do what you do, we'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. Well, the Rose-Hulman offense will try to figure out the mystery that is Gavin Levy. He is dazzled over the first three frames. He's given up just one run. And remember, this is a Rose-Hulman offense that put up 19 in game one.
We were talking about it in the last half inning. What would happen once Levy exits the game, because he has been terrific so far. One hit given up through 3 innings of work. And you mentioned that this is a team in Franklin that doesn't do a great job in keeping base runners off the bags, and on top of that, giving up hits and whatnot as well. So what's going to happen whenever Levy has to exit the game? Again, this is a freshman who doesn't have a whole lot of experience and usually doesn't go more than 3 innings at a time. Now, you got to put him back out there because he's done terrifically so far. But once he goes out, who's going to step in and replace him? And will they see the same level of success, whoever that might be, compared to what he's done so far?
Well, they'll let him ride as long as they can. Foul ball, that got another piece of Billman. And you see the courtesy walk out to the mound to give Billman some time. He's been beaten up in game 2. You mentioned the bullpen for Franklin, and I got to give a shout out in game 1, because this is what it's all about when you have a doubleheader and games like this. Luke Harmon threw 4 innings. Franklin used less arms than Rose-Hulman in that game, and obviously they lost the game, which is the most important thing. But if you told me after the first inning when Rose-Hulman was up 5-1 that Franklin would use less pitchers, I would say you're crazy. And it's the effort of Harmon to throw 4 innings in relief. That's called being an innings eater. It's called being a bullpen savior. And he did it masterfully to allow for more arms to be rested and ready for game 2, to give them a shot.
He was really working there for an inning or two. I mean, I think Rose-Hulman, if I remember correctly, only had 3 or 4 scoreless innings in that first game, and he was responsible for at least 2 of them, if not more. And so, like like you said, Harmon came in and did a terrific job out of the bullpen. Swallowed up those innings, like you mentioned, took those pitches that otherwise would have been going to another arm that they might not have been able to utilize this time around. And so a much more favorable bullpen look for Franklin here in the second game than it would have been the first.
3-2. Called strike 3. Cernak cannot believe it. So Levy has his second punchy of the game and retires the first man here in the bottom of the fourth.
His terrific work continues. Another impressive outing, that time against Cernak. And at least as of right now, it doesn't look like the freshman's going to be stopping anytime soon.
Well, they'll let him ride as long as they can. Here's Colton Brown. He squares to bunt, takes inside.
And that's the thing. You don't want to take him out prematurely because he's been terrific all day. Now, if he starts to give up a couple of base runners, maybe you have a word with him, but you keep him in there until he starts giving up a couple of runs. But that's why Franklin's offense needs to try to tally on a couple more to give him a little bit of a cushion, so that way you're not in so much of a danger zone trying to figure out who your next pitcher is going to be and when to put him in.
1-1 is the count on Brown. And he takes inside. All three have been on the inner half. Brown squared to bunt the first two, drew back. Levy fell behind Cernak 3-1, but battled back to strike him out. Both strikeouts have been looking. Right back up the middle. This is going to be a tough play. DeHart gathers on to first. Oh, he got him. A really fine play by Garrett DeHart up the middle for Franklin.
A lot of people don't realize how tough of a play that is. I mean, that was just unbelievable. DeHart has made a couple of great plays right here. Watch this. Bam. Catch it. Quick turn. Fire. On target, too. I mean, that all happened so fast, and DeHart made it look like it was just another Sunday afternoon at the office. I mean, terrific play right there.
And it's not like Brown is Alejandro Kirk running up the first baseline. He can run for an outfielder. And now Billman will end the inning. Ran that one down along the first baseline, so Harms pops out on the first pitch he sees. Second consecutive 1-2-3 inning of work for Gavin Levy. He's been mowing them down. It's 3-1. Franklin leads it through 4 innings here on RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
(3-1) is the Franklin lead here in the top of the 5th inning. RHIT.TV is bringing this game straight to you, and it's all possible by Officially Human. Our mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the fields and courts. Do your part. Practice good sportsmanship. If we don't have officials, we can't play. Well, we got a pitcher's duel, Cruz.
And who would have thought that coming in? Who would have thought that coming in, especially after what we saw in the first game, a combined 32 hits. And I'm not going to try to do the math. I think actually it was 34 runs between these two teams in the first game as well, so hopefully I got that one right. Showed off my Indiana education, but 34, Chuck, our producer's telling me I'm right. So
you are right.
Thank goodness for that. But, yeah, pitcher's duel. Who would have thought up to this point, but both a great job by Richardson and Levy, especially Levy, though, for this Franklin team. Again, this is a Rose-Hulman team that had 20 hits in that first game, and so to be able to go out and just hang 1 hit and 1 run over the course of 4 innings up to this point in the 4th game that they played less than 48 hours is nothing short of spectacular.
Well, 3-0 is the count on the leadoff man, Wallace. And he'll put him on 4. So not the start you would want to the top of the 5th if you're Richardson. Walks the leadoff man.
Now batting for Franklin, number 30.
So a man on for Brady Redmond.
If you're Rose Holman, you can ill afford to give up some insurance runs to this Franklin team for obvious reasons, but the less obvious reason is with the arm and Levy that they have, that's for Franklin. He doesn't usually go more than 2 or 3 innings at a time, and he's completed 4 innings up to this point. And so, you want to make sure that you're in a spot to where if you get hot, you have to make them question whether they want to take Levy out or not. And, if you're able to tally on runs while he's still in there, Franklin might not have a choice but to leave him in there. You give yourself a lead, that's when they'd have to yank him instead of it being a tie game.
So swing and a miss. Down goes Redmond on 3 pitches. So a nice bounce back for Richardson. You saw Wallace fake to go, but returned to first. So a nice first out of the 5th frame for the tall right-hander. Has not been able to throw a strike to a left-handed batter this inning. Wallace, the lefty, sights also. Swings a left-handed stick. There's a strike. 1-1. Grounded softly over to third. Here comes O'Connell. He only plays at first, and he got him. Nice play over there by Connor O'Connell. Moving to second is Wallace, but now with 2 down.
Now it looks like there's going to be some kind of mound meeting right here for Rose Holman. As we take a look at that grounder right there. Nice charge over from third base. That was O'Connell coming in to make the play, but now you got to start thinking strategically right here for Richardson. He started to slow down a little bit. You want to be able to finish this inning strong without giving up any runs, and it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Well, he's not going to be the one to finish the inning. Rose Holman will make the call to the bullpen. They trail by 2. It's 3-1 Franklin, trying to get the final out of this 5th frame. We'll take a break here on RHIT.TV while we get a new man on the bump for the Engineers.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
So a real nice outing for Liam Richardson. 4 2/3, 7 hits, just 3 runs. The runner at second is his responsibility. But compared to what we saw in Game 1 and knowing the offenses of these two teams, you got to be really happy with what you saw from Liam Richardson.
Especially after you gave up 12-plus hits in Game number 1 and gave up 15-plus runs, or 15 runs, I should say. Again, young guy. He was able to hold his own up to this point, and you got to respect that. He was ready for whenever his name was called, and while it wasn't a perfect day, there was a lot of solid stuff from him. And now you drop off the responsibility to what I believe is Alec Lewandowski, 8.59 ERA on the season, a 2-1 record, his 10th appearance, 14 2/3 innings of work up to this year, 14 earned runs on the season, compared to 13 strikeouts. So relatively solid arm that you're putting in here right now. Now, the big question will be for Franklin's bullpen, who will replace Levy, I should say, who's had a terrific day for them. I wonder how much further he'll go because he's not used to going more than 2 or 3 innings at a time. Now that we start to see both of these teams enter the bullpen, this is where I think the game can get a little bit shaky either direction.
As you mentioned, the great Lewandowski will come into this game and relief. 14 2/3. This will be game number 10. The ERA not too pretty, 8.59, but they're going to need some massive outs out of Alec Lewandowski. Good strikeout numbers, probably a tad too many walks for his liking. Has given up 2 long balls on the season and is tasked with retiring Cam Seitz. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
It's good for him to be able to go up against the bottom part of the order for this Franklin team to try to get himself eased into this game a little bit instead of facing off Deering and Gervin and Redmond and DeHart to begin the lineup. Gives him an opportunity to get his feet wet a little bit, and if he can record this out, allow him to, get his mind right before he takes the plate again and tries to go up against the top of the order.
So a couple quick strikes, and it's 0-2. Foul tip, nearly hung onto by Hickson. But Billman stays alive. 7 hits for Franklin, just 1 hit for Rose Holman. In the run column, the all-important column, they lead by 2, 3-1. Lewandowski trying to keep it that way. And he does. Strikes out Billman. Got him on a slider, so they strand the runner at second. Another scoreless frame, but Rose Holman still trails 3-1 halfway through here at Art Neff Field on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combined that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose Holman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is brought to you by IndianaSRN Sports Page. Wall-to-wall sports news every day. High school, college, pro sports. We have it all. Check it out, IndianaSRN.org, and click on the Sports Page tab. Stay informed with this IndianaSRN Sports Page. Well, another inning of work for Gavin Levy. He's tossed 4 so far, has allowed just 1 run to his name. Faces 8, 9, and 1. In the Fightin' Engineer order, Neville, Hickson, and Peter Rogers are due up.
Yeah, you mentioned starting his 5th inning of work. I mean, up to this year, he's only thrown, at least coming into this game, under 12 innings of work, and so he's added on, what would that be? 33% more of the run or the innings that he's worked onto that total, and so give him a lot of credit for being able to go through the longevity, something that I don't think he's seen all season long up to this point, and we'll see how solid he remains, but he's been very impressive up to this point in the game, and if he can continue that, this Franklin team might have just found themselves a new gem to add to their crown.
Well, and remember, in those 11 2/3, he's allowed 18 runs. This is a completely different story for Levy. Squaring to bunt is Neville, and he comes up empty on the bunt attempt. So nothing working right now for Rose Holman. Remember, the issue with Levy had walked 16 in those 11 2/3. Walked a bunch early, but was able to work around it. And has since retired 7 consecutive Rose Holman batters.
You know, Sam, I think there are more zeros on that scoreboard than we saw in the entirety of that first game. Now, it's a joke. I think literally that's an incorrect statement, but it just shows you, how different these two games have been, game 1 to game 2.
I mean, you are 100% correct.
Well, Chuck in my ears telling us that might be right, and so
well, Neville is trying to work a nice leadoff at bat here. Get a base runner for Rose-Hulman. Even in the count 2-2. How about that? Lined into the right center gap. That's going to get down. Second hit for the Engineers in this one. And he's not stopping at second. He's on his way to third. A leadoff triple for Joe Neville. And Rose-Hulman has a golden opportunity to cut into the deficit.
That was his first extra base hit of his career right there. Hadn't recorded one until then. Only his 7th hit of his career, but give him a lot of credit for digging his feet into the dirt right there and being able to turn 3. I mean, that was almost perfect placement right in between the center fielder and the right fielder for Franklin. All he did was put his head down, dig into third, and now all of a sudden Rose-Hulman has an opportunity to tie this game up, Sam.
Hickson drove in the first run for Rose-Hulman. An RBI single scorched over the head of DeHart at short. Has a chance for a productive out to draw them within 1. 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
Sam, I just did the math to prove myself wrong. There were 7 scoreless half frames in that game number 1. There have been 6 so far, and if Franklin can find a way to hold Rose-Hulman off the board here, we would tie that, and we aren't even to the 6th inning yet. Completely different game.
Well, prior to the remainder of this at-bat against Hickson, we're going to have a little talk with Lance Marshall and his big left-hander.
And if this is the end of the road for Levy, I mean, it was a great outing.
I can't imagine this is the end. I think they're looking at the dirt on the mound and maybe discussing a mound issue. As he's gesturing to his landing spot is what it looks like.
Well, you don't see that every day, do you?
Well, it's an issue on dirt fields, not an issue at all on turf, obviously. And you see it a lot when there's rain involved. Very nice day today.
Maybe even wind potentially like today.
But remember, this is game 2 of a doubleheader, so a lot of wear and tear on that mound.
Also true.
Maybe some bigger holes than you would like, and you see the rest of the infielders trying to just kick some dirt into those holes. Make the mound a little nicer for their left-hander who's thrown the ball exceptional in his first 4 innings of work. And you see he gets a nice warm-up toss. We'll see if the mound is to his liking. Take one more. Strike 1. And he's pretty satisfied with the mound. So the rest of the infielders will go back to their designated spots. Big at bat in this game, Cruz. Hickson, RBI single his first time, and has a chance to make this much more interesting after the triple by Neville to lead off the 5th. Swing and a miss by Hickson, and he's down on the count 1-2.
He was down on his knee, too, right there. That was a big swing and missed it. He was really trying to send that one. I think he was trying to send that one across the state line, I think. But, all you got to do is put one in play. You don't have anybody out yet.
Another one roped, and a diving play by Gervin. He just saved a run.
He absolutely did. He was in the air for that one, and that's a big-time play by number 10 in gray. Again, the freshman doing a lot of good things, both offensively, now this time defensively. Check this one out, laying out for it. Able to make the grab, and like you said, Sam, preventing that potential one-run run from coming across.
Well, a couple of really hard-hit balls by Hickson. One found a hole, the other not high enough to get over the head of Gervin. Back to the top of the order, though. Still a golden opportunity to scratch across that second run. Productive outscores him. Outside 2-0 on Peter Rogers. 2-0. Inside ball 3. Rogers, a speedster in his own right, very overshadowed in this series by Gervin. But he's got 18 steals on the season as well, and want to keep him off the base paths. There's a strike. 0 for 1 day for Rogers today. Was hit by a pitch in the first, made it as far as third base, was stranded there. Grounded out to third his second time. Third time through the order. And he ropes that one into left. It will get over the head of the left fielder Knuckles. And off the wall. An RBI double for Peter Rogers. And Rose Holman is within 1. It's 3-2 Franklin.
Now this is where I'm curious to see what Franklin will do with their bullpen and Gavin Levy, because he's put together a terrific day up to this point, but you've got to think he's given up the triple. He was one terrific defensive play away from giving up another base hit out into right field, and then he gives up that double right there. So, the seams might be slowly falling apart for Levy, but, that's okay considering the amount of work that he's put in today. I think he's pushing the limits of how much he can do, and there is an arm waiting out there, I believe, in the Franklin bullpen, so we might be getting a pitching change here if things continue to go south for Levy.
Regardless of level you're at, third time through the order can always be a challenge. Pitch upstairs. It's 1-0.
Well, and whoever's out there in the bullpen along the first base line for Franklin has their hat up in the air, so they're calling down to the dugout, seeing whether they need to have him ready to go or not.
Game-tying run in scoring position at second. That's popped foul. It's 1-1. One on a Trusco. Outside 2-1.
Well, if Levy can find a way to get it out here, you'd have to be feeling pretty good about yourself. Now, obviously, you've got a guy in Connor O'Connell coming up to bat next, and he's not going to be any easy task to take care of, but you have to be feeling pretty good about it, regardless.
Count even 2-2. Etrusco, 0 for 1. Walked his first time, flied out to center in the second. Big hit here would tie the game, or even maybe give Rose Holman the lead. Cut on and missed. Levy got the best of Etrusco, struck him out for the second out here in the fifth.
How perfect of an ending would this be for a guy like Gavin Levy? I mean, the seam started to fall apart a little bit, but if you can get across the finish line here and finish out this inning, and if that is indeed the day for him, you can't be complaining with anything that happened for Franklin. Now, Rolls Holman, though, trying to flip that script right here. They have an opportunity to potentially take the lead with one of their best hitters.
That gets by the catcher, Billman, and on to third goes Rogers. 90 feet closer. Levy came into this inning having allowed just one hit. Has allowed 2 this inning, including a run on an RBI double to Rogers. Now he stands at third, 90 feet away from tying the game up at 3. 1-0 on O'Connell. 1-1.
And all things considered, even though he's given up 2 hits in this half inning, 3 hits over the course of 5 innings is astounding, especially for a freshman.
O'Connell, deep right field. Going back as the right fielder seats, and it's gone. How about the day for Connor O'Connell? 2-run shot, and Rose Holman has taken the lead just like that. It's 4-3.
Well, spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Gavin Levy, again, a terrific day up to this point, but that's a big bases clearing hit right there for Rose Holman. They've came all the way back to tie it. How about this kid, Connor O'Connell, the junior? Had an outstanding 3-double game earlier today.
And that was left on left. That was left on left, Cruz.
And all Franklin could do was watch that one go in between the baseball field and the softball complex right behind right field. This is a completely different ball game now.
Well, now they're really starting to hit. Levy well. A scorched line out by Rasmussen right to seats, but the damage was done. A 2-run homer from Connor O'Connell, 3-run inning for Rose Holman, or 2-run inning, excuse me. And they've taken the lead 4-3 after 5 full innings here at Art Neff Field. We'll come back for the 6th on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is sponsored by Make a Difference. Help us put more student athletes on TV by logging on to IndianaSRN.org, directing your donation to a specific school, or hit the donate button. More games, more opportunity for our kids. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. Well, for the first time today, Cruz, Rose Holman is playing with the lead. 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th. They finally got to Levy, and now Lewandowski gets to pitch with the lead.
It was only a matter of time, too, before, everything caught up to Levy, because he was playing, I believe, to what I believe was a career best, or at least a season best up to this point in terms of the amount of work that he put in on the mound. Again, it was just a matter of time before Rose Holman got to him, and it just happened to be in the bottom of the 5th inning. I'm going to be interested to see what Franklin does with their bullpen, because he's been their strongest arm all day long, but outside of that, I don't really know how much they have left to give with the amount of baseball that's been played over the last 48 hours.
Well, with both bullpen gates now unlocked, this is a whole different ballgame.
No question about it.
We know sometimes you may struggle with a specific guy, as we see another hit by pitch. I mean, Franklin is just, they are a magnet. But again, any guy out of the pen, and when you're going with a bullpen game, one guy may not have it, and that might be what screws you up in that specific day, in that specific game.
And if you're Franklin, you've got the top of your lineup coming around, so if you want to strike back, this is the time to do it. And especially with a guy like Josh Gervin, who, Chuck Levine, who's sitting next to us, was talking about it during the break. This guy might be playing baseball somewhere else next year just because of how good and talented he is as a freshman. He has the opportunity potentially to work his way up the ladder. Again, 30-plus stolen bases on the season. He gets on base, he's going to be dangerous. And so if there's anybody, and we've mentioned this time and time again, that Lewandowski can't allow on the base, it's him.
Well, Deering is off, and he just stole second. And I ask, why, to be honest? Obviously, you want to get the tying run into scoring position. That's a big deal. But if Lewandowski falls behind Gervin, he may just put him on, not want to face a batter as talented as Josh Gervin.
And Deering, he hasn't had a lot of action, but he is perfect on the base pads now on the season. Only had 3 stolen bases on 3 attempts coming into this series. And, he picks and chooses when he wants to go, and that was a prime opportunity for him. As you take another look at it right there, throw was perfectly placed. It was just the timing of it was a little bit late. Give credit to Deering for getting off to a fast start as he tried to make his move.
Well, another hit for Gervin. Lines this one the other way into right field. Here comes Deering. He will score easily. And it's an RBI single for Josh Gervin. He's been responsible for 3 of their 4 runs, and the game is tied at 4.
Well, just like that, that's how quickly this Franklin team can hit right back at you. Now, this might be, and we talked about this as soon as the teams would go to the bullpen, is this where we're going to see the game start to get a little bit unbalanced in terms of scoring. The scoring is definitely going to start up, but the only question is which team's going to be able to cash in more runs.
And we had a slow start offensively, but we may see the numbers in the back 4 innings of this game that we saw in Game 1. Remember, these teams have played 4 games in 2 days. As a strike into Redmond, it's 0-1. Gotta watch Gervin at first. You know, he won't hesitate to go. And Lewandowski is keeping a close eye. Remember, this is not Major League Baseball. There is no pickoff limit. You can throw over as many times as you'd like. There he goes. And it's grounded over to third, but it hit the foot of Redmond, so that is a foul ball. Hit him in the box. Otherwise, we would have had man at second, 1 out. We'll see how the result of this at bat turns up, but Rose-Hulman may have preferred that outcome.
Not only that, though, if it was coming off the bat, the hit that was at the same velocity, now I know it hit his foot, but if it came off at the same velocity as it did in that scenario, that would have been a really tough play over at third base for the Rose-Hulman third baseman and O'Connell. Just for the amount of time it would take to charge the ball as it hopped out there.
So we're up to 3 pickoffs in this at bat. We'll see how many we get. If this was Major League Baseball, that would have been a balk, and it would have put Gervin on second. Oh, 2. Popped him up. Over to the second baseman, Neville. He's got it. 1 down.
That's a big first out for Rose-Hulman as well. Now you got the middle of the lineup coming up. You know, you got a guy like DeHart who's going to be a really tough out, but you know, you have Knuckles who hasn't had a strong day. Wallace will be a tough out as well, but again, it's going to be a lot easier to handle than a guy like Deering or Gervin coming up.
Well, I'm interested to watch Gervin over at first. First one is high. It's 1-0. If he steals second, although there is only 1 out, DeHart has knocked the ball around all day. 2 for 2 today in this game 2, a single and a double. Had 2 home runs in game 1. And with the game tied at 4, if Gervin decides to take second, they may just intentionally put DeHart over at first. So he may not take second to make him pitch to him. And they do pitch to him. A little looper. This is going to be a tough play. Over is Neville. He drops it. They'll have a force at second if he's getting there, and he does get Gervin over at second. And honestly, very unintentional, but that might be the best outcome for Rose-Hulman because you get the speed of Gervin off the base paths.
That's very true, and I don't think it was intentional to drop that ball, but you know, it just worked out for Rose-Hulman. I mean, you're going to take another look at it right here. I think he would have just let it drop if he was trying to do it intentionally, but good heads-up play to throw it back over to second. Gervin obviously was tagging up because if he took off, he very well could have made the catch and then gotten the out back at first for a double play.
And that's why you hustle down the line. You're never sure what could happen.
Yeah, but that is big, though, getting Gervin off the bags because, again, we mentioned 30-plus stolen bases on the season. He's already manufactured a run on his own in this game as well as the last game.
There goes DeHart. Line drive over to shortstop. Long throw to first. He got him. Real solid play by Peter Rogers deep in the hole. That ends the inning, but Franklin does tie the game at 4. An RBI single by Josh Gervin the other way to right field, and we head to the home half of the 6th with the game knotted up here on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
RHIT.TV is sponsored by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry is your independent agent representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. Call him today for coverage tomorrow, 317-894-7000. Well, it's an even 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and Brayton Belcher relieves Gavin Levy after a tremendous 5 innings of work for the left-hander.
Yeah, it would have been a terrific 5 innings, almost a perfect 5 innings, really, if you think about it. Not in the literal sense, but in the figurative sense, because up to that point, until the last half inning, he had only given up a couple of runs. 1 run to be exact. He gave up 3 in the last half, and the seam started to come off, and so it was unfortunate that the day ended like that for Levy after the terrific start that he got off to, but nonetheless, he has to be very satisfied with what he was able to do on the bump today. Now he's got to hope that the rest of his bullpen can back up his performance that he put forward.
So we'll see if the runs come in bunches for Rose-Hulman. 3 last inning in the 5th. And the first one from Belcher is fired in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Another freshman arm. Has not thrown too well this season. But that was the case for Levy before he dominated the first 4 frames.
Yeah, anything can happen on any given day. I mean, Levy's a great example of that. Not a great performance up to this point in the season, but turned around and gave his best performance of the year by far up to this point.
Line drive right back up the box. And a leadoff single for Mark Serdenak.
And it looked like the center fielder, that being Deering, couldn't get a good read on it. He started out stationary, and then by the time that he made the read and drifted off to his right, what would have been your left on your screen, it was a little bit too late. He couldn't catch the ball in time, and it's a good leadoff hit for Rose-Hulman.
Pitch to Brown. Downstairs 1-0. That's the first time, or second time rather, second consecutive inning actually, that Rose-Hulman has had the leadoff man reach. Last inning it was Neville who tripled, and that resulted in a 3-run frame. There goes the runner and a little blooper. This might be a tough play. Shallow right field. There's no play. It's going to drop. Little bloop single for Colton Brown, and Rose-Hulman is set up with runners at first and second.
Like we said, this is where we thought the game would start to open up a little bit for both of the offenses after those 2 terrific starts by both of the starting pitchers today, that being Richardson and Levy for Rose-Hulman and Franklin respectively. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, there have been 4 runs scored in the last 2 innings by both of these teams. There was only 4 runs scored through the first 4 innings for both of these teams, so the offenses have definitely started to pick up here a little bit, and Rose-Hulman has an opportunity to tack on a couple more runs.
So this is Jackson Harm's spot in the order, but we will get a pinch hitter. Jackson Summers, who we saw start Game 1 of this doubleheader, will pinch hit for his Jackson counterpart, Jackson Harms. Harms had a great first game, not as strong in Game 2, so Summers will pinch hit for him. Big spot for Rose-Hulman. Game tied at 4. Corners are in, expecting a bunt, and there's a balk. A balk by Belcher will put both runners into scoring position. Wow. Cruz, there are more balks than you would expect. I was looking at the Heartland Conference, and Rose-Hulman, I believe, only 3 balks on the year. Franklin had 7. And that's a big spot to balk. Summers takes low, and the count is 1-0.
And that's a mistake you can ill afford to make right there because it moves both runners a free 90 feet. Now they're both in scoring position. And so a base hit will knock in at least 1. It might be able to even get 2.
It's a little flinch. That's all it takes. 1-0. Now he squares to bunt, and how about Billman? He saved a wild pitch, and he saved a run.
At least for now, though, you still got to try to record 3 outs without giving up an extra base to Sertanak, who's over on third.
2-0. Way inside, nearly clipped him. Instead, the count is 3-0 on Summers. First base is open. And Neville, who tripled his last at-bat, is on deck. We're going to assume no green light. It's a red light and it's a strike. 3-1. There's Neville. Was the catalyst for the 3-run inning in the 5th. Now he bunts on 3-1. It goes right back to the pitcher, and the bunt is not good enough, and you got to wonder what was going on there. It was a safety squeeze that just did not work out for Summers. Right back to the pitcher. He'll get Summers out at first. And there's the first out. You don't want to send the runner there and make an out at home plate when you got 2 more outs to spare here in the 6th, but not the intent that they were looking for out of the Summers bunt.
Yeah, the placement wasn't very ideal for Summers, that's for certain. It's kind of over towards that triangle in between second base, first base, and the pitchers, so any number of players could have went and grabbed that one. But good communication by Franklin. It was an easy read, and also the look over towards first base.
Little chopper foul for Neville. A lot of freshmen. Neville, one of them. Got his first extra base hit last inning with the triple. He was good for his 7th hit of the season. Has not played a whole lot. This is game number 14 for him. Lays off, and that's going to bounce behind Billman, and in comes the go-ahead run. Sertanak was on top of it. A great read from him at third, and he scampers in to give Rose-Hulman a 5-4 lead.
And that's exactly what you could not afford if you were Franklin right there. Again, another free pass for 90 feet for both the lead runner and the secondary runner. Now you've got to try to prevent Rose-Hulman from potentially busting this game open.
Well, swing and a miss for Neville. So he strikes out. That's a really big second out.
Now batting for
the other part of that wild pitch was, as you mentioned, the trail runner, Colton Brown, got to third. So if Neville was able to make a productive out, Rose-Hulman could have gone up by 2. Now it will take a hit from Hickson to give them that 2-run advantage. He swung the bat well today. And he swings it well again. 3 absolute scorched line drives for Hickson. Second RBI single for him. And it's 6-4 Rose-Hulman.
And he keeps the inning alive as well. Not only that, but he tags on another run. Nothing's starting to unwind a little bit for this Franklin team, who got off to a terrific 3-1 start. They've given up 5 of the last 6 runs of this game to this Rose-Hulman team. They've tallied 5 runs in the last 2 innings.
Right back up the middle. That's going to sneak through. Second hit of the game for Peter Rogers. And they'll go station to station, keep the inning alive for Ostrusko.
And you've got to find a way to record this last out right now if you're Franklin. And I know that, things have gotten a little bit tough right now. You go to the bullpen and bring in Belcher. And on top of that, you've given up a couple of hits right into the middle of the gap. That can be very taxing on a baseball team's morale, especially with the way that this team got off to a quick start. But again, 1 out. That's all you've got to get right here. It's what you've got to focus on if you're Franklin. Keep those bats going if you're Rose-Hulman.
Well, he's been getting belched in this 6th inning. The offense has come alive in the middle frames for Rose-Hulman. 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. They lead 6-4. They've tied Franklin in the hit column 8-8. And that's chopped foul. Count is 0-2. Otrusco is 0 for 2. He walked his first time. Hits here with 2 runners on. Hickson at second. Rogers at first. Swing and a miss. Belcher gets Otrusco on strikes, but not before 2 more come across for Rose-Hulman. They retake the lead. It's 6-4 through 6 innings of play here on RHIT.tv.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
"6-4 is the Rose-Hulman lead as we head to our 7th inning of play. Our broadcast is on RHIT.tv and it is brought to you by Aspen Creek Grill. Why go anywhere else for delicious food? If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers that genuinely care about service, you've got to try Aspen Creek Grill. If you're looking for amazing fresh food and servers that genuinely care about service, you won't be disappointed. 866-885-3249. Well, Alec Lewandowski is out for another inning of work. He's done well in relief of Liam Richardson. And the first one is fouled back by Wallace. The count is 0-1. Way up and away. 1-2 on Wallace.
And this is an opportunity for this Rose-Hulman team to start making strides towards pulling away from this Franklin team. And obviously, the quicker you can get through this defensive parts of the game, the less damage that does to your bullpen going forward. You're going to have some rest days coming up, which is a big help. But again, the less taxing it is on your team during the season, the more ready you'll be for the postseason should that opportunity present itself.
Well, after getting ahead 0-2, 3 straight out of the zone by Lewandowski, you really do not want to walk the leadoff man who would bring the tying run to the plate. 3-2. Grounded foul by Wallace. Outside, ball 4. Another walk for Franklin and another leadoff base runner.
Stepping up for Franklin, number 30.
Now, the good news is you don't have to worry about the speed on the base pads nearly as much as you have to for Andrew Wallace as you would with a guy like Josh Gervin, but nonetheless, that's the last thing that you want to do if you Rose-Hulman. Put the leadoff runner on. Allow some momentum to potentially build for this Franklin offense, something that they haven't seen in, I would say, roughly 3 innings or so.
First one to Redmond, up and in. It's 1-0. And I got to talk about Wallace for a second, Cruz, because he's had 9 at-bats today. He has reached in all 9, has drawn 5 walks, and has been hit twice. So 7 of the 9 has been gifted to him. He's gotten 2 hits, too.
You got to take whatever the defense gives you. You have to, and it doesn't matter how you do it. If you find a way to get on base, you're doing something right.
Well, now Lewandowski has fallen behind Redmond 3-0, so in danger of allowing the first two Grizzlies here in the 7th to reach. Grooved in there for a strike, 3-1. Redmond a 1-for-3 game 2. And we'll look at strike 2. Three-two on the way. Sent foul. You know, in between games, Cruz, we had some of the members of the Rose-Hulman team working on the field, doing some field maintenance, Division III activities. And it just reminded me of my high school days. It's something so common for programs that just don't get the same support, I would say, that Division I programs get. You got to do it yourself. You're not just a player. You're part of a community, probably even more so than a Division I team where you're taking care of everything yourself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it gives you a lot more respect for the people who do that work, too, especially whenever you know them. You take a lot of those things for granted when you're at those higher levels. And so to see people that you know, especially so involved with the program, rolling up their sleeves and doing the dirty work, quite literally in this case, it gives you a whole nother level of respect for the people that put these programs together.
Yes, he did. Ran the fastball up and in on Redmond. He went around. A strikeout for Lewandowski in the first out of the 7th.
Now batting for Franklin, number 43, Cam Seitz.
Just another look at that pitch right there. Absolutely went through. There was no question about it. Frustrating strikeout right there for Redmond. But, again, that was also a really good pitch on the part of the Fighting Engineers pitching staff.
Swing and a miss for Seitz. It's similar, Cruz, to you'll see every once in a while. Cedric Mullins had one of these earlier this year. A strikeout where you swing at a ball that actually hits you. And aren't those embarrassing?
Sometimes it has to do with good break, too.
Popped him up behind the plate. And a nice play by Hickson for out number 2. The other thing with Division III programs is you don't have the bullpen phone. It's all communication. I'm watching them and I'm reflecting on my high school days where you'd be a messenger, or even you could be pitching that same day and do it. Run from the dugout over to the bullpen to communicate with your coach. Hey, I'm ready to go.
Well, Franklin's got that figured out. They have a system that, and I've noticed this a couple of times, where they'll take their hat off over towards the bullpen. Hat comes off, that means let's get a new arm in here, but hat stays on. Hey, we'll hold on for a little bit, but stay ready.
They've got their signals. They're not getting in the extra cardio, though.
Hey, think smarter, work smarter, not harder, correct?
2-0. So Lewandowski working on the 9-man Billman. He's 0 for 3 in game 2, a couple strikeouts. 2-1.
And you were talking about the amount of work that the people at Rose-Hulman were doing on the field. I mean, this is a nice quality field out here too. The lines are nice and crisp, colored nicely as well. Just an all-around great facility too. Beautiful view that we have here too. Here at RHIT Field.
Upstairs and ball 4. So a 2-out walk to the 9-man Billman. That's something that really you can't afford. And it sends things back to the top. Some of the dangerous hitters in Deering.
Yeah, on top of the order back up. You mentioned Deering. And then you had Josh Gervin coming up into the on-deck circle. So dangerous part and the top part of this Franklin lineup on the return. And you've got to be able to find a way to get this second out right here, especially you've got 2 on at this point. If you can strand 2 runners right here and keep that lead at 6-4 without giving up any more runs, and you're going to have a lot of confidence as you go down to the last 2 innings of this ball game.
So we're going to get a pinch runner for Billman over at first. Remember, he's the tying run. Go-ahead run is Deering at the plate, so they want some more speed in case there's going to be a ball into the gap. Some traffic for Lewandowski to work his way out of. And that's the line. Shallow center. Brown is there. He'll make the catch. And Lewandowski strands 2. Rose Holman maintains a 6-4 lead as we stretch here at RHIT Field. Stay with us on RHIT.TV. The Rose Holman Bats coming up in the home half of the 7th.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Welcome back here, Rose Holman. 6-4 the lead for the Engineers as you get a look at Terre Haute, Indiana. RHIT Field, the home for our contest today, our doubleheader. Rose Holman won game 1 by a score of 19-15. The score much more low scoring here in game 2, 6-4. The Rose Holman Bats looking to tack on a few insurance runs. 3, 4, and 5 due up as they face a new right-hander for Franklin.
And the new right-hander goes by the name of Damian Tilley, making his 7th appearance on the season, a 0-2 record. Only 6 innings of work up to this point in the year, a 3 flat ERA, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 walks, and 9 strikeouts over the course of those 6 innings pitched. And so, not a very experienced arm in terms of this season coming in, but he is a senior, so he's been around for a little while, and a veteran arm that Franklin is putting in here to try to keep Rose Holman off the board the rest of the way.
Well, an imposing presence, 6'5", is the senior right-hander from Cincinnati, Ohio. 49 innings of work his freshman year, 23 innings his sophomore year. And I don't want to speculate, but he didn't play his junior year, and with the limited innings his sophomore year, we may be looking at an injury coming back from that for his senior year of work. And, you mentioned limited work, but has thrown well. 9 strikeouts in 6 innings. The ERA is 3 as he works in his 7th game of this season against Connor O'Connell. He had the biggest swing of this one, the 2-run homer to give Rose Holman the lead. And a little opposite field line drive single will start the 7th.
It's not a good start, obviously, for Tilley, but one pitch isn't going to make or break your day, or at least it shouldn't. And so you've got that first base runner on for Tilley, but now you've got to worry about trying to get these next couple of outs right here. You can ill afford to allow Rose Holman to extend this lead. You've got to give your offense a chance whenever they come back up to bat. You can't do so by giving up more runs.
First one to Rasmussen is outside. It's 1-0. And, there's a couple of guys that have the same name as some major leaguers. We saw Brad Nardi, the same name as Andrew Nardi, on the Marlins. Oh, did Rasmussen tank this one? Straightaway center. Going back is Deering. It is off the wall. Rasmussen ran it out the whole way. He's at second. Some cautious base running from O'Connell. He's at third, and a couple runners in scoring position for Mark Certenac.
He really got underneath of that. If it wasn't for that giant black piece of the fence that sticks up right there in center field, that thing should have been out of here. Good piece of hitting, though, for Rose Holman. A tough start for Damian Tilley on the mound. He's going to have to try to battle his way out of this, but he's also got to be wary of the two runners in scoring position.
So a couple well-hit balls. First one, a breaking ball, misses to Serdenak. It's 1-0. He's got a chance to really blow it open for the Engineers. He's reached twice, scored twice. And lines this one the other way. Over the leap of Gervin into right field. RBI single for Mark Serdenak, his second hit of the day. And it's a 3-run lead for Rose-Hulman.
Not the start that you wanted if you're Damian Tilley, clearly. And, while he's had a lot of solid outings up to this point, this is, I don't think what he had in mind, nor did the pitching staff have in mind when he was put out there. And so, while you have given up that extra insurance run, you're still in this game. But now you've got runners on the corners, and you got another good, dangerous hitter in Colton Brown, who had a terrific first game coming back up to bat for the Fighting Engineers.
3 straight hits for Rose-Hulman, and the first one to Brown is low. You mentioned they're still in the game. We saw 7-run innings in Game 1. We saw some big innings. So you can never feel like you're out of it. You always got to be looking for that next out. The infield is back, middle infield that is, for Franklin, searching for a double play, want to limit the damage. No one out, runners on the corners. Brown gives him a double play ball. To second for 1, on to first. He beat it. Some nice speed from Colton Brown. They'll force a run out. They'll force the runner at second, but another run scores. So the job done by Colton Brown to score the second of the inning and give Rose-Hulman an 8-4 lead.
You said it perfectly. He did his job, put the ball in play away from home plate, so it allowed the run to come in to score. Now you've doubled up your lead. You've also scored 7 of your 8 runs in the last 3 innings. And so, Rose-Hulman doing a good job of taking advantage of the pitching staff changes.
And now Brown is on the move. He'll steal second easily. The ball squirted away into shallow left. Not far enough for Brown to advance another 90. But you like the more aggressive base running from Rose-Hulman. And they're really taking it to the Franklin bullpen. For as little as they did against Levy, they have found their offense. And we said, once they went to the bullpen, that being Franklin, things could really drastically change. They certainly have.
No question about it. And, it just shows how good of a pitcher Levy was today. He was really dialed in from the moment he took the mound. And, like we said, he only goes about 2 or 3 innings at a time. He was able to complete 5 today. And 3 of the 4 runs that he gave up came in that final frame whenever his arm started to get a little bit fatigued, and he might have been mentally getting a little fatigued as well. So if it wasn't for that, Rose-Hulman could have completely blown this game open, and they're on the verge of doing so though right now.
We'll chopper over to second. That'll send the runner to third, but they'll get Summers for the second out. Nice ground ball induced by Tilley.
Engineer, the second baseman, number 14.
Looking for their 3rd run of the inning, it'll be Joe Neville to try to plate him.
He's had a solid day too here in game number 2.
Breaking ball, high strike. It's 0-1. You're right, he had the triple. That was in the 5th. At that point, Rose-Hulman was down 3-1. So it was a big spot for him to have a leadoff triple. Came around to score. 11 hits now for the Engineers. 1-1. 2-1. Fouled straight back. Two. 3-2.
This would be a big out right here for Damian Tilley. Keep yourself and your ball club within 4 runs. You allow another base runner on, that opens up the door for more potential damage.
Strike 3 called. Fastball right over the heart of the plate. Neville watched it, but 2 more score for Rose-Hulman. RBI single for Mark Serdenak. RBI ground out for Colton Brown. They lead 8-4 after 7 here on RHIT.TV.
into
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
RHIT.TV is sponsored by Wheeler Mission. For over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community, providing help, hope, and healing to people in need. Can you volunteer today? 317-686-6239. Well, it's the largest lead of the day for Rose-Hulman. They're up 8-4 as we enter the 8th inning here at Art Neff Field, searching for 6 outs to secure a doubleheader sweep.
Yeah, they've done a terrific job on defense over the course of the last 4 innings. Only 1 run given up after giving up 3 in the first 3 innings. Their offense has backed them up, too, as well. 7 runs in the last 3 innings for Rose-Hulman. You know, they once trailed this game 3-1, but ever since then, it's been all Rose-Hulman.
So they're really stretching out Lewandowski. And he'll fire in a strike to Gervin. It's 0-1. Lewandowski came on in relief of Liam Richardson, who threw the first 4 2/3. He did enough. He did a quality job of keeping the Engineers in it. Grounder over to short. On to first. 1 down. Nice first out for Lewandowski.
Yeah, if anybody had a shot to get there, it was Gervin, but if Gervin can't beat out the throw, there was no chance he was making it over there safely in time. And that's big for Rose-Hulman, too. Keep the most dangerous base runner for Franklin off the base pads. And now only 5 outs left for Rose-Hulman to close this one out.
You're always searching for outs. Slider misses. 1-0. I don't know if you ever played the game 21 growing up.
Can't say I have.
In baseball, it was...
Not in baseball, in basketball maybe.
Slider catches the corner, 1-1. I'll tell you a brief description. Because in high school, games would be 7 innings, so you're searching for 21 outs. And so the coach would fire, way over the head, nearly hit him. The coach would fire off ground balls, line drives at fielders, at your team. To practice a game. It's a situational practice. And you're searching, you need to get 21 straight. And so what would happen oftentimes, grounded foul, is that you would get the first 16 to 20, and then coach would decide, well, we haven't had enough practice, hit an absolute scorcher at your worst defender. They'd make an error, and you restart back at 0. And that's how the game is played. In baseball communities, it's a nightmare game. Called strike 3. Nice slider on the outside corner, and he freezes Redmond for out number 2.
Not only 4 outs away for this Rose-Hulman team, and the defense is really tightened up here. They have an opportunity to go 1-2-3 here in the top of the 8th inning. It'd be the 4th scoreless frame in 5 innings for the Rose-Hulman defense.
So DeHart has a couple hits today as he takes ball 1, but not quite the 2-homer game he had in game 1. Long foul ball for DeHart. Out in front of an off-speed pitch. Both home runs went that way to left field.
Picking up 2 wins today for this Rose-Hulman team would be absolutely massive for their outlook on the HCAC tournament. And as of the current moment, they're tied for 3rd in the conference.
Another chance at short for Rogers. On to first. And a 1-2-3 8th inning for Alec Lewandowski. Rose-Hulman will hit in the bottom of the 8th and then will search for 3 outs to seal a doubleheader sweep. They lead 8-4 here on RHIT.TV. RHIT.TV is brought to you by Highway Safety Services. Services, you do what you do, we'll keep you safe doing it. Contact us at 765-446-1502. Last offensive chance, hopefully, for Rose-Hulman as they search for some insurance runs. They're up 8-4. Have scored a total of 7 runs over the past 3 frames, Crews. Trying to add to that. And it starts with the 9-man, Ryland Hickson, who's hit the ball as hard as anyone all day.
Yeah, we talked about what would happen after Gavin Levy exited that game. He was the freshman who got the start, the Seymour native for this Franklin team here in game number 2 of this doubleheader. And, we were exactly right. We thought the game would get busted open by Rose-Hulman. That's exactly what happened once the arms started coming out of the pen.
So down in the count 0-2. Hickson today, 2 RBI singles. Outside 1-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Hickson on strikes, 1 down.
If you're able to add on some insurance runs for this Rose-Hulman team, it's only going to help you. But the way that the Rose-Hulman defense has been playing recently, I'm not sure you're going to need too many more of them. Now, obviously, a lot of things could change, especially late in the game. You never know. But Rose-Hulman's defense has been about as consistent could get in terms of putting low numbers up on the scoreboard, really for the entire game, but especially over the last 5.
Fifth time through in game 2. Leadoff man Peter Rogers. I think the scoreboard operator thought it was a strike, as a lot of the Franklin fans did as well, but not called. The count is 3-0. And there's ball 4. So 1-out walk to Rogers. He's on base for the 4th time in game 2.
And Franklin can't afford to give up any more runs at this point. You want to try to keep it within a potential bases loaded situation, score for that matter. So if Rose-Hulman's able to tack on another, that might be the knockout punch, because runs have been very hard to come by for this Grizzlies offense.
And it's been just 2 pitchers for Rose-Hulman in game 2. Started with Richardson, then Lewandowski came in, and he's thrown really, really well. We thought it would be a handful of guys, considering some of the depth issues with the 4 games in 2 days. That was not the case in game 2, as Rogers has stolen second. Peter Rogers, he's been very active on the base paths all season, and adds another stolen base. Stolen base number 19 for him. Went in feet first.
And he barely beat that throw in. It was almost nearly perfectly placed. And good job by Josh Gervin of Franklin to try to make the tag. He made it in a very smooth manner, but the throw was just a little bit off target. That little bit of extra time allowed him to get in there safely.
Two one. Fouled back. Our producer Chuck would have made that catch. Without the netting, it was headed right for him. I think he would have had that bare hand, too.
Chuck's always ready for whatever comes his way.
Swing and a miss from Otrusky. He goes down on strikes for the second out.
Well, if you're Franklin's defense, you've got to take care of business right here, but then your bats have to be able to pick up their end of the bargain. And
well,
again,
before we get to that, Connor O'Connell is up.
That's a good point.
And
that's no safe bet for this Franklin defense either.
And they don't want to face him. They're going to intentionally walk him, put him on with the base open at first. They'd prefer to face Rasmussen, who hasn't been an easy out in his own right. But I agree with them here, with considering what O'Connell has done. Big game, 3 doubles in game 1, 2 hits in game 2, including a 2-run home run. So now Rasmussen, and he'll take a strike.
Yeah, you'd definitely rather face Rasmussen, especially here in game number 2. He's 1 for 4. He does have a double to his name, but again, you talk about a guy in O'Connell who has 3 doubles, and on top of that, a home run in this game. Much rather face the guy who has only 1 extra base hit as compared to 4 over the last 18 innings.
Oh, 2. Check swing. Yes, he did. He's rung up at home plate. So they strike out Rasmussen on 3 pitches. The intentional walk pays off. A scoreless frame as they try to claw back in. 3 outs to go for Rose-Hulman. They're searching for it. We claw our way to 27. They lead 8-4 as we head to the 9th on RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
The quest for 27 is on. Rose-Hulman 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep over Franklin, and they let the guy who's done a lot of the heavy lifting late in this game, Alec Lewandowski, try to get the final 3 outs. He faces 5, 6, and 7 in the Grizzlies order.
This has really been an impressive day for this Rose-Hulman pitching staff in game number 2. Again, it started with the starter for Rose-Hulman today in Liam Richardson, the freshman from Blacklick, Ohio. Put together a terrific couple of innings, gave up only 3 runs, and how about Lewandowski, who's came in and has pitched a handful of innings as well, has only given up 1 run over the course of his time out there on the mound. Again, only 2 pitchers this entire game for Rose-Hulman. Terrific, absolutely terrific.
And he's only given up 1 hit as well. When Richardson left, there was 7 in that tally. There's now only 8. That's how good a job Lewandowski's done. And a strike to make it 1-2. One, 2 on the way. Slider, no chase. Even up 2-2. 3-2. Outside ball 4. Close miss from Lewandowski. A better take from Knuckles. And the leadoff man is on for Franklin.
You know, the fortunate thing for Rose-Hulman is that they're dealing with the middle to the bottom part of this Franklin lineup. And so you're not going up against guys like Deering and Gervin, or DeHart even for that matter. You've got Wallace, Redmond, and Seitz coming up for this Franklin team. You know, some more favorable hitters that you could face as a pitcher. And so you're not too upset with the opening walk, although you obviously, for many purposes, do not want to give that up. Not the end of the world, though.
Well, what's been such a big difference from Game 1 to Game 2 is the walks. Because they walked 12 in Game 1, did Rose-Hulman. And I'm not saying 5 is a low number, but 5 walks compared to 12 will put you in much better favor.
And all you got to record is 3 outs at this point, too. And so, you got to make sure that you're taking the right steps in order to make that happen.
That one was destroyed down the right field line. Too hot to handle for Serdenak over at first. A long single for Wallace. And this is not over just yet, Cruz. Runners on the corners for Franklin.
You can feel a little bit of tension re-entering Art Neff Field. And that's how quickly the tone of a game can change, because now you have a potential run at the plate that could cut this to a 1-run deficit. And after that, you've got two hitters who are a little bit favorable, but the top of the order could creep back up on you if you can't find a way to record some outs here.
So inside to Redmond, and it's 1-0. There is action in the Rose-Hulman bullpen. A lot of work for Lewandowski. Inside again, 2-0. Trying to hang on. 8-4 is the Rose-Hulman lead. There's a strike. Redmond, 1 for 4 today. Singled in the third. The infield is back for Rose-Hulman, playing for 2. 2-1. 3-1.
Well, this would have to, you would think, prompt a mountain visit. If for Rose-Hulman, if you walk Redmond right here.
Gets the call on the inside part of the plate. And it's 3-2.
How big would this swing be right here if you can find a way to strike Redmond out? And you were just on the verge of walking him a pitch ago. Back-to-back strikes that can completely flip this inning on its head.
Up the middle, chance for 2. Steps on the bag for 1. There's 2. Huge double play for Rose-Hulman, 4-3. And you trade the run for 2 outs, and that's a trade Rose-Hulman will make any day of the week.
Yeah, because now, you have given up that 1 run, but now there's nobody left on the bags, and you have still somebody at the bottom of the order for this Franklin team. I believe a pinch hitter coming up for the Grizzlies as well. A different look, Quincy Perry.
So just got to get Perry to seal the deal. First pitch breaking ball, strike. It's 0-1. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2, and now Rose-Hulman a strike away. Oh-2. Tried the slider again. This time no chase from Perry. Just 10 at-bats. This is at-bat number 11 for him on his season.
A lot of pressure, too, trying to keep this game alive for a guy who hasn't seen very many at-bats.
1-2. Over his head, and the count is even 2-2.
It was a good save behind the plate for Hickson, although you could let that one go. I mean, obviously, for practice purposes, you don't want to, but no runners on the base, so you don't have to have that much urgency if there was a base runner on there, rather.
2-2. Really good take from Perry. and he's worked a full count.
Yeah, that breaking ball was starting out right towards the center of the plate and just broke away at the last second. Give credit to Perry for identifying the pitch, keeping that bat on the shoulders.
You can see how hard it is to hit.
No question about it.
Swing and a miss, he got him. Right on right changeup from Lewandowski. He seals the deal, throws the final 4 1/3 innings to seal a doubleheader sweep for the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. Final score 8-5 here in Game 2.
We want to thank you all for coming out today to support your Fighting Engineers. We hope you join
Rose-Hulman, they battled back from behind. They trailed 3-1, but the monstrous 2-run homer from Connor O'Connell changed the swing of the game. Really good start from Liam Richardson, and then they put up 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 2 more in the 7th to break away from Franklin. Cruz, who do you nominate for player of the game?
I'm going to have to say Lewandowski out on the mound. I mean, terrific finish to this game, being able to close this one out. He went 3 1/3, only gave up 1 hit, 2 walks, struck out 3 batters, and he was able to finish the deal for this Rose-Hulman team, who now sit at second in the HCAC Conference, a 3-way tie for that second position.
I'm right there with you, Lewandowski. Tremendous in relief. Not only 8 innings, but ate them really well. Allowed just 1 hit in relief. So Rose-Hulman, they sweep the doubleheader. They improve to 8-5 in conference play, 15-12 on their season as they continue Heartland Conference action. Thank you for sticking with us here on RHIT.TV. For our producer, Chuck Levine, for Cruz Martin, my partner, I'm Sam Cinder, and our cameraman, David Moore, a Rose-Hulman win.